rather make 20K than lose 10K. That's true. It's only 12 million for first. I know. Right. I know.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to TCH Live. My name is Derek. I'm joined today by guest commentator Eric. How you doing, Eric?
Doing well. How's it going?
Move a little closer now.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, we're starting off with starting this week off with a pretty special stream. We're going to do 6 hours tonight instead of our usual 4. But we are not doing a stream on Wednesday instead. So we're kind of I guess consolidating it on Tuesday and doing a longer stream for y'all. And I think a lot of the players actually appreciate it too. Like I know players like Dong and JD like playing longer sessions because some of the players like to just play the 4 hours and leave, and maybe having the 6 hours gives some players a certain edge that they might like. You know?
Absolutely.
Clubs, maybe? Clubs besides me?
Starting off with the bomb pot.
Yeah. Just run it up. 7. I'm waiting for this guy. Oh, sorry. Sorry, don't mind me. Oh, I'm so fucking. Yeah, we were trying to get you, but yeah, man. That's cool. That's me.
And these guys normally play long after the stream, so
Right, yeah, so
we'll get to see a little extra action tonight. That's great.
and it's almost like you get to see the actual part of like endurance playing in, right? It's like you know, I guess I'm sure for you too. For me, a 4-hour poker session is a short session.
Very short session.
Yeah, so like once you get to like the 6, 7, 8, that's where like people are like, okay, that's like a longer session. Maybe a little more representative of like your actual skill level too, right? Because you can say that the variance in 4 hours is just, I mean, because we've seen it before on streams in the past. I've told the audience before, you know, like in a 4-hour stream, you might see a player VPIT, you know, 10%, but doesn't mean they're actually that tight. It's just they just got a bad distribution in that 4 hours.
I find that the shorter sessions I play, sometimes the better I do, but that 6 to 8 hour range is kind of what I like to play. So.
Yeah.
I know people who don't play a lot of cards, Derek, probably tell you the same thing. How do you sit there at a table for 6 to 8 hours?
They hear 5 hours plus, and they're like, "What? That's anything longer than like a movie, right?" Like, how are you sitting down there playing that?
It goes by fast.
It goes by very quickly, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers in the audience would agree with us as well. But yeah, we got a few more players strolling in here. It looks like we're getting the return of Jafar in the 5 seat. Haven't seen him in a little bit. Danny Marks making a return from Vegas, looks like.
Nice.
He must have just got back on the plane.
He must have, yeah.
Like, actually, no, I follow him on social media, and I swear his story was him on a plane.
How did he finish?
I think he was just out of the market.
Just out of it, yeah.
I think he made it to late day 3 or something like that.
I know Bart Bogart was still in the last time I checked, but I haven't looked in the last.
I think he was able to cash.
Was he?
Yeah.
Awesome.
There's a few players that are regular players of our card room that are still in, actually. AJ Nimmer, I don't know if I'm saying his last name correctly.
We got to make sure we're not in it.
That's exciting. We're such a good community here in the TCH Dallas and Las Colinas area. Love seeing everybody do well.
Yeah, it's going to be a long stream. I can see it already. First night?
Ooh, Danny picking up a premium right off the bat.
Jafar's at 25.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm 25.
And Danny gets a nice welcome back, right? Like you're saying. Getting the queens right off the very first hand. He hasn't even warmed up his seat yet.
You think so?
And it's such a pleasure to see Dong back on the live stream. I know he kept wanting to play longer streams, saying, "Hey, y'all need to have longer streams. We need longer streams. Like, make it a 12-hour stream. Make it so they can't leave." Like he likes playing the really long, grueling battles, as I guess we call it. Did someone have jacks? I swear I saw jacks appear on the reader.
They did. Wow. Got a raise and a re-raise, so maybe it was a tight fold there.
And we got Alvin Teaches Poker here in the chat. Says Danny busted 200 away from the money. So
wow.
Yeah, pretty deep run into day 3, I imagine, like probably late afternoon.
Thanks for the update, Alvin.
Yeah, appreciate it, Alvin. I know there's a kind of a stream personality. He goes by the Milkman. His name's also Mason, obviously. His name's not the Milkman, but he's running really deep right now. I think he's in the top 50 chip stacks.
Oh, wow.
When JD's in the game, you should never worry about losing money.
And Danny will check the turn now, which I think you do with a lot of his holdings that don't connect with the king or aces. Could possibly still be in check call mode, but he has actually the worst combo of queens to make the call with here, right? Blocking queen high flush draws, blocking queen high diamonds, or queen high hearts, queen high diamonds. You'd much rather have 2 black queens in the spot. But I think he will give credit for Brass Monkey to have some bluffs occasionally.
We know from the stream he doesn't want to see a queen hit.
And that's a pretty safe river card for Danny. If he's putting Brass Monkey on some kind of draw, he's ahead of all those draws.
Oh my!
He will check back. Wow, and Brass
Monkey
Monkey
kind of just surrendered there.
Electing not to go for the double barrel there.
Man, look at that! Right away.
And that's kind of the strength that players like Danny play to, right? It's like players don't want to bluff into you because they know you're playing so solid that you have check calls like with Ace King in that spot, and or even aces. Not willing to get out of line against good players could actually be it's kind of a studying spot for some players. I feel
Absolutely.
Like
and a good chance Danny's going to call a check call a bet there. So
It's not expensive.
Yeah.
good hand to start us off for the day.
yeah, nice hand there for Danny. Up 1,000 off of that hand.
Like a bad beat and not even a bad beat.
Last minute would be less. Like,
Why? Well, because it's a more full usually.
Well, actually, yeah, my play was like empty, so maybe it would have been.
No, but
Yeah, I guess we must have seen the jacks and like the blinds or something. That might have been what happened,
Maybe so.
which totally makes sense.
They know that like, when you buy last minute, you're gonna charge them.
Probably a 3-better fold situation. Not wanting to get it in against an under the gun range like Danny, which should be very, very strong. JD's just gonna get the walk here essentially.
Easy $40 win with kings. I'll take it.
Better to lose a 10K pot, or better to win a $40 pot than lose a 10K pot.
Absolutely.
Got about 50 of y'all in the chat right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just now joining us, my name is Derek. I'm joined tonight by Eric. Started off as a player here, then came as an employee, and then went off to do his own thing for a little bit, and came back as an employee again.
Right.
So welcome back.
Right. I'm going to be playing a lot more poker in both rooms, and you might see me chip run a little bit. And in here in the stream as much as I can to help out.
No, I really appreciate it. Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, we are doing a 6-hour stream tonight, so 2 hours longer than a normal stream, but we are not doing a Wednesday stream. So kind of a new schedule we're kind of trying out, just doing one longer stream each week instead of 2 4-hour streams.
That's how long it takes you to blend out, huh? So
And I'm not mad at the Derek and Eric show, by the way. That sounds okay.
Yeah, that actually, at least it rhymes, right?
Derek takes the lead. Derek and Eric show. I like it, man. Thanks for having me in, though. These guys are always fun to watch play. I've been watching the stream, Derek, back when you guys were doing it, you and Ben, and even before that, 2 or 3 years. A lot of the same faces. We've got some new folks that have been in. It's always exciting, and we get people watching from all across the world, so that's pretty cool.
wow, what do you So that.
I'm sure we'll have a full table here in just a little bit.
I imagine at least by the end of the stream. This is probably at least the starting lineup that Mallory was able to put together, and then I'm sure maybe some players might tune in and be like, "Oh, that's like a fun game. I'll hop in."
I recognize seat 4 there. Do you know the name of that gentleman or seat 5?
Harris. Yeah. So he's played on our stream before. I think Alvin actually knows him quite well. Might actually even be his coach. I don't know if I want if I should be saying. I kind of remember Alvin saying that somewhere in the chat previously. Either they study together or they're good friends.
Nice.
So very skilled player. We got Brass Monkey, very successful businessman in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Loves to play cards. Actually made a very deep run in the main event last year.
That's right.
Top, I think, 100 or something. So I think he had a 6-figure score.
Did he really?
Yeah,
That's
so
awesome.
he said he got to the point where he could see all the tables. And that's
who's it on?
oh my gosh.
Jedi's trying to get us some new names. He called us the Dereks or the Erics.
But yeah, the last time I talked to him about the main event run, he says he was able to see every table remaining in the main event in his field division. So like when you get to that point, then you can see the final table and you get
tunnel vision, right?
Exactly.
You're like, I'm close to the end. I see the light at the end of the tunnel.
You guys know Mason?
Harris is a co-coach. Okay. Nice.
Oh, Harris and Danny are. I didn't know that about Danny.
He like overcalled 3 holes on 10-6 and got there. It was awesome.
I have a feeling we're going to have a good stream tonight for sure. So
yeah, J-Rock here in the 2-seat. Also very good player.
I gotta get in shape for next.
Likes to put players in tough spots, and we've seen him make some sick folds and sick calls in the past
I've
as well.
seen some really sick calls by him. Yeah.
Jafar likes to get in the streets as well.
And then you
Used to be a former boxer actually.
Jafar did, really?
Yeah.
So I played about 2 hours of poker without cash.
I mean, I don't want to comment too much on it, but like that might be part of his competitive nature. Like he
Pretty bad.
used to be a competitive boxer, and then now plays poker.
This is just a little spar session for him, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Danny, of course, regular of our stream. And then didn't see who. Oh, Dong. Dong. Everyone knows Dong in the 8 seat, and then of course JD in the 9. So we got a really fun lineup, like you were saying. Lots of players that put other players in tough spots, and vice versa.
Is that Andre in the box dealing there?
Yes, it is Andre.
Andre had one of his friends watching last week from San Diego, so that was pretty cool. One of his buddies tuned in. A lot of family members tuned in to watch these guys play, and friends.
Dude, that's a bad sign. You should do like this, you suck.
I bet it's a good sign.
Wait, who has the Marlboros at the table?
Right.
Is that Jafar? I know Jafar smokes.
Jafar's got him.
Oh, he does?
He can get the Sammy Farha going, the cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
Danny, of course, going to raise the button when it folds in with the ace-high. Pretty standard, I think. Going to go ahead and take the free card. Could be ahead of some hands as well with the ace-high.
Was that a 100 by accident?
No, they were stuck together.
Yeah, either way.
Danny might look him up with the ace high here.
Yeah, having no diamond in hand, more likely to make that call. That's definitely a bad river card for him.
Hey, can you check?
A lot of draws get there, and now some overcards get there as well. He will just decide to check back, and Brass Monkey will take this down. So it's actually, it's kind of funny. So I found out I was going to be commentating with you yesterday, right? And then I roll in at Las Colinas at like midnight. And I get called to the 2-5 table. I sit down, and Eric's right next to me. And we're
Right
like,
to your left.
Yeah. How'd you end up doing that night?
I did pretty good.
Good.
It's funny that game broke, and I had to go down to the 1-2 game, which I'm actually playing a lot more 2-5 now. But I went to the 1-2 game, and I risked a lot less money at the 1-2 table and won a lot more at the 1-2 table. So it's just funny the way it goes, But a win's a win, and we'll take it. Always have a good time. Played till the late hours into the morning. You got in on the PLO streets last night.
I did, yeah. And so I kind of did a double session yesterday. I played in the early afternoon, did quite well. The late night session did not go as well. Lost back a good chunk of what I profited in the afternoon.
I did see right before I left you had some good players sitting down. You had Kimmy Stone and TT and some other folks that were at the table there. Some good players.
Yes, man. What you doing, bro?
I think there might have been a club on that flop, but there we go. Jack deuce 6.
Like nothing.
Both players connect with a little something. It's more than a little something there on the river, isn't it, Derek?
And you betting strong.
Rivering trips now, and we're going to see, I think Don go pretty large here.
Can't be that good.
Probably an overbet.
How can you do that? What? He said hold the action. Don't do anything yet. Slow down. Yeah.
Playing too fast for him,
Play too fast.
Okay, no, J-Rock is actually doing the betting here, and I think Dong is raising. So kind of interesting bet here from J-Rock. Now he's kind of putting himself in a spot. Might level himself to call. No, he will just let it go. Yeah, I think with that exact hand, I'm looking to just try to get the showdown, and then if Dong decides to go for a large bet, I'm probably just going to fold.
Right.
You have better hands you can make the call with.
You're beaten by a jack. There's some straights there. Obviously some bigger sixes. Over pairs, so good laydown. But every now and then he'll be sticky and make that call.
Right.
So oftentimes you can be right there.
Yeah, I mean, even against a player like Dong, they're willing to put in a lot of money with nothing, but you want to be able to look at the hands that you can call with, right? It's like, especially if they're capable of turning another hand into a bluff. Like if Dong just has like King 6 or something in there, and then it's just like you're owning yourself by.
Tips.
Got about 100 now in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Nice premium hand for Jafar here.
No spice it up suggestions, huh?
Some sixes again here. See if somebody can't spike a set to start off the night.
He's got a lot of Broadway cards and then Brass Monkey, technically in the lead right now with 6s. And it comes ace high. Wow.
That's why I've been happily married for this
Sometimes
long.
the dangers of playing a hand like ace-10, but no, I think it's perfectly fine with how he played it. You know, he was closing the action with a strong Broadway holding. But now he's probably going to lose at least a few streets of value here against Jafar.
And I've noticed watching Jafar, he does get a lot of respect from the table when he leads out.
J-Rock here, what is it? Okay, he's calling with the second pair, and now it's actually giving Harris for some room to fold, actually, and
Makes a great fold.
that's what I was thinking. If J-Rock didn't make the call, I think Harris can come along.
Right.
But with the caller in between, you're just kind of guessing where your hand's at. You just have to worry about the pre-flop aggressor, and you're really not loving a lot of turn cards.
Absolutely. J-Rock does pick up some straight outs, so he's going to come along.
I hear the people who play golf.
And Jafar does not want to make two pair here. Four hearts is bringing in the front door hearts. J-Rock here with the bluff opportunity.
Oh yeah, we'll be there in 30 minutes. We'll be there right then.
That's when you know.
But he'll just check, trying to get the showdown.
Just like a poker game. Every time I hear
Jafar
you,
will get it down, and Harris is like, wow. I call pre-flop, flop top pair, and just fold. He's like, I am a genius. Hashtag get coaching from Alvin Teaches Poker.
There you go.
We usually follow JD around.
It's like 20 tracks.
See, I was about to actually ask you that, Alvin. I was like, I think you just fold ace-10 in that spot, right? Against an under-the-gun raise from Jafar. Jafar not really known to get out of line. He's going to have the ace-king, the ace-queen. You're dominated so often.
Right.
Even if you hit your top pair. You almost rather hit your 10th than ace in that spot, right?
Yeah, he get kickback.
Yeah, top is much better than hitting your ace with a
10
middling
kicker.
kicker. Absolutely.
Share my location with them, you know.
The good one comes.
Yeah, I usually pay for his time at TCH.
Jafar wins a nice pot there.
You don't get I'll share my location with you, like, you know.
We make him feel special.
Alvin's like, no, ace-10's a fold here. We just went over this last night. Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking that. I think probably 90% of the players would probably do the same thing, right?
I think so too. Once the second, call went in, I think it's time to let that one go.
Don't touch. Just look.
Will come queen, queen, deuce. Dong with the ace, jack high, currently the best hand. JD with the pre-flop aggressor. Inside the seatbelt in this board texture, quite small. Oh wow, that's an action turn card there.
I was about to say, I wonder where we'll see if the jack hits.
Wow, this is gonna be very interesting. Dong now thinking he's best. JD actually gonna check now.
Nice check back there.
Which I think is probably the smart play to do, right? Having two queens on board, a little bit of pot control, and you could just be ahead of a lot of holdings, giving Dong some room to bluff, and I think JD's just gonna just call here. Hard for him to have the flush. He has the king of hearts, and he has a two pair with a good kicker and ace. Yeah, you kind of can see the look on JD's face there. It's like, wow, really? I think JD played that great. You want to have some checkbacks that are strong holdings, and then you're obviously doing for pot control against hands that might contain the queen. If it runs out like that, you're never folding anyways to a player like Dong, so pot control for ace-smaller pots.
Typical JD fashion, he's going to add on a little bit more. He likes to kind of have the table covered. I don't blame him. It's perfect for his style.
Especially if he has Dong on his right.
Absolutely.
Michael Tilton in the chat says he saw AA run on the WSOP stream today. Yeah, I don't know how he's been getting quite lucky with that. One of my co-commentators, Aaron McAvoy from Austin, he got on the main event final table or main event feature table or secondary feature table twice during his main event run. Unfortunately, spoiler alert, he did get knocked out today. I was following along on his social media, but he was able to really ladder up quite a bit because he came into day 4 with like 12 big blinds or something.
Was he playing with any big name pros on that feature table?
I'm not. Usually, if it's a secondary feature or at least one of the feature tables, there's someone of recognition.
No, I don't play. Nice.
You were in Vegas? Take me to the win.
Pretty cool time in the spotlight there for Aaron.
It's a nice course.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm gonna like 500 for VC.
750.
Oh, damn.
I watched a few of the tables they had going with Tom
No,
Dwan
I mean
and
it's just
Phil
it's
Hellmuth.
just so good. Yeah.
saw
They treat you
Mike Mattisau
I
blow
bet.
up
so good.
that I hadn't
Everything
seen
about the
in
winner.
years, but he went back to the Mike Mattisau blow up
I can't believe it.
of the mid 2000s.
What's that?
Did you ever walk around?
Good to see some of those old familiar faces, those guys that were I grew up watching and
That's everywhere.
learned to play poker watching those guys.
Any big city, any warm city too.
65.
Yeah, Dallas. Yeah, I saw 30 of them on the way in.
They had to evacuate the Caesars pool today. There was like a shooter or whatever in one of the rooms. I think it's just.
I saw that.
I
He was
don't-
barricaded in or something.
Yeah, I saw him like throw luggage or something out the window.
Someone threw an ice in.
I don't know. I don't want to speculate on the story they're talking about,
Yeah.
but if anybody knows what they're talking about, something happened today at one of the casinos in Vegas. Danny just flew in, so it sounds like he's got some first-hand knowledge.
Oh, yeah. There's no way you can break it with a chair.
Added another 1,000.
Seriously.
Never want to speculate about shootings and that kind of stuff.
They don't want people to
For
jump
sure,
off
yeah.
that
It's,
tower.
especially when we have so many viewers around the world. It's just they can
Right.
hear like, oh, like my family's over there. It's like,
Right.
yeah, don't want to. Oh wow, another interesting hand here. Both players going to flop top pair. Dong with the weaker kicker. Jafar with middle pair.
He's
will
going to come along as well, yeah. See if he can't spike another 6 or an ace.
Share.
We feel bad.
Not either player's favorite card, I imagine. There's a lot of hands that contain a jack with the clubs, and then, of course, Jack 10 now makes 2 pair. Kind of a similar run out here where the backdoor hearts get here and is a 4 as well. Both players with 2 pair.
Slow down by Dong.
I won my 2 last longers though, so I got a little 40% rebate on the main.
That's fun. Who were they against?
Brian Green and Safine.
Oh, I'll try to get your action, side action with Safine.
Oh yeah?
We were playing the.
Gonna go for a thin value bet here. Trying to target the hand exactly like
oh,
Queen 10.
I'll take a little extra on Danny.
Wow. Wow, trying to get Queen 10, 9, 10 hands that aren't, the kickers aren't playing, but, they're just kind of like, what are you betting here with?
You had a 10 then.
We should do one.
And JD gets a little revenge here against Dom, and I think we're going to see a lot of this out. I mean, we're only 30 minutes in. And we're going to see a lot of this, I
You're
think.
saying 17% that you're going to beat.
Yeah, seeing these two guys sit next to each other, it's going to be perfect for this
I'm
stream.
not talking shit to you. Every time I talk shit to, even on the golf course, I get punished. So I mean, that's not talking shit.
Let's see, GG in the chat says, Caesar's Palace, live armed man captured and hostage saved as SWAT team raids Las Vegas hotel room. What the hell?
Wow.
Jeez, man, what a crazy world.
In a
we live
hotel room, so not out in the public. That's good. I
True,
remember there
yes.
was a scare a couple years ago with some glass that broke.
Right.
And it made everybody think that there was something going on. And
It was either last year or 2 years
I
ago.
think, yeah, and all that rumor mill just flew, and people, spread the wrong information, and that's kind of what we were trying to avoid here. So
Yeah, and-
thanks for the update.
Yeah, I think the part of the problem too is kind of in a time period where there's several mass shootings back to back,
Right.
and kind of a lot of people are on edge, which
yeah.
is understandable. But
Just kidding.
This is our second sighting of Pocket Kings here.
that gets
and
no action. Yeah.
Second one wins a $40 hand. Neither guy shows. I like that. That's something I've tried to incorporate a lot more in my game the last couple of years. Is just not showing hands.
Yeah,
know?
yeah. It's,
You got to raise. You got to
especially when the player pool that we're playing against is getting a lot more knowledgeable. Sure. You don't want to give them that much more information. Well, you're probably. I'm not saying every player in your table is going to be studying, 10, 20 hours a week, but are they looking at hand histories maybe? Are they looking at maybe some free YouTube videos online? Probably yes. Like a good percentage of players are probably doing that pretty frequently with how readily available all the information is. So.
Well, if you offer the turn, jackpot.
Rena in the chat says Frankie of Next Gen is still in the main event. Wow, good for him.
Wow.
That's incredible. And you've really seen a lot of growth from Frankie, especially of that group. I know Frankie's really trying to make a name for himself, become a professional player. The other two, I think, have full-time jobs but are still participating in the Next Gen Poker YouTube channel.
One of the guys I played with last night said that was talking about Frankie that he moved out to Vegas, so that's If you're moving out there, that sounds like that's definitely your goal, and probably some stream opportunities for him out there if he's still doing the vlogging. So good luck to him, though. He's definitely somebody that played a lot here at TCH.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm adding another down.
The trip 7 Hill River cost him.
Yeah, let us know in the chat if there's any other notable players still in the main event.
I mean,
Shit, last I checked, that I think his name's Nick Rigby or whatever, the guy that made the Dirty Diaper famous, is deep in the main event as well.
Is that what we're watching right now?
now it's getting down to where the people are really good. Also,
Watching Brad Owen studying. I wouldn't necessarily say vlogs are studying, to be honest, just because
I was watching some of
they're going to show all the big hands.
Right.
Or
really poker. Like
it's not, it might actually almost kind of hurt you in a sense. Like you get a bad representation of what a normal poker session is, right? They show you all the big hands, so where
it's a highlight reel.
It is a highlight reel. Yeah. So I'd be not saying that there's not something you can learn from it, but I'd be just cautious of only using that. JD can attack the cutoff range of Danny here.
Not a misclick?
Misclick. Perfect size. What are you talking about?
No, I just thought you meant putting green chips.
Oh. Oh, yes, misclick.
Yeah,
It's going to be a pure coin flip here. Danny with the 8-7 of spades, JD with the 6s.
I showed that.
Pretty good flop for the 6s.
Yeah, not bad. And definitely a spot where you don't mind getting called by the ace-high and king-high holdings that you're ahead of. Get some more value from those holdings.
Danny must know he has 2 overs.
Pretty safe turn as well for JD. Problem is Danny still could have hands like 8s or 7s, so JD might just check here.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I'm actually really interested to see how JD plays this. Maybe he's going to try to bet a size and he gets a hand like ace high to call. 800. Pretty large bet.
Pretty large bet there, yeah. I think he wanted to just shut it down now. He's got a full house.
Yeah, get.
Hands beat him.
Fresh off the tournament, you know.
I imagine if he gets called, he's probably checking most rivers. Yeah.
Full house, buddy.
Bill Klein's still going on. That's nice.
Awesome. Bill Klein, the billionaire.
Who donates?
That guy has like life goals, right?
Right.
He whatever he wins, he donates. Whatever he loses, he also donates.
But he just loves the game of poker and continues to play. You know, it's not about the money for him. So
speaking of billionaires that play poker, I saw a really funny reel. Do you know Greg Goes All In?
Yes.
So he's actually been on our stream before, and I've had the honor of playing with him. Yeah, we have the glasses everywhere. Yeah. But he made a very, very funny reel off of another stream that had Stanley something, the guy that the founder of DoorDash or whatever. He's a billionaire. And they downgraded all of the bet sizings to what it would be for like an average American. So like his net worth was like 2.2 billion, and he was like 3-betting like to 40,000. And then they like did the math on it and like did the proportions on everything on like for like a median household income. And he was like, all right, and now Stanley 3-bets to $1.11.
This is the normal American value of that hand.
I think people forget how much freaking money $1 billion is, right? So like, because like you think of $1 million and you're like, oh yeah, and like, or like someone that's like has $100 million is like, oh yeah, like they're pretty close to billionaires. It's like, no, not at all.
And poker players talk about bankroll and how much you need to play poker professionally, how many big blinds you need in whatever game that you play. But when you've got billions of dollars, it's not an issue.
I think he based it off of a median household income of like 120 grand or something, or 100 grand. And so like whatever percentage that Stanley was betting was equivalent to like $1.15 for someone making 120,000 a year, or a household.
Yeah.
So I was like, that blew my mind. I was like, wait, so that's what $40,000 is to him?
Right.
Of course, I'm sure he made he's a self-made person, right? He founded that company, so I'm sure he still sees money as it's still $40,000. You can buy a car with that, right? But that's just like in terms of what percentage.
Right. Not every multi-millionaire and billionaire spends just crazy money. You
Absolutely,
know? A lot of them are
most
frugal.
Of them are very frugal. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll drive a Toyota. You know, like. Yeah, you make 5K a day for life. And you won't even come close to $1 billion. That's so insane to think about.
And how many of us would be more than happy with 5K a day? Beyond.
Dude, this room is full again.
Nice flop here. Jafar's
That's what I'm saying. Like everybody says this room is like not doing well.
got an open ender
It's
here.
like slowly building back up, but it's
Yeah, I remember reading an article once where it's like it talked about the like how much more happiness you get after a certain amount of income per year, and they found that like once you hit 120 grand a year, it's like almost negligible. Like especially if you live like frugally or whatever, it doesn't really add that much more to your life.
Right. You're not somebody who's putting yourself in debt by buying
Yachts,
living
or
outside of your
multi-cars.
means. But
Yeah.
the old saying is you make more, you spend more.
That's
so
true. Yeah.
A lot of people are like, oh, if I could just make X amount of dollars a year, I wouldn't be broke anymore. But
It's like no, it's probably
probably would.
Your habits that you have when you're poor are probably gonna be the same habits if you're
absolutely,
rich. Yeah.
it's a lifestyle change.
Plus, with the food, like it's probably double.
Let's see here, King 10 going to be the best hand at Showdown, and I think just a good spot here for Dong to just check back, unless he feels like he needs to turn his hand into a bluff.
Redhead, my buddy.
It's fine just to check back.
You got there like he told me you got there the night.
you
like,
check is right because I thought you had an ace.
Bill Klein's down to 15 big blinds. He says, well, I hope he runs that up a little bit.
you said there was like
You checked then I would, but you bet then I was like, well.
I want to see him make the final table. That'd be so cool.
Right.
And he's actually a really good player too. Like he's made some high roller final tables. I mean, again, the money's meaningless to him, so he's just playing his cards.
As somebody who plays poker regularly, I don't know that I want to see him win the 12 million. I want to see somebody who's grinded and who is going to change their life. By
Hey, at least he's
winning.
going to donate it.
But at least he's going to. You're right. You're right. Either way, he's going to change somebody's life.
Yeah.
If he makes a deep run. So.
Let's not even play pot with each other, guys. If he's in it, then we in all caught. But if he fold, then let's all fold. Go to the
Are we
next
still
hand.
sticking with the same signs as we?
I still like my side. I'll be honest.
Oh shit! I love it.
And I don't see any knit buttons out there, do you?
Yeah. I don't know if they want. Maybe one of the players objected to it.
Right.
It's not a huge deal.
Or is that them right there?
That might be them actually.
Yeah, they may
So
decide to
maybe-
do that when the table gets a little bit more full.
There's no way Danny's playing Jack 3 off, is he? Okay. Interesting decision by J-Rock not to 3-bet his hand. But I guess it was against an under-the-gun raise from Dong. Jax also just plays very well on the button as well.
JD, you got any quilting events you're going to be going to soon?
That's another cool one. Tony Dunst is still in. He's from the WPT.
We went to a park the other day, took some pictures. But yeah, that's it.
Wow, y'all went and took pictures?
Yeah.
Damn, y'all still in love, huh?
This is crazy. Pictures of quilts. You're missing the.
Quotes, yeah.
Oh, I thought like
Instagram
couple.
husband. Instagram husband.
Are you ever in the pictures?
Well, my feet are in all of them.
That was funny.
Quilt and feet pics all in one. Nope.
I wonder.
I think I saw some pictures of you recently. You recently had an anniversary, is that
Hold it
right?
up like this.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, anniversary is a loose word, but 10 years together.
10 years together, yeah.
We'll call it an anniversary.
That's exciting.
I mean, we're the we're the longest engaged couple you've probably ever met.
That's awesome.
Every house photo, you just like find a way to
Congrats
put
to
your
10
feet in
years.
the
Appreciate it. Yeah. No. So like, it's if she's listening right now, I'd feel so. Oh wow, what a flop. The absolute nuts for Danny. Has the 8 of clubs too, so doesn't have to worry about the straight flush.
Jafar does what a good disciplined player. He's got an open ender, or almost an open ender. He's got a gutter ball. Doesn't draw it. Too many cards are going to hurt you if you hit. Just get out.
Yeah, no reason to just. I mean, yeah, what if you do hit your 8 and then now you're just stuck?
Right.
Hoping that he's bluffing, and it's just a good fold. But yeah, what I was saying, I was like, kind of hoping she's not listening, but she's probably getting mad at me for saying this, but she hates like taking pictures. Like I feel like a lot of females are, right? Like they're either like I have to be like ready for it, or like I just don't want to have a picture right now. And so like for a 10-year, I was like, can we please do like 10-year anniversary, like like a photo shoot together? And she's like, no, I don't know about that. And I was like, this is all I'm asking, like please.
The man wanted to do
Yeah,
the
that's like
pictures
all
this time.
I like, just for the memories. You know? Like 10 years is a big milestone, I think. So she did agree to it though, but her only I guess, roll on it. She did not want it during the summer. Even though our anniversary is in the summer, she was like, wait till the winter.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, we'll wait till the
You're a rare breed of man who wants to go get pictures. That should
Well,
earn you brownie
for me,
points.
it's just like the sentimental value of it. It's just, I want like, you know, just some pictures.
Yeah. That should earn you some brownie points. Shows that you care. Nice flop here for J-Rock. Flopping the joint.
Something like that, yeah.
Checks it. Brass Monkey's going to fire. Or did we get a card read? Yep. Okay, we had a card read issue there. Did not flop the straight.
Yeah. He's shorting people.
Big correction there.
Yeah, I think some of the
Saying your markups are ridiculous.
muck cards or burn cards or something got too little too close to the scanner.
He just likes to shit on people.
It's quite a sensitive scanner.
Yeah, Bill's a nicer guy.
Yeah, the board ended up being paired with 9s with a 7 out there. And,
He likes to flex and shit on people. So.
Brass Monkey decided to lay that down.
Who's the one that likes to flex and shit on people?
Oh, J-Mo. He used to be a poker player. Now he's just retired.
He talks mad shit about everything.
Yeah, he's like a.
He's a dick. He's kind of a dick, but.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's funny. Somebody at the table.
We're on hand number 20 here. We've got 128 of you guys watching the live stream right now here at TCH Card House Dallas.
Oh, just wait until I get like.
JD picking up another pair here.
I had like Brassel money. Fuck. He's still a nice guy. I mean,
You call 75 with this hand.
Rigby just punted off another 700K. Thanks for the updates, Doug. And I'd actually appreciate if y'all could keep updating with some main event things, because I can't watch it right now while I'm trying to commentate. So.
double down.
We are together for the next 5.5 hours, so it should be a really fun night.
Where is it? Is it on right now?
Yeah.
Derek, is that dankness in the booth with you?
Is it starting tomorrow?
No.
Who is that?
Not sure who Dankness is. Doug R. This is Eric Van Loosen. So it's the Derek and Eric show tonight.
Is it now?
What is that supposed to mean?
Did he invite you to the game too? Brian? Yeah.
I'm actually really enjoying the action so far. A lot of really smart players, a lot of fearless players too. So it's a fun combination.
Yeah, they've been doing
TCH Card House is redundant. Absolutely, I agree. It's like saying chai tea or ATM machine.
This is true.
What's another one? Like
Get JD on tier.
can't think of it. Can't think of another one. Yeah.
There's plenty. Both players with an ace high here.
This might give Danny the green light to turn his hand into a bluff now. Trying to get hands like ace king, ace queen to fold, but no, he will just check back. 6 of diamonds doesn't change much here. Does bring in the straight. 7-8 now a straight. No real reason for any player really to turn their hand into a bluff. And I think they both just check. And Danny's just like, ugh.
Got him.
JD says, got him. It's funny when these players that play with each other so much, throw a little stab, little needle out there, all in good fun.
Yeah, it's a competitive game, and
For sure.
when you can remove the money aspect of it, which if you're playing at that goes to another point, right? If you're playing at a stake level where you're worried more about the money than the competitive game part of it, then you're probably playing too high.
Right.
These players are all playing well within their means, so they can just play cards. Yeah, how it's going to be played.
Thanks.
And these are all guys that can take a loss, very well. Just like they take their wins very well. They do it for fun, but obviously there's money involved, so they're competitive.
25. Yeah, ESPN should be fine. It's not a lot more poker than that.
Could we see an ace-8 on a flop here, Derek?
Where are you?
I think it's too soon to see a cooler that bad.
Yeah, that would be an ultimate cooler.
Fortunately for Brass Monkey, he doesn't connect. J-Rock here currently in the best hand. 4 of hearts doesn't really change anything here. Brass Monkey will check. J-Rock checking back. No reason to bet.
They win.
Just went to showdown. He put the 8 on top of his, said, I got a set. Rigby just punted off another 700K. I know somebody said that Bill Klein had run up the stack from 18 big blinds just a second ago to 46 big blinds. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for him. That man probably has all the patience in the world. He's like, I got nowhere else to be. I'm retired and I got $1 billion in the bank account, or X whatever billion.
YCP. 75.
Danny's got the 8s now, opens it up to $75.
When was supposed to open, I was giving you gifts every fucking week. You were like, oh my god, where's Don? Why is he going to Houston?
I remember my very first session there ever.
Yeah.
I showed up. The biggest game that was 2-5 runners. Let me go check it out. I showed up. 2-5 was like me, you, Alex.
Yeah. We did couple flip and we had.
I brought like 2-5 was running. You know, I was like, okay, I'll bring like 10K. Brought 10K. I was in for all of it in an hour. Stuck all of it. Like,
Far's got 2 overs to the board, so
I only brought 10. You were like, hey, here's another 20.
he's actually going to raise here.
I was nice enough to be but you never do that shit to me.
Yeah, never will. Credits, you know, 2-way street. Yeah.
You just have 1 stack of black today?
Yeah. Okay, let's compare credit scores later. Yeah.
I have good credit scores.
Interesting raise here from Jafar.
Really
Just with the 2 overs.
Well, your credit fight might be better than mine, but mine is not bad.
Danny probably confused as well and didn't make the call. Very interesting turn card there, giving Danny open ender with a heart draw. And you see the lion's share of the equity now.
No, just $25, just for the hell of it.
We'll check back, taking a free card.
Pull it up right now for you.
And there it is.
Queen of hearts.
Flush for Danny. Jafar now
That'd be funny if I
with top pair and deciding to bet here. And now Danny getting a massive price here and just going to pay it off.
Going to have to call. Got the flush. Takes it down.
I don't think they care about phone.
And, you know, that's kind of the danger as well of when you're trying. I mean, I'm not sure if Jafar was trying to turn his hand into a bluff or bet for value there. I'm going to lean on more on the bluff, I'm imagining, unless he missed the hearts. If he is trying to do that, then you don't want to give a good player like Danny a good price to call, right? Like, you want to be able to fold out hands like the 10 of hearts that, you know, turn to heart draw with their straight draw, or the 8 of hearts like he had there.
I do like that play on the flop. He took the aggressive route, 2 overs. He didn't just call Danny's open there.
Yeah, calling on the flop would be the worst play.
Right.
Yeah, so I do agree that that's a lot better than just calling.
That guy was bad.
It would have made a lot of sense actually for him to have hand like exactly a top pair with like the ace of hearts, right? He check raises flop, checks when he gets when the hearts come in, and then he gets, you know, 4th heart. You can bet big. Yeah, absolutely. You can't be betting small and getting that price. On to the next hand here.
We need to watch these chips. I think it's about time. It's been 3 years. Like,
A bunch of people with suited hands here.
maybe that's not the answer.
Spade, 2 spades flops. The Brass Monkey's got a flush draw.
That's all you gotta go.
Not much else going on.
What the fuck is that shit, man? I got family, dude. How you can't just fucking bug with
It's going to be a bet and take it.
Wow.
That's another thing I see in the lower streets. You know, a lot of people don't take the advantage of, you know, leading out when they do flop a big draw like that. They just check it and try to hit. You see Brass Monkey there was able to take down a pot before anybody could catch something to give them more equity. And took it down right there.
Yeah, definitely like to play a lot when you're in position for sure. Especially if it's all dependent, right? So like if the pre-flop aggressor checks and it's a king high ace high board, then it kind of gives you the green light, especially if you're in position. Everyone else checked. a little different if you're like out of position, you're leading into the pre-flop aggressor on an ace high or king high board. It's probably not
I
recommended.
talk shit to him all day. He don't give a shit. He's a good sport.
Thank you.
Yes, you are too. Yeah, you are. You're always smiling. I like it. Fun.
I'm here to have fun.
175.
Yeah, it's easy when you open up your bank account and look at it and everything. You're like, oh fuck, I don't have to work today.
You hear him talking to Brass Monkey. He said, "Yeah, you're always gonna smile when you open up your bank account and look at it."
That's a business credit card. That don't
Harris has
mean
finally got a
Personal
good hand
credit
here with
card is
ace
different
10 suited this time.
I don't want to see that, bro. You're stressing me out.
Raise and take it from the button.
Hey, what's the shit I'm reading about that?
That one's personal
guy?
guaranteed.
I heard that he does a lot of crazy stuff though.
You did what? Recently?
No, I just been Googling. People were talking shit, so I've been doing
Just for JD.
Have you looked into poker coaching or any of the coaching stuff that's either available online or obviously we've got some folks here in the area that do coaching. Have you looked into it? As somebody who likes to play a lot?
Yeah, I mean, I've used to have like a poker coaching account with some friends. Haven't used that in a while though.
You know how sick that is?
I hear a lot more people talking about it. Obviously, there's a lot of people in the Dallas area that play professionally or at least semi-professionally and want to improve their game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you in that group of...
I've never even dabbled with it myself. But
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely really helpful. Probably the start if you're looking to just play kind of week to week. I'd say just like surrounding people that you think are better players than you, and you can like talk over hands, and then I think that's probably the easiest and cheapest way. And then if you feel like oh, I want to go even further, like you can't just be texting your friends all the time, right? But then you could start maybe investing in those sites or whatnot. Honestly, I think there's a lot of free content on YouTube and on the internet as well. I don't think there's any reason to really spend any money for just kind of starting off. But if you want to take that next step, then I think
take that step.
Yeah.
Because like the actual IPO is like really involved. Takes a long time. There's lots of checks and stuff. And this way they can
Because I
just
played it like Ace King. Exactly like Ace King. So if I hit on the flop,
I mean, just like creating
Obviously, that's why guys like Brad Owen and folks like that, even those guys, a lot of people think that they're better players than they are. They're getting coached by Petrangelo or somebody themselves. I mean, everybody can learn something. I swear I learn a lesson every night I play.
I think he was playing 2-5.
Oh, all right.
I heard Dong fucked him up. He's taking a little bit of a...
I got so fucking...
I didn't hear about it. He
I don't
doesn't
know
have
how
all
King 7 all in. He said he claimed me. I had King 7 because I was tilted from Z-Fish. So I just Z-Fish open. I made it 1400.
Turn card there gives Brass Monkey a pair. JD now has a gut shot.
I heard about it.
Double game with 1 over, so decent amount of equity actually. Brass Monkey can't really do anything but just call. And the board does double pair.
I mean, it's too bad. But then, yeah.
He's young. He'll recover.
Oh, yeah. He's fine. Look at him. He's back fighting. I think he left.
I thought he was going to put it.
Sorry.
Wow, and JD goes for the overbet here.
You gave him a good welcome back to Dallas.
Well, how would you even know about it?
So now, having that 8, he's trying to represent.
People talk now. They're like little schoolgirls.
I guess he can try to represent 7-8 here, but it is double paired. I guess he's really not putting Brass Monkey on a 9 or a 6, maybe just putting him on a 10. And Brass Monkey makes the call. Wow, great call there from Brass Monkey. Owning JD there.
Very good call. Didn't believe him that he had either a 6 or a 9.
And Brass Monkey actually, it's kind of funny. JD had a decent hand to make a bluff with, and actually Brass Monkey had a really good hand to make the bluff catch with there. Was there a flush on the board? Oh, okay.
And then tell each other bad beat and like, hey, it's okay.
Mic is up.
Life goes on and we're gonna battle back.
But yeah, no, he had that 10. Made it kind of hard for him to have a hands like 9, 10, and then
you need to go broke about like
having the 8 as well blocks the straight. JD very capable of having going for value with straights in that spot.
We asked him to come play. He go, let's play. He never said no. He's like, what time? I'll be there. That's all he said.
Alvin Teaches Poker says the problem for amateur players is that they can't tell if the information is actually good. You take random course or YouTube from a grinder, and they have no idea if that concept is truly good or just sounds good.
Is there
Yeah,
ever
like,
a time
that makes a lot of
when you
sense.
stop playing the same state? You ever dial it down to a different state? You ever, you're playing 5100.
What are you gonna do with you guys today? What are you gonna do with you boys today?
That's so funny.
That's awesome.
JD is such a.
Yeah, take a break. You know?
Look at that. Premium.
Yeah, I watch a lot of poker content. I think more just for
$1
the
million.
just for the enjoyment of it. You know, I've been watching for years, and I feel like I learned something, but you know, not like I'm trying to get better by just watching people play. I just enjoy the game itself, so I enjoy watching it. But I think you can pick up some stuff, you know, from players while you're watching as well. But I agree with what you're saying. You know, watching some of these vloggers, and you know, you're not necessarily going to learn the best play always from them.
Have you been before?
Let's see here.
U.S. Open.
Oh, tennis.
If the board is double paired, isn't 8x bad to block the straight there? I might have misspoke, Alvin. For which player? I'm actually I'm actually still learning as well. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Mr. Alvin.
This might be the last year you get to watch him.
Is it Dallas?
Nah, he's in for a while.
I think he's. Dude, I got Alcaraz beating him in this Wimbledon at the end.
Yeah, actually, most of my study has actually been on PLO the past 3 months, so I'm actually quite rusty in No Limit.
No Limit.
Yeah,
There's a couple.
it's such a different game. And wow, we got a setup hand here: Ace King against the Queens, classic race.
He's just gonna sit there and
I
play.
think Djokovic is going to outthink him.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Because he's so smart.
It's gonna be a clean flop here for the Queens. Jafar does have backdoor diamonds and 2 overs. I imagine we'll see a bet call,
even if you count head to head,
a check call from Jafar on this flop.
or whatever,
Yeah.
he
Still wins. Yeah, no, he's literally the best of all time. People just don't like him.
Lead out for 150. Yeah, he's going to lead out for 150 there.
He's not. It's a little weird.
Bar's going to make a call.
It's not weird. He's not warm and fuzzy.
Didn't Federer have like a more dominant career though?
Very clean.
Djokovic is
JD.
officially.
Federer is the best ambassador of any sport.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a good ambassador. But Djokovic, just see him beating all these guys at their young prime or like 21, 22. That is, nobody's gonna be able to do that. I don't think.
He played well this morning.
Yes. He dropped the first set too.
Yeah, and then smoked him.
Yes.
You talking about Alcaraz?
What it
No,
is,
Djokovic.
it's a mind game.
I didn't
He's
say
so
it too.
used to it. Like it's like his mental game is so strong that even if he dropped 2 sets, he'd probably come back. You know, that's it.
Nice
All
hand
these
there.
guys might have a lot of good shots, but they can't outplay him. Like,
Staring me down, huh?
look how fit he is. Too,
Yeah,
like.
Have you seen
Okay, that's what you're saying. Oh, right.
Oh, the eating routine?
No, stretching. So
Oh,
7 times a
yeah,
day, he does these crazy stretches.
Yeah, I guess my initial thought too was like when I saw him turn that hand into a bluff, I was like, it's kind of an interesting combination. Like, it's not really.
He's never been really injured.
It's hard for him to rep much, not blocking the
You haven't seen him.
Alcaraz is already starting to get hurt.
the bigger.
You
I
think
don't
so?
know.
Oh, no, he already has. He's missed.
Guess he'd probably rather have a 10, right?
I remember Andre Agassi used to say he never stretched.
JD does
or
take this
whatever.
pot down.
Yeah,
I don't
that was
stretch
back
either.
in the
It's so
90s or
terrible.
whatever.
They're talking big about tennis. I guess these guys are all fans of
My
tennis.
membership that stretch lab just never
Hey,
go.
I haven't watched much
what's
tennis
your
in a
handicap?
few years. But
Barely get out of bed with
Who's
it.
asking? Who's asking, Don?
you a tennis fan?
I am. I don't really know anyone or like watch it that frequently, but like when I do watch it, I'm always so impressed by the athletes in tennis.
I don't know.
It's like
I don't know. All
Dude, you should see
these
my
matches can
score.
last like 4 hours. It's like that's so
94
grueling.
at Texas Star. It's pretty bad from the second half.
That's a good
That's a
point too,
hard
Alvin.
golf
Yeah,
course.
he
No,
has
it's
a
tight.
sizing tell there.
He's just trying to. It's long though for even from the second up. It's still pretty far. Got a couple
2 hearts on the flop for
It is one of the
Jafar.
harder courses. I mean,
How far can you drive it?
To be on a good drive, it's like 260, but average out about 230, 220.
That's how my mom drives it too.
I'll play your ass. Come on, let's.
I'll play your mom.
I don't believe Jafar.
Brian always talk, but we never play. Oh yeah, let's play, Jay. I want to see
You and
I
J
wanna
Rock
see-
can play.
I want to see.
Jafar with the raise there with a flush draw when it got JD to fold.
We'll find
Queen
2
high
guys,
hand.
and you and I will team and play those guys.
Pretty standard play there.
I will bring a ring.
This is what you do.
You and I are a
game.
team.
You keep losing money.
You
at.
think you can beat any,
These guys are true gamblers. You can tell they're talking about, you know, obviously they're gambling here at the table, playing poker. We're just talking about playing golf,
Trading for golf, yeah.
trying to be competitive off the felt here as
I
well.
got a guy that will play us.
Seems to go hand in hand. A lot of golf
friendly, like 100.
players play poker. Yeah.
I'll get your number from JD. Or from you.
So you and me versus this guy and somebody else?
Oh, not this guy.
No, not me.
No, this guy. This
Yeah.
There's not enough money to get me on the golf course.
Yeah. I've been playing the Heat, and I sleep right afterwards. So I literally, when I come home, my wife's like,
But you sleep good.
Sevens for Brass Monkey in the cutoff there.
You golf all day for like 5-6 hours, and then come home and just come straight to bed. You lazy piece of shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty bad.
It's one of your favorite hands, isn't it? 10,
Yeah,
9
9,
suited.
yeah, 9-10 suited for sure.
86.
Jafar gonna flop top pair, good kicker.
But
That's right.
I play really bad.
And
86,
Brass Monkey
87.
gonna bet out on this ace high board, as I imagine he'll do with a lot of his holdings, whether or not he connects.
I shot 88 there yesterday.
Game's under pressure.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a choker.
Just like
But
a
it's fun,
poker,
the addicting. Every time after a bad run, I say I'm done playing.
Yeah, Jafar, I
go
guess,
to sleep, I wake up,
recognizing
I'm
that
like,
he's
man,
most likely
I hit
ahead,
up all my friends, like, oh, yeah,
given
we'll
the
be there.
action,
We'll be there.
so we'll decide to lead turn, but not give away a free card.
Takes that one down. I feel like a lot of my small pocket pairs I've had recently, I just started noticing that if I don't hit the set, I miss it by one card. You know, oftentimes if it's a pocket fours, the dealer will put a 3 and a 5 on the board, and I just miss it by one. He put a 6 out there when Brass Monkey had 7, so we haven't seen a set yet.
Yeah.
Last week, I know we had some pretty big hands kind of early in the session, and then later in the session we had some big ones. So I imagine this will get cooking here in a little bit.
What is it about poker that people love to play?
What?
Almost 140 watching the live stream right now. Hopefully you guys are subscribed to the TCH live channel and giving us some love on there.
Yeah, if you're just now hopping in, be sure to hit that like button as well. Helps the channel out, helps this video out a bunch to bring more viewers. Yeah.
Both players flop a second pair here.
JD actually gonna flop 2 pair.
Oh, he's Queen 7, you're right.
Flop
Yeah.
2 pair here.
Let's go.
Good discipline fold by Jafar. I think we have necessarily a big winner yet on the stream, but kind of an even distribution of money being shipped back and forth. Dong does have, he's up a good bit.
Yeah, about 1,500. But in this game, though, with the $50 straddle on, that can go pretty quick. So just because Jafar is down 1,200, or if Dong's up a lot, or up 1,500, they could easily change in either direction.
Absolutely. Especially now that we got the longer stream tonight.
50.
Thank you.
50 to go.
Bars on the button with a
225.
AC deucey.
Fog, fog.
Easy game.
Easy game, he says. Takes down $90.
Getting back to the Bill Perkins stuff. I wrote
Never get a chance to talk to Jafar. I may have to ask him about the boxing days. He's open about talking with him.
I like, you kind of have to pry it out of him. He's a very humble guy. I don't know if he really likes to talk about it too much, honestly. It just like came up casually one time. I think another player brought it up that knew him better, and then I was like, oh, that's really cool. And he's like, yeah, I did my fair share. And then he talks us out. I was like, oh yeah, I did it for like 20 years. Like, what?
That's wild.
Yeah, under.
Or like maybe not that amount of time, but like an extended period of time.
I think he's setting somewhere
I just
between
keep
3 and
hearing
500
the
mil.
phrase "spar with Jafar," you know, in my head as I'm watching him battle here.
My lifestyle, I'm way richer.
Very cliche,
This whole
but
thing's like, you know.
he is such a humble
Trying
guy.
to give it away. Yeah. That was 0, buddy.
But that would be an interesting business idea. You can't just pay straight ITM though. You got to evaluate.
That's 100.
Skill.
Theoretically, yes. But I'm just saying,
Brass
like, what is the
Monkey's
base
going to bet out his top pair and take down a pot.
Like Mike McDonald's would do or
My
something.
program didn't calculate everybody's because, like, that was actually way different. So I might use
Now, 1 hour in our stream. For everyone just now tuning in, we're streaming our 5-10 in the quarter action here tonight on Tuesday. Doing a special 6-hour stream. It's probably going to be the new normal here at TCH Dallas. 6-hour streams now on Tuesday, but we're not streaming on Wednesdays anymore. We're still going to stream the final table of our Saturday tournament, of course. Mitch with whoever he'd like, usually with me, but sometimes I'm unavailable. And it'll be Mitch with, you know, Zach, or even you. I've heard you do this stream on Saturday. So.
Right.
I only had
Saturday
66K,
tournaments are still.
It's really fun to
running
watch.
strong, yeah.
I didn't think I could get it.
Hey, can you buy 20K?
Harris going to open up with a king-queen offsuit here. $75.
Hey, where's Bill?
I did. I got it up to like 320. But
Dong's going to call with the 7-9 off, and Brass Monkey's going to set mine here with pocket deuces. J-Rock's going to come along with the 5-3 off.
Oh, wow.
There's our first set of the night.
And that is a setup hand here.
Very much so.
Harris with a top pair. Good
checked
kicker.
all the way.
Yeah, with the diamond as well. And Brass Monkey with the set of
It's
deuces.
definitely worth more than that, just based on ITM alone, even from the beginning.
Checked all the way to Dong, and he's going to lead out for 200.
It was worth less. Like,
And what do you do if you're Harris here with top pair? Pretty good kicker.
Yeah, you can't fold.
Backdoor
I'm
diamonds.
definitely intrigued on what's going on.
I guess they're anything on purpose.
I don't think it makes any sense to raise either.
I mean,
So I'd like to play just the call. 4 is just complete brick. I mean, no draws get there.
it was like, I mean, it was worth 50K.
Oh, and checks around. Oh, and he has
Quad
quads.
deuces. Wow.
Quad deuces for Brass Monkey.
What a hand.
You know, so like the chance that he
Just leads out for 300.
And it's such a, like, inconspicuous run out, right? You're like, the bottom card pairs,
Definitely not.
you have 2 pair with the
I
king
understand the general idea.
and a queen kicker. I mean, just to make the call.
Diamonds missed, right?
Diamonds missed, yeah. I think he's calling, expecting to lose a decent amount of time here, honestly. You can almost kind of see it on his face.
Like it was originally. So like just because he's a bigger.
I think he played it great, though. That multi-way, it's hard. You're very you're way ahead or way behind
Right.
on that kind of board texture, right? They could have sets.
That makes sense, actually.
Some occasionally king 9 2 pair.
It's worth more.
Yeah.
The biggest, the chip leaders.
Hey,
are worth
Michael,
than, like, the straight cash.
Gotcha. Yeah, we did play quite a bit
Chip is worth a lot more than
Sunday night.
So that's what I'm saying. So like I thought it'd be
Thanks
like,
for
I thought they paid
the nice,
maybe,
kind words here. We're
50% were gonna pay 2.5
enjoying the
times, so
stream. I always like being in here, and Derek's an OG. He's been in here for a long time, so I like being in here with Derek. Glad to hear that we're doing a good job.
Not enough value. He should have paid you.
Yeah, appreciate you tuning in, Michael. Hope you enjoy the stream. We got a decent amount of time left in our stream tonight. Another 5 hours. So yeah, feel free to like take a little break, come back. We'll still be here until midnight.
Pocket kings in that hand. And Danny River.
And I promise, Michael, you'll have plenty of opportunities to get a nice pot out of me.
H and Danny. And
So our first quad sighting of the night. That was an exciting hand there.
20,000 on 5.
See how much you had. That's the one of these.
Danny gonna flop top trips, and then open ender for Brass Monkey. Another action flop.
Does not want to hit his king.
I have 6.
Only hit an 8 here. Oh wow, what a turn! Giving
What a
Brass
turn.
Monkey diamonds now to go along with straight draw.
Still just 22% equity here in the hand, though.
Yeah, you really lose a lot of equity, right, in those hands where you have a straight or flush draw when the board is paired, especially if they have trips straight,
Right.
of course. But that's something definitely to keep in mind when you're. So that's when I'd say watching a stream is very beneficial because like you get to see the percentages
Right.
in live action, right, and you can kind of associate that with hands that you might have played or hands that you might play in the future.
Absolutely.
See, it's gonna get Brass Monkey now top pair. Top 2 pair with a 10 kicker. I think it's still totally fine for Danny to go for some value here. Hands now you're trying to target. It's hand like a king queen.
Yeah, it's only YouTube though, right?
Queen 9.
Yeah. But I thought you were watching some already. They didn't like it. No, they don't like that.
How to swing a golf club.
He's betting a sizing that's putting a queen in a very tough spot here, and that's exactly what Brass Monkey has. Knowing that the front door clubs brick off, I mean, this is kind of sucky here. He's saying he has a jack. Wow, that's a great fold. Wow.
That's YouTube. That's the problem.
Very impressive there. Maybe also give him credit for ace king. Ace king of clubs, ace king of diamonds.
Yeah, I don't remember what the pre-flop action was, but that's a good fold there. You know,
Very impressive.
Putting him on a flush draw or maybe even a 10, you know, he could have called there, but there's just too much out there that beats him. Good disciplined fold. Yeah, help us get to 150 likes tonight here on the stream, guys. That's the goal we're shooting for. Hopefully we got a longer stream tonight. We can get some more, but help us reach those like goals on our YouTube stream here. Andre is still dealing in the box. He's
Yeah, I wonder how they split it up for the dealers wise, because normally they do 2 dealers for a 4-hour stream, 2 hours each. So I wonder if we have 3 dealers lined up tonight.
75.
I know as a dealer you know what it's like sitting in that box, but you know it seems like quite a long time to sit in a chair and deal hands.
Yeah, I mean, I'm used to be able to get up every 30 minutes. I've never dealt the stream before, so I can't even say how it would feel. So actually, when I first started dealing, they brought me in on a tournament day just to give me some reps. When I just started learning, I was still in the cage, and I sat at the same table for 4 hours. Oh, wow. And that wasn't too bad. So I mean, they just kind of locked me at a tournament table.
What's the only other hand I could have that I want for doing a king?
Let you focus on just the tournament and the hold'em versus.
Yeah, exactly. Just give me some more experience.
There's a few that you'd want a king.
Checks.
All kinds of stuff that do.
Both players with a pair and a draw.
25.
J-Rock's got the best of it here.
Oh man, that's a bad sign if I'm already yawning.
Check.
Pair 10's gonna take it down. Sometimes you look at those boards like that where almost a straight, and somebody will say, I've got a straight, and you're like, no, but your 10's good.
Too far.
Which you always show my jacks.
An 8?
Yeah. Flip the second here.
Not that strong.
And I had to go check straight. I need a jack.
9-8?
90.
That 2-5 table that we were sitting at together last night, Derek, there was a player there that I had not played with before, and just one of those nights for a guy where he just could not miss. You know? He stacked 2 players.
Was he on your left?
No, he was in seat 9.
Seat 9. Okay.
Seat 9, yeah. Didn't catch his name. Very nice guy, very humble guy, but was just taking down monster pot after monster pot. They had to color him up more than once, like 2 or 3 times, because he just had so many chips on the table. But, you know, not everybody can win, obviously, at the poker table. Oftentimes, there's 1 or 2 big winners. You know, we had a pretty good table last night, but we see that on this stream a lot too, where there's often 1 or 2 big winners. And
Four players.
Pretty good flop here for Danny. Done with the overpair. Seeing all the 9s and 7s, for some reason in my mind I thought someone had 9-7.
And J-Rock's going to call with that backdoor club draw with holding the ace. He may have some plans of setting up a bluff. Great turn card for Danny. 97% equity now.
Yeah, top pair with the flush draw. Pretty much a hammer lock on this hand. Very, very tough for him to lose this hand. I mean, it'd have to be exactly what the offsuit ace.
That's funny.
At least he's honest. I like it.
No, yeah, I think it was a base card. I could be wrong too. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, let's get in there.
He says he's ready. Let's get in there.
And he does river the flush.
Bink.
Now here's the decision here. Does he want to check here, give Dong room to bluff? But when the most obvious draw does come in, you expect your opponent to be checking back a lot, and I don't think that's what he wants, right? You want to try to go for some value. Now you're just kind of hoping.
Yeah, they said he's out there. I locked up.
Now you're hoping Dong just has a hand like 2-pair or set or even top pair. And he goes very, very small in the river there, a quarter pot, and gets the side call from Dong.
I know when I first started watching Dong play on these streams, you know, and he had these huge stacks and he was playing aggressive. And but the more I watch him, you know, he makes a lot of really good folds too.
Yeah,
he,
no, for sure.
Makes some really good reads.
Yeah, I've always told people on the stream is like he plays relatively loose, aggressive pre-flop, but his river is like post-flop decisions are very, very good. Yeah.
Right. And I think that's why Danny let out there, because he knows he's probably going to check back.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Somebody's gonna get a hunting real bad tonight.
Dong just added on some chips, and you guys heard him say somebody's going to get hurt real bad tonight. So I think he's ready to start getting his gamble on. Let's see if follows through with his word there.
Yeah, Dong doesn't know how to play a game that isn't match stat. Just to say that. Yeah.
No, but no action.
Hit well.
Call this deal?
This deal.
It's got to be a sure call.
51 deck.
What's that six?
Like we said, you
What's
know,
that six of spades?
might be his first night in the deal. I'm just saying.
That deep look at my hand was off.
I had 9-5.
Looks like we had a misdeal there. We're going to start this hand over.
Yeah, it's one of those spots, I guess, for people that are curious. For those of you that don't know, I do actually work at TCH. So I work as a floor here and dealer. Do quite a few floor shifts. So for those of y'all curious in that situation, if you do get a third card on accident, it is actually the player's responsibility to say something to the dealer before there's any action. Once there's significant action, which counts as 2 or 3 limps or a raise and a call, or just a raise, then your hand is immediately dead. Right. Yeah, so it is the responsibility of the player if you happen to get in that situation to make sure you tell the dealer, like, hey, whoa, make sure you stop them before there's any action, and then you can get a misdeal.
Right.
Because once there's enough action, then your hand's just gone. Like I said, but we're gonna see 3 players going to the flop again. Top pair, top kicker for Jafar.
Brass Monkey probably feels pretty safe with this flop, but he has been out-flopped by Jafar, who did check it to him.
475.
With the clubs, let's see what Jafar decides to put out a raise here.
Raise.
He does.
1050.
Definitely one of the better hands that you're going to be doing this with. You can also throw in some hands like 9-7 of clubs, 7-8 of clubs, obviously sets.
What's up, guy?
Let's see, how deep were they when? Yeah, the only problem is how deep you are. Is you're setting yourself up for coolering yourself, right? Because when you, at the stack to pot ratio that at that depth, your opponents are probably only going to call you if they have you beat, right? Or a really, really good draw that they have a lot of equity anyways. So it's like you're kind of bloating the pot almost unnecessarily. So definitely something to keep in mind is your stack relative to the pot when you're raising turns. So I can say it's he has just a pot size bet left, and I might just jam it in there, right? With that hand. Anything more than that, you want to play a little more cautiously.
So Danny's our big leader. Now he's up about 2.6K. Brass Monkey's up a little bit. Everybody else is kind of down right now, but we've seen that those tables already turn quite a bit.
Doug R says Rigby down to 4 million from 7 million. Oh boy. High variance over there. Harris with the mystery hand. Gonna make it look like it's 150 to go.
Doug R., what are the blind levels now in the main event?
That's actually, yeah, I'm very curious about that as well.
150 from the 3 seat. Reset this other side. You scan your cards there.
Harris has a king 10 of diamonds.
575. And a card.
This is a good indication of Texas poker here. You know, pretty medium hands here, but these guys know each other well, and they're going to see a flop.
Wow. Action flop here. 2 overs and a gutter.
Oh, shoot. Excuse me.
Diamond draw for Harris.
Wait, not a gutter, excuse me. Just 2 overs for Dom. But 2 overs and a flush draw for Harris. 15K, 30K. So I'm having a hard time mathing. 100. He has over 100 big blinds. But he did have over 200 big blinds. Jeez.
Nice hand there for Harris. Again, taking the lead there with his diamond draw.
Yeah, especially when the pre-flop aggressor checks, right? It kind of opens up the door there.
It's so easy just to check when you have a big draw like that and try to hit, but you don't realize so many times you can take that pot down. Are they not doing the November 9 this year?
No, they haven't
Good.
done that in
2 years?
several years. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did never
A
like
long,
that
long
idea.
time. I think it's been almost 5 years, actually. Maybe
Really?
longer. Yeah. I think the last time they did it, it was, I think Blumstein, or whatever.
Okay.
Scott Blumstein won it.
Yeah, I heard them talking about it on one of the deals the other night. I just didn't know if it was still a thing
Why not?
or how long it had been.
4 players.
I think it's kind of unnecessary, right? Because you'll forget about it. They lose their interest. It's like they can just do a live stream that week. It's just like, just do it. You know? I'm sure they make a lot more money doing the November 9 thing because they can do like promos, kind of touring with the November 9. I don't know what they ever did it, you know.
Harris is going to lead out here with his top pair. JD's going to probably peel off here to see if he can catch a spade. 2 overs.
They were so bad. I dabbled a little bit, but
Nice turn card here.
I just did like King's Lounge. It was like 5, 10, 20, but I'm sure they were a good game on the middle of the night. But if you're on a tournament schedule, you can't really get those good games. I used to go out to the series just to grind cash, and I would play all night. But I'm on that hero journey right now. I went
Jack of
3
spades
times.
would be
I
an
went
interesting
first
card. I don't know if
game.
that was folded, but
I did, yeah. Steven's buddy has a lot of chips. I played with him on day 3 a little bit. His roommate has Michael Monroe or something like that. I'm not sure who it is. It was his roommate. He had like 1.7.
This one fold there from JD, turning the open ender to go along with that.
open ender with that, yeah.
All of us busted day 3.
Very
Steven,
disciplined. I don't
Safine,
think you see a lot of folds there from many players.
I kept saying I want to go out there, but I was like,
He probably felt like his spades might not be live,
my son's birthday's on July 9th, so I got to
or like he already his opponent already has a flush, possibly.
you would do really well in that tournament.
Yeah, I think when I was listening to whoever was talking on the Poker Go stream about the WSOP and the way they used to do it with the November 9, they're like, you know, I guess it's not a bad thing because you know that you've already made $1 million, so you're cool with hanging out, having a good time, you know, until then. But I'd like to keep that momentum going if I was there.
Yeah, yeah. Could you imagine like making the final table with like 8 big blinds and they have to wait what, like 5 months?
Right.
It's like, man, I don't like what's the point here?
Yeah, I've never liked that idea.
I think I've seen it happen before too in a previous November 9 where like someone came in like super short and it was like the 3rd or 4th hand when they busted out and they were like, well,
Right.
okay.
So basically, each main event is going to be like 3,300 or whatever.
Yeah, I agree, Alvin. I'd probably call there on that hand,
Because
but
it'll be a
you know,
third.
JD's
tax.
playing bigger
It's a
stakes than I
gift.
play
I don't know,
at,
I
so
could
he
be wrong
probably
on
knows
that.
what he's doing there.
Oh, you got to pay tax on it.
But yeah, so each time you get a
Yeah,
10K
open ender
gift,
and
you
a
have to
pretty
pay
good
$10K.
flush draw there.
I don't really know.
And 2 overs.
And 2 overs, right?
Yeah, I don't really know, but that's what I.
What was it, 66-34 there on the turn? I think was the.
He had at least 30%,
think
right?
they did.
There's no way he didn't there. Right? Open under spades.
They had a couple must-play satellites, like to the 50Ks and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think the rest of the satellites they give chips now, so you don't have to. You can do whatever you want.
Those were good. Did you ever grind them?
A long time ago, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the bet size, but
Pre-COVID.
yeah. I know they're good if you can like find.
fold's not a bad
couple
option
people
either.
with
JD
it.
made the decision to
Yeah.
make that discipline
I would
fold
do
there.
some of those single tables.
You see the Jack 9 suited call Dong's raise with ace 10 off.
J-Rock with all the backdoors here. Could turn a 10, could turn club, but we'll just fold.
Says no thanks. Probably knows the bets are going to get bigger with Dong as the streets
Yeah,
go.
especially on an ace-side board. Like, whether or not he has it, he's going to try to represent it, right?
2 years ago, they made
You
them
get like a
non-transferable.
satellite
A lot of people went down.
where you have to use
Like mid-series, they went
But
non-transferable.
now that
That's
just give you
fucked
straight
up.
casino chips, so you can cash out. Do whatever you want.
Oh, yeah. Pissed.
Oh yeah, because you don't have to play it.
Yeah, yeah. Every event though is so busy this year that they canceled a lot of the satellites. Everything
So
was
far
taken
stepped
right.
away for a minute, so we're
Crazy
We're
how
playing
They got,
six-handed at the
300
moment.
Something in the 25K PLO.
we do have a longer stream tonight, so I'm sure we'll have some guests joining,
Are you gonna
fill this up. Yeah, GG. No, this game is usually a 9-handed game.
My license expires at the end of the month.
Players that signed up may have had some other obligations.
Yeah, I think a good number of the players that we like to have on our bigger game streams, like Safine, Steven, Mr. Delivery, Harvey, Edison, Poker Holiday, or Holiday, they're all, I think, in Vegas, either grinding the cash games there or playing tournaments. So hopefully, when the series is over, we're able to get to a more regular crowd and get more players in the mix.
7 is a winner, they say. J-Rock's going to take this one down. Yeah, I noticed in the chat earlier, somebody mentioned, what a great time it is to be playing poker in Texas right now with a lot of the pros and the grinders. And the big whales have gone to take on Vegas. So some of that competition that we normally face, really good players are in Vegas, and we've got an opportunity here.
Yeah, Mallory actually hopped in the chat here, probably to kind of explain herself, but obviously she does a great job putting our lineups together every single week. Probably seems like, a lot of players in Vegas, so it's kind of hard to put this lineup together. So,
hey, Miss Mal, good to see you in the chat. Mallory is who you need to contact if you want to play in the stream. Derek can put that up here in a second.
He wants to straddle in, have everybody sit 20 KD. That's what he wants.
absolutely. If you're looking to play on our live stream, cash games at any point, this is definitely the person you want to contact, Mallory. There's her phone number and email. Either is good for her.
Build another house.
Email's probably best. That way she can just get back to you whenever. And I imagine she does get a lot of texts.
And if you're in the room at TCH, look for that beautiful smile and purple hair. You can't miss her. Thanks, Mallory, for everything you do.
Even needles you into the straddle.
Brass Monkey takes down a hand there with jacks.
I was really hoping you'd raise the straddle, to be honest with you, but
I'm going to take this opportunity to kind of highlight, the World Series of Poker is almost over, but we got a great tournament series coming to Dallas. So you don't even have to leave the state. You can just stay in the comfort of your home and come play awesome tournament poker here in the Dallas area. So between our 2 card rooms here, Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas, we're going to have the Poker Atlas Tour here up in the DFW area, featuring a $1 million guaranteed title event. So August 17th through September 4th, I imagine the $1 million tournament will probably be towards the end of that series, kind of to round things off. But we're going to have over $3 million in guarantees between all the events and about 24 different events. So you can be looking to play some PLO, some bounty tournaments, maybe some 6-handed tournaments, maybe some mixed game tournaments even. So if you really like tournament poker, you didn't get enough from the summer in Vegas, we're going to have another tournament series here in DFW.
Yeah, there was some confusion. I heard some people thinking that it was just $1 million worth of prizes. There is a $1 million guaranteed
for
title
one event. Yes, and then plus 2 million in guarantees on all the other events. So there might be like 100K guaranteed, or like a 50K guaranteed bounty, 10K guaranteed PLO, 5K guaranteed mixed game. Just a bunch of different events. I imagine they're going to have at least one like 200K.
Yeah, it's exciting times for sure to be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area with the 2 clubs that we have here. There's going to be some great great opportunities to play in some really good tournaments.
GG in the chat says, I have family in Plano. I'll make sure to visit next time I'm there. Absolutely, yeah. And if you have any other questions regarding our card room, GG, I do work as a floor manager here at TCH Dallas, so I can definitely help you out. Any questions regarding membership, how our time works here, how any of the rules, what you can or cannot do. So feel free to ask any questions in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them, GG.
Yeah, GG, this TCH Dallas location is about 15 minutes from most of Plano. I grew up in Plano myself, and then we have another location that's maybe an extra 7 miles down the road, and that's the Las Colinas Irving location. So come on down and visit us. We'd love to have you. Danny's got a premium pair here, Pocket Kings. He's going to check it, though. Pretty safe flop, see if he can do some action. And he does. The ace magnets have avoided the ace on the flop, And just when I spoke. Didn't mean to jinx you there, Danny.
Yeah, this is a terrible turn card. A lot of the hands that Dong was bluffing with on the flop now get there on the turn. Danny's just now trying to get the showdown. And depending on Dong's sizing here,
You're just disgusted. You see that ace peel off.
You don't beat anything now. I mean, you beat Jack 9.
Yeah, hearts get there.
7-6.
You got a good hand? I think you got me beat, but probably gonna call.
Looks like he's just gonna make a call, given Dong's image.
Lucky. Told you, I'm focused now, guys. I'm gonna get lucky. If you try hard enough, you're gonna get lucky.
If you try hard enough, you're gonna get lucky.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Alvin's coach is watching. Or Danny's coach is watching. Yeah, I guess.
I was trapping him, and then
I will preface this with playing on the felt and not knowing your opponent's cards is always much harder than us analyzing everything, being able to see the cards.
Right.
But in the moment, I'm thinking, hands that I'm beating are like Jack 9 and like 7-6. For Dom, knowing how solid of a player Danny is he really going to turn his hand on the bluff on an ace side board with like those Jack 9, 7 high boards? I don't know. Probably not, I feel like, because Dong has some, he knows when to give up. Right, and we've seen it before. And then when the front door hearts come in as well, that removes so many bluff combos that Dong could have, right? So
obviously, Danny had an opportunity there. He induced the action. He got Dong to bet on that flop. He probably could have put in a big raise there, taking it down, because you don't want to see the ace come out.
Right, but I think you played it totally fine. I don't think there's any reason to raise, just because you're folding out the bluffs. You get called by 3-betting the flop with 1 pair is always very dangerous. You're going to get called by 2 pair sets.
His opponent hit a 3-outer on the turn. What do you do? Tough.
Oh my God, stretch. I'm ready to go play some good golf tomorrow.
If I can win every session, I'll pay. I'll fucking snap it.
Danny brought upon himself by slow playing KK.
It happens.
I mean, yeah, that's the risk you do run. I mean, you can't always be betting 100% of the time. You can't be betting every time you have it. You can't be checking every time you don't have it, right? So he's just trying to play balanced strategy. Probably against a player like Dom, I'm just blasting into him, right?
I think so too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and exactly how Alvin's saying here. You got someone that was so behind to just bet for no reason, right? And you can also get opponents to value in themselves. Say they have a hand like King 10 or Queen 10. Right. I don't see the hand like that checking back when you get checked too, right? So you're kind of probably getting more streets of value than you would if you just went that bet. Right?
Absolutely.
Against those holdings.
Yeah, and like he says, his opponent is somebody that's very capable of putting a lot of money in. Jafar just did take down another pot there while we were replaying that other one. Derek, you could probably answer Gigi's question about hiring dealers.
Yeah, that's actually a great question. Gigi says, how often do you hire new dealers? I don't think we're. I mean, honestly, I think we're currently just going down the level. I mean, because you can imagine the turnover rate for dealers is very high. Either they're, dealers that are maybe out of town, from out of town, and then like they go back to their old job or whatever, or it just doesn't work out. The best way to figure that out, GG, probably just to go apply on TexasCardHouse.com if you are interested, and then our hiring manager Leon would reach out to you if there is an opening. That way you can at least put your name in the kind of list or waiting list per se, and then they'll reach out to you whenever they want to do an audition.
Let's see a flop here with a Jack-9 and a 3-4. Both players whiff the flop. JD's going to take a stab in position here. J-Rock wants to see if he can get some equity on the turn, and boy does he.
Yeah, that's probably the best turn card.
Right, 94% he jumped to there.
Runner for J-Rock.
Yeah, JD catches a pair. J-Rock hits a big flush.
Yeah, no problem there, GG. Again, if you have any other questions, I'm not like an expert or anything, but I'd say I have a decent amount of knowledge for either the game or our card room here, of course.
How long is the Las Colinas location been open now?
It opened on May 3rd.
May 3rd, so
May 3rd, because I remember it being a Wednesday.
Yeah, so we opened our second location in the Dallas-Fort Worth area back on May 3rd, GG. So we've definitely brought on some dealers here recently. I've seen a lot of new faces. A lot of our dealers are coming from casinos all across the country. Texas poker is blowing up, and a lot of them are leaving behind the big casino life to come just deal poker at a card house. And Texas Card House is the place to play in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So,
if I can bring my son.
again, when you come to Plano to visit family, please come check us out. I think you'll really enjoy it.
There are later spots in 640.
No.
Now when it's 100.
A lot of Broadway cards here.
7:15 is fine.
They're trying to do a tee time at 6:45. Don's like, no, you have to go that early. It's like, what?
I think Harris picked up something from his coach here with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, I like the play. Good squeeze spot, especially when you're facing the open from a cutoff. And they are playing seven-handed, so that's something to keep in mind as well. So the opening range is going to be a lot wider. Not a lot wider, but wider than a typical nine-handed game. So you can definitely take advantage of that, especially against players like Dong and JD, who like to play a lot of hands.
Gigi's in Arizona right now. Yeah, I was in Colorado 2019 and playing in that
spread limit, right?
Yeah, it was a spread limit, $100 max bet. I mean, that killed me. So glad to hear that Arizona's come to their senses and gone to some no-limit games as well. That's awesome.
Just never have any. You have no fold equity.
No.
It just feels like a bigger limit game. So you could the variance is higher, but you're losing more.
Right.
I don't ever laugh at
Because at least like you have full equity and no limit, and then that wins you pots that you might not have won. Or obviously that's very obvious. But Danny here with the ace queen, Jafar with king jack, and we're seeing a lot of these paired boards on the flop here. 5-5-4. Very interesting board textures when you are the pre-flop aggressor with just ace high or ace or king high. It kind of goes both ways though, right? Because it's such a dry texture in the sense like it's so hard for your opponent to smash that flop, right? So you can kind of take advantage of that if you feel like they're almost never connecting with that board, and then you just trying to bet them off the flop. Now when it goes check call on the flop, turn brings in the 10 of hearts. Just continue your aggression there.
Right, Danny not going to give up on it. At best, maybe he puts Jafar on a small pocket pair or something.
Right, like 6s or 7s.
Right.
Those are kind of still in a tough spot.
I'm adding 2 guys.
6s or 7s at best, right? And a lot of ace high or king highs that he's just crushing anyways.
There's still a lot of pros that are playing the big limit games, like the 2040s.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only played limit for mixed games. I've never played limit for like Hold'em.
Hold'em or any of the other ones, yeah.
No, I'm wrong. So I've played limit for like a few times 10-20, the like limit 08.
6:40 a.m. Got to be there by at least 6.
I know when I first started playing poker, obviously at some of the casinos that are near Texas and Oklahoma, they had the 4-8 game. And
yeah, 4-8
I just could not stand it. I mean, there's, like I said, there's no fold equity ever. You just don't feel like you're playing true Texas Hold'em. You're not able to make big bluffs.
Yeah, it's really a game of just in any kind of limit game. It's the name of the game is conserving your big bets. So you're really just trying to like they always talk about like people joke about like, oh, you're always getting a price. It's like, well, that's the thing. It's a different game. You're not getting a price. You got to think about. You can't think about getting a price. You got to think about conserving your big bets for when you do make your big hand, so that you can have enough bets to make back what you lost. Right? It's the old saying of in limit, if you make one big bet an hour, you're doing well. So that's why like anything less than like 15-30 is probably not worth playing. Yeah. What's the max bet for a limit 10-20 game? It would be the $20.
He asked earlier.
And then they could raise 40, and then you could 3-bet to 60, and then most games cap off at either a 4-bet or 5-bet. I think 5-bet, but I know some games will cap off at a 4-bet. So so say you get to the end and someone bets 20, you can 2-bet to 40, they can 3-bet to 60, then 4-bet to 80, and then 5-bet to 100, and then that'd be the cap. And then some places also have rules where if you are heads up on the river, it goes unlimited, which, I mean, if you get to freaking 5 bets and you haven't figured out where your hand is, you're probably not
right.
You're probably not doing the right thing. But you can typically figure out where your hand is once you get to the 3rd or 4th bet, and then that's when it's like, oh, I'm either getting really coolered here, or I just need to make the fold.
Yeah.
That's where it can get ridiculous, right? With the price, like there could be, $500 in the middle, and then you just completely bricked off, and they bet 20, and you have to fold.
Mr. Mark Wee.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Mark, if you're doing your Wednesday game, let me know. I'm off tomorrow, so I may have to come join you. Mark runs a great game here at TCH Dallas.
So you're thinking of spread limit, GG. I was talking of just strictly limit. But yeah, for spread limit, yeah, there'll be like bet maximums. I was talking about like limit where they do increments of the max bet.
J-Rock negative 235.
Top set here for Dong, which is just like unfair. Like Dong cannot be allowed to flop top set.
We've seen 3 straight hands here with aces, pocket 9s, and now kings. Kings hits a set here.
Wow, what a turn card.
What a turn card for Jafar.
He's actually hustling everybody right now.
Gut shot, the overcard, and hearts. Sleazy E, that's right, Mark. Don't
He
forget it.
saved you a seat. All right. Oh, and I'm actually working tomorrow, Mark. But I'm not working in the morning, so I'll be here at 4 o'clock. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
What a cooler.
What a cooler. Jafar cannot put him on kings. And Dong checks it like a boss.
What a freaking check here.
What a check here.
Going for the check jam, I imagine.
Yep. $1,000 in the pot already.
It's going to be tough to jam here with how deep.
Jafar going to put it out. What does that look like? 575? 475 is the bet.
Big raise here. 2,100 to go.
And he just calls. Good just call there. Woo.
What
sick river.
Nasty river card there. Pairing the board, giving Jafar the nut flush.
Wow.
Literally only losing, I mean, just how the hand was played, I mean, you can only really realistically lose the kings.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because Don went to pre-flop aggressor. But he was from the small blind, so yeah, you're really realistically only losing the kings. Maybe quad sixes. I'm not seeing Dong making that play with like threes or deuces, right? So that's such a sick run out.
Yeah, that is a crazy bad river. What do you do there?
And it's against Dong too. I mean, like, what are we gonna do? Fold the nut flush?
Yeah.
No.
But that just shows Jafar. He's got some good intuition there. A lot of players are gonna just jam. You go to the lower stakes games, players will just, hey, I got the nut flush, not even put that into consideration.
Yeah, I mean,
on
it was
a paired board.
very, very big raise there from Dong, and what it comes down to really is what hand can call me if I do go in,
right?
And and just calling, you're still beating hands like a queen high flush, jack high flush, so.
Two pair. I mean, all those hands. Yeah.
Trip sixes.
Trip sixes. Yeah.
Things are just going so fast.
So yeah, when you jam there, I almost wouldn't even blame Jafar if he jammed either, right? Because you're only losing the top boat.
Yeah, one of the most aggressive players at the table, notorious. Mr. Dong there. He's very capable of making a big raise like that. So good job on Jafar, kind of sniffing it out or just playing it safe.
Yeah. It was a very, very big raise on the river, so it kind of it wouldn't make much sense to jam what remainder you had.
Come on, not for you. Come on.
And I get excited. I know you. I remember some. What was it? The six of spades.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Hit on the turn on that one hand. You had been mining.
I've been Kirby that hand.
Yeah, Kirby. Yeah. We get excited for these kind of hands, these big cooler hands, because we're doing a stream. We don't ever want to see people get felted. We're not rooting for people to get coolered like that. But, it's part of poker is seeing these big cooler type hands.
No, seriously, you can play. You can play, seriously.
Just sit down. Come on. Seriously, take the hand spot. He's not coming.
You got 2 spots.
Sounds like the players are inviting somebody to come sit with them. We'll see who that mystery guest is going to be if he does decide to take a seat.
How much are you playing about 10?
Brass Monkey with the pocket J's is going to re-raise to 975. Dong surrenders that 9-8. Are you on that low stakes rounders group?
Yeah.
Did you see the hand that I posted?
I bet you some.
So that 9-8 suited we just saw in that hand that Dong was raising with.
Was it a video?
A video.
I think I did see it. Oh my god, that was so.
GG, if you want to know what kind of action we have here in Texas, buddy, there was a 6-bet pot, and 9-8 suited called.
How deep were you all able to have a 6-bet?
This was a. All three guys had over 1,500 at this 2-5 game. They went from 15 to 60 to 250 to 550 to 1,005, and then the guy went all in for 1,455. Both players called the 1,455. They had an additional 1,000.
Oh my! Oh, so 6-bet all in. Okay.
6-bet all in.
Oh my god!
And 9-8 suited calls 1455 pre-flop.
Oh my god!
Flops an open ender, turns a pair, rivers the straight. I don't know what the third hand was.
Right, I mean, it's irrelevant. I mean, it's just the fact that it's a 9-8.
But
9 high.
He cracked. The guy that went all in obviously has the aces there.
Sure, yeah.
9-8 cracks him. It was wild. It was about a $5,700 pot, I think it was.
Golly.
Just absolutely nuts. It's just a 2-5 game.
You can punt it off in poker.
That makes me not miss No Limit Hold'em, to be honest.
I mean, you want the call all day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 9-8 offsuit has such a little chance of beating aces,
Bring your son with you.
It's kind of weird, right? In PLO, if you get out flopped, you almost always have some equity still to catch up, right? It's like in No Limit, when you get out flopped, it's just you're dead. Like you're just getting coolered.
Did you rent or do you
Mark Weiss is poking me so brutal, absolutely.
Jafar's continuing to bluff here. J-Rock's got a decision to make with queens.
Look at him go for the bluff here. Jafar going bet. Oh no, okay, he check call flop, bet turn, and now bet river.
You can do matches.
J-Rock getting a pretty good price. Wow, he will make the call.
Good call.
I had $5 grand in my from your credit look pretty good. You look like you have a good credit score.
I know Jafar's got those bluffs in him, but he seems like a player that doesn't get out of line that often with bluffs.
I got you.
So that is a really good call by J-Rock, looking him up there.
I treat you and JD the same way. All my wells, all my fish. I let JD ball as much as he wants. And you too.
Yes, if he can borrow from me, I said no. But I'm borrow from you.
Yeah.
One way street.
One way street. You dance to it.
Yeah, take your time.
Hey, just an update. I'm playing really tight. He's always bad.
So we have a new player coming in, seat 4.
I'm putting the highest lead with
Oh, you failed.
It's something shadows just the post.
You recognize the player?
Yeah, I've gone to dinner with him.
Okay.
Yeah, a few of the other higher stakes players. I think he invited some of the other players, and I got invited as well.
It doesn't count if they
And
Yeah, I think done a lot of good.
It should be counted.
I've had Kings, Queens.
his name is escaping me now. I feel so bad because
I have seen his face too. Is it Steven?
To my memories on both ends.
Because you're net.
Is that right, Steven?
I'm just kidding.
it is Steven. Yes. I think he goes by DW. I think on on Atlas or whatever, but his name is Steven. Yeah, and very, very nice guy, and obviously very successful in whatever business ventures he's in.
Stream that Brian was playing, they're doing
Most of the time, people that are very successful outside of poker, obviously very, very smart, and poker tends to attract the smart minds, right? Because it's an intelligent game, or you need to be intelligent to play that game.
That's why you see a lot of those young chess players that have come over, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Alex Botez. I think I've even heard that Japanese player Hikaru likes to dabble in poker tournaments as well because he.
I would play so fast just fine.
Yeah, Mark, sorry to hear about those bad beats. I've taken a break pretty much from PLO2, especially the 2-5 game over there. It just hasn't been a profitable game for me. I'm profitable in everything else that I play, so I'm taking a little break, maybe doing some studying.
10K pot, jeez, Mark. Yeah, it definitely can be brutal. Jafar, you're just gonna turn the nuts.
Real good to get to 35%.
6 on the river would be a really sick card.
Yeah, just the offsuit 6.
When I get
See,
like really
I mean,
cards,
if I'm Jafar here, I'm trying to get more money in anyways, though, so it might be hard for Brass Money to see the river card.
He is going to raise, though.
I like the raise.
Make him pay for those draws.
classic tight aggressive.
He does have the Jack of Spades, so you may not have to worry about the front flush as much. So, this sizing does keep a lot of hands that Brass Monkey that he's going to be way ahead of, and give him a chance to pull a Brass Monkey, say if the 6 does come. Okay, now the
absolute nuts for Jafar.
Yeah, but he hits so far.
best possible hand here. He did set it up here for a good size bet. I mean, I'm still going to go pretty big here. I'm going to go like 14 or 1500. Just hoping that your opponent has a hand like maybe Jack 8.
It's a universal handicap system, so GHIN is what it
Goes
is.
a little bit smaller. Hoping to, I guess, called by like 2 pair of sets. But I think even if you go a little bit larger, I think 2 pair and sets are still put in a really tough spot.
Right. Do you ever put in a check there with the absolute nuts there?
Not after raising turn, no.
Yeah.
No. Because I'm going to be continuing of all my bluffs, right? Or most of my bluffs, if I feel like, I'm probably never checking
If
in.
you're putting your opponent on a draw, and they brick their draw,
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main reason why I guess I would put him on less likely on a draw just because I check raised him on the turn and he made the call. Right. It just so happened that he did have a draw.
He just didn't realize how bad his draw was.
Yeah. Yeah, I think most of the time your opponent's going to have at least a top pair holding in that spot.
And, almost said Bridge Mike. Brass Monkey didn't know how dead he was there. And at 6 of...
He thought he was up against like a top pair or set hand. Like very, very
pair, yeah. Thought he was very live and he was dead.
It's 125?
Yeah, so everyone welcome to seat 4, Steven, to our live stream. Literally was just sitting in the, I guess, in the main room. It was just like, hey, can I play with y'all? And they're like, yeah, come on in, buddy.
And I do recognize his face. He's played before, so they recognize him. And told him to jump in. Too far. Actually, no draw here. It was a 3. So everybody kind of misses here. Flop, turn, and now river. We're having a little issue with the card reader here. There we go. 5 of clubs on the river. Queen high is going to win this hand if there's no betting. And J-Rock's going to bet with the best hand.
Interesting. Yeah.
Very interesting.
See, and both players kind of have terrible hands that turn into bluffs, don't even have any connection to the board.
Down there, y'all play pretty good with them.
J-Rock will take it down with the best hand.
I was like,
That's
oh,
fair.
shit, they're
Very
making
fair,
moves,
absolutely.
making good plays and shit. I was like, damn.
It's checked him on the button. He's got a queen high. Take a stab.
Oh, nice, good. Yeah, you
Dog told me, he goes, yeah, man, for their age, they play great, you know?
Yeah, after my session yesterday, or I guess this morning, my sleep schedule's kind of all messed up now, so I might end up actually playing after stream now again, because like I started that session around midnight, and I might go eat go eat a snack or something. And I'll see how I feel.
When you're losing, you don't talk at all.
You don't have to admit it, but if you want to. What time did you wake up today?
1:50.
But no, y'all played really good when y'all were on there.
What time did your session end this morning?
6:30.
That's the only thing is,
I think maybe I
Always
left.
plays really good.
Phil was trying to promote his stream, but he
I think you were hanging around for a little, waiting for the.
I played 1-2.
Or actually, no. Did you go to the 1-2
I
game?
went to that 1-2.
Oh, then maybe I left after you then, because I saw you hanging around the front for a little bit,
Yeah.
like waiting for that seat, and then. Where's
Hello,
OFC? Kimmy Stone says, "Hello, everyone. Where's OFC?" Yeah, that's actually a great question. If Mallory's still in chat, yeah, where is OFC? One of our kind of mainstays of our stream.
When I left TCH Las Colinas this morning, Kimmy was dragging in a couple pots in the PLO game. Hope it was a good session for you.
Yeah, actually, I had the pleasure of sitting down next to her and playing with her. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Well, it was it was fun for my opponents. So let's just say that.
No. I'm the worst. I'm the worst.
Was that a $50 bet there on the river? And it's a $990 pot?
Anyway.
No, 450.
450. Okay.
Yeah. And J-Rock just snap
Take all
calls.
your
Yeah,
money
like,
out there.
pretty clean run out for top pair. If you're full on top pair of the dong, it's
One thing that was nice though,
probably not the right
I
play
played
most of the time.
for 3 days, lightning fast. No tanking.
Got your OFC's taking a break.
Not a single.
Oh, sad
Golf
face.
for 10 days?
The last tournament I played in,
Sometimes that's the best plan of action for players, right? If you start catching a bad run of
Play
cards,
golf for 10 days.
kept videoing him.
you start to feel like the deck is set up against you. Right? Like you're just like, oh my gosh. So sometimes it's gonna have that mental reset. I personally have been playing long enough to where like I can usually take a day, one day, and I'm good. But some people may need 2 weeks, maybe even a month off, and to get that full reset.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you just get beat after beat after beat, it can wear on you.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. That's a nice.
Blue Ranch is amazing.
Gross. Trips in your hand and PLO is always gross.
That's a record, yeah. It's now. Let me know the next time you see like all 4 of the same suit in your hand that many times. So.
I've had a 4-card straight flush in my hand before. I'm like, is that good? Is that good to have?
In Pai Gow.
In Pai Gow?
Kimmy's actually like a professional Pai Gow player.
Okay.
I don't remember who it is, but there's a guy who's been playing the
I'm
stream,
scared
so
to try any of those kind of
He
games.
just
I
like,
think I
let's
just
do boxing public.
kind of like with PLO for me. I had 2 huge sessions right off the bat.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I got this, man. You know.
So
And then you start getting addicted, and then you realize, oh, this isn't as easy as it seems.
no, yeah. So PLO has a way of tricking you, thinking that you know what you're doing.
Right.
He's winning block.
I mean, not saying that you didn't. I'm just saying like you'd be like, oh, like it's that easy. It's like
Right.
no.
We used to go through like.
See Harris here, the clear 3 bet, given all the action ahead of him.
I do that? No.
You used to. No?
That's how like the mixed game players do it. They
See, this game I feel comfortable
look at
playing.
the side.
Some games I'll be like, man,
J-Rock's going to do a little set mine in here against
you play with all these people.
Harris with the ace-king.
You know, last time Harris had a big hand like this, the other poster was able to flop a set. This time, J-Rock gonna have the best hand, but a pretty dicey board for his hand nonetheless. Queen high board.
Once they have each other action,
J-Rock's going to make the call. Probably put him specifically on the ace-king or ace-jack.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Unlucky night for Harrison. I mean, any other turn card, I think J-Rock folds, but now Harris, I think, has a decision here. Does he want to continue barreling here? He does have the ace of hearts, making it much less likely his opponent could be on a draw.
We know the cards. We see J-Rock look up and to the right, kind of sigh, check his hand. You know?
Oh boy. Now you got a decision here. If you're J-Rock, do you want to raise, fold out possible bluffs that Harris could have in this spot, or do you just smooth call here, or give your opponent a chance to catch up, and then give him some, like I like to call them, bluffertunities, right, on the river. And this is just an amazing run out for J-Rock. I don't think you should do anything but check.
Obviously, Harris can't put him on a 4 here. Maybe the queen is, it's going to slow him down from putting in another barrel, but he's not checking here. 3,000.
Wow, the overbet.
It's on a big bet.
3,000.
Hoping that he's got ace-queen. Unfortunately, he's got ace-king. He's got to let it go.
Yeah, I think that's the part of the problem, though, is I think making that bet would actually fold out ace-queen occasionally, and that would be a disaster. Right. So I definitely like checking, especially when the hearts work out, right? Then you have the opportunity to turn some hands into bluff. If they make a thin value bet, you can check jam. Obviously, you check jam with the boat there easily. But very unlucky runouts here tonight so far for Harris. Playing very solid right now, but we lost 2 big pots there, but only down 900, so he's obviously a very solid player. Hats off to Alvin Teaches Poker.
Absolutely. I've run into sets twice recently, the ace-king or ace-queen, and I flopped top pair, top kicker,
30 minutes of the place.
And the guy just had the underpair set. So,
and like I expected here, he's saying that Harris is 100% bluffing river there. I mean, it's a great run out for his hand. He could have all the aces, the queens, the kings, the ace-queen. So I definitely think, but it is so very tough for J-Rock, or any player. I shouldn't say just J-Rock, but for any player, right? You fill up on the end. Are you just going to check there?
Right.
It's very, very tough to do that, but a lot of the best players will. And that makes them a lot more money when you give your opponent a chance to bluff. I mean, Harris might have jammed. Honestly, I mean, it was a pot size bet left. Very safe run out. Typically, only bad thing is Harris did have the ace of hearts, so it's hard for J-Rock to have a hard draw.
With your setup.
There was a small chance that Harris was going to jam that river, and I do agree with Alvin there. I think J-Rock saved him a bunch of money.
J-Rock must have specifically put him on, ace, queen, kings, aces, maybe even jacks.
Yeah, but even then, on that run out, you don't want to give him a chance to fold, because then it's like, what are you just leading into me with when the board pairs and I have a top overpair or whatever it is?
Yeah, that 3K bet was specifically targeting those big overpairs.
Right. Yeah. I mean, even then, an overpair might fold. Yeah. It's like, well, I don't even know what you have now. That play is probably one of the most under-bluffed plays in poker, right? Just smooth, or just check calling twice, and then just leading river for big. It's like,
but J-Rock just called open with queens.
Safe flop here for J-Rock. Safe turn card.
I can never enjoy myself at Top Golf. Once you play real golf, you can never enjoy those stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't. He said he gambles with those guys in Mexico, so I wanted to help him out a little bit. I need to text him and see how
Timmy Stone here talking about some PLO. Says, yes, it's easy to win in PLO when you're running good. It's not easy to win when you're running bad. This is the secret. Yes.
Wow. How about another boat for J-Rock?
So we have 4 with my son?
Yeah.
Okay.
I already called and added your son already.
Perfect.
Now you're just hoping your opponent has a deuce here. Or a straight. Just anything.
Is this a spot Danny might try to bluff?
Yeah, that early it'll be nice.
Looks like he's up to something.
That's when we play. We normally play 7.
He's thinking about hearing off here, it looks like, but now he's just going to fold. It's not even the best ace high, so.
And again, 2 boats in a row. No reason for J-Rock to show his hand there. Let Danny know that he made the right fold.
And it looks like that answers my question. So it looks like they are going to switch off every 2 hours. Going to keep it in 2-hour shifts. Thank you so much to Andre for dealing the first third of our stream. I'm so man, for 2 years I've said first half of the stream. Right. Finally, I have to say first third of our stream. We got Chris.
You got your math right. You got your fractions right.
first third of our stream. We got Chrissy here dealing the middle third. I guess we call them periods now for all our hockey fans out there.
Third
So
period, soccer, hockey.
Andre dealt the first period. We got Chrissy here for the second period.
Every Saturday, Sunday. I mean, we don't play every Saturday. So we have the tea time stuff.
For any tournament players watching our stream currently, I'm going to go ahead and reiterate our awesome tournament series is going to be happening mid-August through the beginning of September. That's right, the Poker Atlas Tour is coming to Dallas, Texas. We're going to be between both of our 2 locations, Texas Card House, Dallas, and TCH Social located in Las Colinas. It's going to be featuring a $1 million guaranteed title event. If anyone remembers that $1 million guaranteed tournament we had almost 2 years ago now, was a freaking awesome event.
Yep.
You know, Kimmy Stone actually final tabled that and took home a very nice payday. I think fourth place.
Right.
Her in-law were just owning everybody the final 3 tables.
So I was on Kimmy's table. I think we were on table 10 back against the wall back there. And she was, telling me how many bullets her and Hayden fired or whatever. And it was the last, I think it was the last
her last
flight.
bullet.
It was the last flight, yeah. And, she was playing good, running good, all the above. And I busted, but seeing her from my table, that was the first time I'd ever met her, seeing her get there.
And then you're like, hey, I played with that girl.
Absolutely. And I think they had just had their child, too, right before that, maybe?
Yeah,
so,
very, like almost right before that.
It's like, how awesome is that? Somebody just had a child, and I get a good prize, It was just a cool moment. But, Kimmy, we were rooting for you big there. But, yeah, that's barely over a month away, and 2 weeks of just tournaments galore at both of our locations here at TCH with Poker Atlas coming to town. So really exciting.
Yeah, so I do have some insight on this. It's not posted on this graphic here. The buy-ins I've heard are going to range anywhere from $300 to $2,500. Is that $2,500 the $1 million buy-in or $1 million guaranteed? I don't know. There might be like a high roller event, I imagine, of some sorts, maybe like a 100K high roller event. But our last $1 million tournament was a $900 buy-in. Yeah. So I'm imagining it's going to be around the $1,000 to maybe $1,500 range. That seems pretty reasonable for a $1 million guarantee.
Actually, I have Queen 10.
But yeah, get excited that it's going to be over $3 million in total prize money guarantees. So $1 million set aside for that one big tournament, and then an extra $2 million for all the other 24 events that we're going to have that week and a half. So look forward to it, guys.
You win.
All right, back to the action here.
They're wrapping up their bomb pot, PLO bomb pot.
Both. No.
You knew that was Chow.
Wow,
Yeah.
Fourth for 80K, 7th bullet last flight. That's right. And she was 3 months old.
Flopped me dead.
Oh man, she's like she's like 2 now.
Awesome.
Very cool. RV Phil in the chat. What's up, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. Man, got all my favorite people here in the chat.
Seat open, Mr. RV Phil. Seat 6 is open.
It happens occasionally.
Yeah.
I know RV Phil likes to dabble in tournaments. I know like a few months ago he made a deep run in the WPT event, and I was ready for him to win the whole thing there.
You got a pocket pair. What's the odds?
RV Phil, Kimmy, some of the nicest people I've met ever in poker.
2 cards out of like 45. That's right. Twice. Right. I guess. Yeah. Unless your deuce is dead. If you leave the deuce in somebody's hand.
Fars in the lead of the VPIP there at 42%, so he's splashing around tonight.
2 out of like 35, and then 1 out of 34.
Let's see. Kimmy is confirming 4th for 80K, 7th bullet last flight. Wow. What a spin up there.
Like 1 card runner.
Oh, 1 card runner, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Kings versus aces versus ace queen, and it ran out King XX Jack 10.
Oh wow, who was in that hand, Alvin? That's crazy.
Gosh, I mean, the fact that you're talking about it must have been on a feature table.
The percentages of that hand pre-flop are just gross.
I'm throwing up. In the main 2.
Kings versus aces versus ace queen.
Ace queen just must have had like an insane chip coverage. I guess he's just like, if I win this, I have like so many chips, but it doesn't really hurt me if I lose.
And aces is just like, please, I don't want to see a king. That's the first card that comes out.
Yeah.
Kings is excited. He's outflopped aces, and it runs Jack 10. Oh, that's disgusting. That's one that makes you want to stop playing for a week.
I might take a little bit longer than a day after that, yeah, if I were in a 10K tournament.
Oh, boy.
Crazy here, and then tight over there.
Don't know if they have the 7-deuce game on, but J-Rock's calling here with 7-deuce suited. We haven't seen any of the knit games, the 7-deuce games, any of those, kind of side bet type games going so far.
And honestly, I think with this lineup, we don't really need it. I mean,
true.
They're given plenty of action. We're seeing 3-4 ways of the flop almost every hand.
Bill Klein was the one with, wow, kings.
So ace queen just covered everyone.
Aces just flats.
What in the world's going on here? Man, if the aces doesn't flat, I don't know if the ace queen jams there, right?
Yeah,
so
aces still loses, obviously, because kings
sure,
isn't folding.
but the kings doesn't lose if the ace is played correctly or whatever.
Right.
Or whatever correct it is, right? I mean, I don't
Wow.
know. I don't know what the.
Dude, I'm not giving you any golf action.
He shows the 7-deuce there. He hit a 7.
7 deuce. You got maximum
That's
value.
crazy.
Against Danny, you know how tough it is to make
He
money
got
off
value out
Danny?
of Danny. They're saying it's tough to get value out of Danny.
Poor Bill Klein.
Yeah, poor Bill Klein in that hand, though. Thanks for that update, though. Wow, what a hand.
We are now on to period number 2 of our 6-hour live stream. First one we're going to be doing. It's going to be a regular thing each week now, ladies and gentlemen. We won't be streaming on Wednesdays anymore, but we're going to do a 6-hour stream now, which I think is actually better in the sense like you kind of get a better representation of what an actual poker session looks like. I mean, I don't. Like we were talking earlier, I don't know many people that play less or play more than or don't play more than 4 hours. Right? It's can you know why I don't play tournaments anymore? More heartache and pain than pleasure.
Yeah, Kimmy, I'm team pleasure all the way.
I'm kind of with you too. So.
I'm not a fan of the pain that you experience with some of those beats you get.
It's just it being a freeze out too. It's just that much worse. Like I saw a quick video online. The very first hand of the tournament, someone gets knocked out with aces.
Yeah, I mean it's bad enough to lose to a big cooler like that in the early stages of a tournament, but if you've grinded for 6 hours and then you have to hit a bad beat like that, it's just like you said. You see,
not even 6 hours. Day 5.
Day 5. Oh yeah, even grosser, right? Day 5.
Deep in the main event.
At least you're already in the money in this situation. You know,
sure.
I don't play in that tournaments that big, obviously, but
that is a consolation prize, but 99% of tournament players don't see it that way. They see it as, I could have had X amount of chips, now I have this payout, I could have had this payout.
Closer to $12 million.
Yeah. Got a big hand developing here. J-Rock with the 10s, Harris with the 2 overs.
I think I saw one of the 10s was gone, or one of the jacks. Let's see what happens on the flop here. Harris is going to raise 500. J-Rock's going to make the call with 10s. Mitch's favorite hand, the pocket 10s.
Terrible flop for the 10s here. Harris does outflop him, in fact. He's going to be c-betting this almost 100% of the time. King high board. Wow, and J-Rock feeling lucky again. Maybe trying to spike the 10 once again. I mean, there's no way.
Hoping he's got an ace-queen type of hand.
I don't know if she was looking, but yeah.
It'd be interesting to see if J-Rock decides to lead here, thinking, he can get hands like queens or ace-jack to fold with the king high board, but he will check. Harris will decide to check back. And now if J-Rock decides to turn his hand into a bluff, this is probably the worst run out, right? I mean, now it's less likely he could have a king. And now Harris is actually pretty happy with his hand now, I think. It might try to go for some value, try and target 9s or 10s. And if he's going to go for trying to target those hands, I think you want to go for maybe somewhere around half pot. And he agrees. And wow, actually, man, so I still know no limit a little bit.
Yeah,
there.
absolutely.
Okay, cool. So it seems like Harris is agreeing with my assessment here. Going for half pot, trying to target a hand like queen jack at best. At worst, maybe like 8s or 9s. So good coverage there with the bet sizing.
Maybe J-Rock's still putting him on like the ace-queen with the ace of diamonds.
Sure. So
and he's representing the flush when he doesn't have it, like a lot of
would Harris go for that sizing with a bluff? I don't think so. So now, now I don't think I think he just have to fold, but he will make the call there. That's great sizing there from Harris. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, like you're saying, he could have ace-queen with the ace of diamonds. If he is going to turn his hand into a bluff like that, I think he's going to go quite large. Yeah. Not half pot, maybe closer to pot. And Harris did have the ace of diamonds there, so.
Yeah. Tough one.
I'm guessing with those stories, Kimmy, Hayden took a little break from tournaments too. I mean, it's nice to win 28K, but when you had 250 right in your sights, that is freaking terrible.
Yeah, he liked it a lot.
28K is no chump change, but a $250,000, ugh.
Yeah, so fun little fact here, actually. If anyone's ever watched Ryan DePaulo's vlog, where he makes the final table in his freaking car,
I have not.
Online. there's literally a whole vlog of Ryan DePaulo playing the final table of like a just some bracelet event that was online, and he wins the whole thing from the parking lot of a like Whole Foods or something in his car, because he lives in like New Jersey or something,
Wow.
or he lives in New York, so he had to drive to New Jersey to get onto the Poker Stars online to play that, or WSOP online, excuse me. And guess who else was on that final table?
Who?
Hayden.
Hayden was?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hayden was on that final table.
Did that guy parlay that into a Whole Foods sponsorship?
I don't know.
He
man,
should have.
If you haven't watched the vlog, I highly recommend it. I'm not even associated with him. It's just so freaking funny because he's like cheering in the parking
His
lot.
name is
Like,
Ryan?
Ryan DePaulo.
DePaulo, okay, I'll check that out. Just to see Hayden, I'll check that out.
He's
That's
best
cool.
known for making a deep run in the Colossus.
Okay.
People's golf swings. I've lost a lot.
Like, man, that's
110s again for J-Rock.
Yeah, Kim, of course, I'm sure remembers it. Online bracelet during COVID got shut down. Yeah, but he was in a parking lot, Whole Foods parking lot.
What a story, man.
Yeah. And he just wins a bracelet in like 180K or something.
Nice day at the quote-unquote office, right?
Yeah. Let's see. 4 spades on the turn here. No player. Any spade.
Dong decides to just shut it down.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just... You don't even have a spade in hand, so it's hard for you to represent a flush. And the way he played it, too, checking turn after he bet flop.
I wonder if he could have put a good sizing out there, if he could have got J-Rock to fold. But
if he bet turn, yeah, right. But once he checks turn, he's probably giving up on 90% of rivers.
another nice win for J-Rock. He's still up 2.7K here.
You got aces and the boards coming.
Half the field is up and half the field is down. That's
so hard to fold on.
Yeah, I think
good balance.
the only reason why I knew about that is because Hayden was watching the stream one time, and I was talking about, we were joking, I forgot who I was commentating with, but we were joking about Ryan DePaulo, and then I just see Hayden comment in the chat. It's like, yeah, I actually played on the final table with him on an online event. I was like, wait, are you talking about the one with the Whole Foods? He's like, yep, the Whole Foods parking lot. So he was like using like a hotspot off his phone, just like sitting in his car.
Does it show their faces, or do they have like other screen names?
It's just screen name.
Gotcha. Dong with the pretty queens here.
Oh my gosh, J-Rock just running hot. Gonna flop 2 pair against Dong's overpair, and J-Rock's on a little bit of a heater here. Turn gives Dong some additional outs now. Could hit an 8, Jack, or Queen, even a 9. Will give him a better
Jack,
hand.
Queen, or 9, yeah. It says he's only got 7 outs, so.
Yeah, quite a few of them folded out. Let's see what the river brings. And there is the 9. Runner straight for Dong with a spade as well, so probably not too concerned about that flush.
A quick lead out.
It's a bad run out for that flop, Dong.
Oh my God.
Good fold.
I did get lucky.
Good fold there.
What a flop. Look at that.
You kind of have to fold their spades. Everything gets their 7.
You don't beat
queens.
anything.
Yeah, you really don't beat anything, but
Your 2 pair easily gets counterfeited by some hands.
Good fold.
Yeah. See that guy.
Yeah, you almost, on one-liner boards, at least a no-limit hold'em, you almost kind of want to go more like a very small bet, right? Like, because
very thin, value.
trying to target 2 pair.
Only thing the player's going to call you with, a couple $100. Might have got it done there. Poker players can be prideful and just make crying calls like that sometimes, so.
He does like to get pullers a lot.
Listen.
Yeah.
Teaches Poker says Harris is balanced with all sizes.
Yeah,
I can definitely already see that.
Look at that snap throw. You didn't even think about it. Oh, man.
I do see those knit buttons. I'm wondering if we're going to get that at some point tonight. Like you said, we don't need that with these guys because they're plenty of action.
It's been plenty of fun so far. I feel like some streams will add it on just because they feel like they might have a certain lineup that might not have enough action, but I think we're totally fine.
Right.
Brass Monkey J-Rock never afraid to put the money in. We just saw him play 10-4 offsuit there. Harris has been, putting some money in pre-flop. Danny, Dong, and JD all have been definitely raising a lot. So definitely not a lineup for the faint of heart.
Yeah. I mean, one of my favorite hands so far tonight was that Queen 10 of Diamonds squeezed by Harris.
Yeah,
took down a $500 or $600 pot with an inferior hand. Those are fun to watch because that's when you're really playing poker there.
He locked it up. It's fine. I'm locked it up.
Somebody taught him well.
Yeah, it's once you get to these stakes or playing against these like player caliber, you're gonna be wanting to taking advantage of like your position and your relative position to other opponents or what they play.
I King's early raised 75 got no action either.
Big raise here.
I haven't seen Jack. Not bad.
Dong called the raise.
Freeze him up. But when you get like the 8-9,
And even though he's dominated, he's still got 31% equity in this hand.
Dong with the range advantage, but maybe a little concerned that J-Rock can still have a hand that he's checking the flop with like aces or kings. A player like J-Rock, I don't think he's checking aces or kings on even a board like that often. He's me betting a lot when he sees a clean flop.
Dong's wanting to play a big hand here, so he's going to continue, but
I think
bricks.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, he just completely bricks is all I'm saying, but
yeah, I think if J-Rock checks here, Dong will take the initiative here and try to bluff him off of the ace-queen, ace-king, and I think we're going to see a big bet here. Wow, that's actually really surprising.
I was surprised too.
Just with how the action went on the flop,
if he put him on any overpair, I guess he thinks he's going to call any bet. But,
sure.
Ace-king, ace-queen, they're probably going to fold there if you put a big enough bet out.
Yeah, I guess my only thing is I don't see J-Rock checking any overpairs
I don't either,
on that
yeah.
flop. So
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you. That seemed like a normal Dong spot where he can
just bet pot and then get him to fold. Yeah. Because you really don't have any showdown value with king high. No, I was about to say as crazy as I was like, no, you don't have any showdown value with king high. All the ace highs, you're still losing against. So where a lot of the ace highs are going to fold. And I guess what we've seen so far, J-Rock's been playing pretty face up so far, and we'll see if Dong's going to pick up on that later and maybe take advantage of that. And that's part of maybe Dong liking the longer streams, is he can kind of see how players play and then make adjustments along the way.
Pick a better spot.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think Dong right now is taking a mental note right now. I'm like, okay, so that's exactly how he played ace high. Next time a board comes like that where I think he might have ace high, I'm blasting. So
great turn card here for HCR. Not sure what HCR stands for. You'll have to tell me if you know.
Yeah, I have no idea. But then I'm going to like not to use his name anymore. Maybe he doesn't want to have his name out there in public like that. But we'll call him HCR from now on. And that's just such a unfortunate river card, right? When you turn the straight and flush draw and then just brick.
Seven of clubs would have been our action card, right?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll see you in the morning, Kimmy.
Yeah. Night, Kimmy. I might see you again later.
Randy, seat open.
My hours have kind of been adjusted too, so
as late as I slept today, I may be there too. Who knows?
That I will do.
Good luck, buddy.
How you doing here? Good to see you. Good luck, Randy.
Appreciate you hopping in, Kimmy. Always appreciate the support.
Still running your same old game over here on.
Oh my God!
That's Randy.
Was that Randy?
Yeah.
Such crap.
He's not sitting in though. He just was coming up to say hello, I guess.
He's missing the party.
Talk about action, right?
Yeah. That man wins the award for most interesting man in poker that I've ever met.
I agree. I hope I still have that kind of cool style when I'm his age. You know? And, I mean, I'm 43, so I'm not a young man, but he's got a cool sense of style.
I was thinking about going to Thailand for a month too, but
Trying to buy a wife or?
no, trying to find a wife. Not buy a wife.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure about that.
Come on, Brian.
I've heard I should check it out.
Let's keep it like at least, you know, relatively PG-13 here.
Jeez. Put a lot of girls through college, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They need support, buddy.
Oh, good.
At least he's contributing to society. Well done, Danny. Sevens and jacks here. We got a good hand brewing. Harris is the one who opened here for 150.
Clear three bet here for Danny.
Yeah, Danny says I got a real hand.
And before we see a flop here, and you know, so Kimmy can hear us thank her here. $19.99 super chat from Miss Kimmy Stone. Missing you guys, been enjoying the AM grind and spending nights with the kiddo. See y'all soon. Heart emoji. Thank you so much, Kimmy. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And for those of you that don't know, any of the super chats that are put on the stream here, do go to support the live stream crew here for all the commentators, you know, action trackers tonight. I believe we got Taylor and Tyler working back there tonight.
TNT in effect back there.
Yeah.
Taylor and Tyler.
I want to see what he had.
TNT Music Factory back there.
Thank you again, Kimmy. You have a great night, and good luck to your next session tomorrow morning.
Spite Bellow says hi, hello, hello back. 8:30 p.m. here in Dallas. We've got a good card game going right now. 5, 10, 25 no limit hold'em.
It's the new JD and the new Dome.
Miss Christie in the box dealing.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say this on live TV.
I used to have a running joke with her that when she's at the table, I do not call or put any money in with a flush draw because I will not hit it if she's out there. I lost back-to-back over $300 pods or $300 buy-ins with ace-high flush draws. I was like, I got to hit one of these two.
Right. Yeah, and you're like, at least if I have the ace-high flush draw, maybe my pair out is still live too.
And I wanted to see them for cheap, but the players put me all in. You know, it's like,
yeah, I'm not folding.
I called twice, and I said, Chrissy, I give up.
Might be the worst dealing night in the history.
Yeah, she's the most polite person. She's
Sure.
so
I know you're not talking bad about her. It's just sometimes you might have that certain deal that they just never win.
Right.
But then just sometimes just how it works.
Yeah.
I definitely feel the same way. Obviously, I'm not gonna. I never feel ill will towards them. It's just like I do get that like sense of dread when I see them like push in. Though I'm like, I don't think I've ever won a hand with you. It's like, not that it has anything that affects the play. It's just like that's sometimes just how it works. You know. I did have a player actually say that to me once when I was dealing more.
That you were his cooler?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
We were in the restroom. I was on break. I went to the restroom. He was in the restroom. We were both washing our hands at the same time, and he just like looks up in the mirror. We both make eye contact, and then like we look down, make eye contact again. And then like I was like kind of finishing up, drying my hands. And he's like, you know what, Derek? I run really bad when you deal to me. And I was like, it was like, you know what, Josh? I know, and I've noticed.
See, that's the thing. Some of the dealers can recognize that, right?
Yeah.
You guys are aware of what's going on. Y'all are friends
Especially,
with a lot of the people
yeah,
that play.
Absolutely. Especially if like you're more like me, I play a lot too. So like I like to like watch the action. Right? I'm never like strategizing while I'm dealing, but I'm just watching it, like entertainment for like it's like a stream. But yeah, like there was this one player where, man, he would just get it in so far ahead in a PLO hand every time. And just like 3-outer, 5-outer, just every time. Run it twice, bink for the other guy. Yeah, like,
that's what's so hard about PLO to me is, you know, you get your money in on the turn, one card to come. And in Hold'em, you feel like one card to come, you're going to survive most of those suckouts. But in PLO, it seems like one card to come just doesn't mean anything. You know,
we were going to play this morning. It was raining.
They tend to get there.
Are you good?
Today was perfect too.
Yeah. I credit the kids.
The kids are
HCR, his turn have the ace-king suited.
I mean,
doesn't look like anyone has anything to play with here. J-Rock here going to oblige with the 6-4 offsuit. Like I said, J-Rock loving to get in the mix.
Running good. He's going to keep trying it.
King Queen Deuce. Not a great flop for HCR, but
Hand-eye coordination on
it's such a, like I said earlier, it's such a dry flop in the sense it's so hard for your opponent to hit, and then you have the betting lead. Ace King High could actually be best a lot of them, right? So.
They do the sniper shoot
I play
thing.
poker with a guy, he's moving state so his son can try to become a professional gamer, and his son's like 15.
I don't want my son to be a professional
You
gamer.
know, George from Germany, he did that for a long time.
Really?
Yeah, he had a, I don't know how that works, but I know he was.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know a lot of people in poker that are younger that were like professional gaming.
Alki was the best in the world at StarCraft, second best in the world.
Jafar's got a hand I like to play, the 9-7 suited.
Yeah, that's what
He
they
used to
said.
be pretty famous. But
Where's he in poker now? I haven't seen him playing.
Just gonna call.
He's still sponsored by.
Grass Monkey's gonna lay down his Jack 8.
He just
J-Rock
does all
with
this
the
stuff, like, he's
6-5
like
of diamonds.
Daniel Negreanu of like Europe.
Diamond flop would be interesting here.
oh, thank you. I don't think he's like.
No diamonds, but Jafar does catch a pair of 9s. He's got second pair here.
So my older son goes,
The lead out, take that one down.
So we'll
Party up and
then
Easy
we'll get,
win.
My girlfriend's son will do it too. We'll get in 2 different rooms and call each other. Talk trash.
just 2v2, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it's fun. And like my son's in Houston. He can play. It's just fun. I mean,
Yeah, of course. That's why. I mean, that's the way you play.
yeah. And I genuinely enjoy the game.
Jafar with the suited ace here.
Smart. Easy fold.
I think he's currently the big loser right now. Trying to get some money back here.
Just gonna call. Dong's
Anytime,
gonna,
yeah, sorry.
Dong's gonna raise here with his King Queen.
So that
Like the aggression here.
You can just pay to win.
Yeah, anytime I see a suited ace, I'm always thinking,
You're rather grinding
just give me
it
the
out.
flush
How much
against
is
the king
that?
high flush. Easy game, right? All right, does flop top pair. Good start for him.
exactly. Yeah. I got like.
Fortunately, he is out of position against Dong, which makes playing these like middling top pair holdings kind of tough. But I don't think he can do anything but just call.
J-Rock makes a good fold. He actually reached for chips. He looked like he was going to set mine one more time, but he went ahead and made a disciplined fold with his pocket 5s.
His dad doesn't know the credit cards on there. He's just buying everything.
Just check, check.
I've been that dad.
Oh,
Gotta get those gambling loot boxes, you know, just like let them let them gamble it up.
Well, that's what they. I mean,
He knows
they
he's not
start
checking a
gambling
jack
on that,
there.
Oh my god! Like if you could gamble some amount of points, and then you could buy points and trade them in for something.
Jafar's going to pay him off.
Imagine how much.
You can play on like
the
you can
max
play on, like,
value there with the
bases for
2
real
pair on a one-liner.
money. You can play online for like real money.
Really?
Yeah.
Very reasonable bet there from
Yeah.
Dong, I think, just because I don't
There's
see
like sites you can go. They have like their own
Jafar
What I hate is like you
checking
level up
Broadway on the river.
Yeah, don't either.
and you can't
Or
really
2
go
pair.
anywhere you die.
Or a better
It's
2
like
pair.
everybody's so much better than you. It's like,
So
skill
yeah,
based
great
action,
heads
you
up
can-
play there by Dong. I mean, you'd see a lot of players probably at lower stakes just checking back there when it wouldn't make any sense for someone to have a jack there with how it was played. So
it's fun to sit down for an hour or 2.
I don't play anymore. I haven't played Call of Duty in 2 years.
I can't play it at night. I can't go to sleep after.
Oh really?
It's like,
Got wound up.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Man, people try to kill you.
I totally get that actually. Did you hear that? What Brian said?
About playing at night.
Playing Call of Duty at night. He says he can't sleep afterwards. He's like so like wired. He's like you're like he felt he's just in a war zone, you know? Like,
Learned a lot about you, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
I didn't picture him as being a Call of Duty guy. Sad to say, but I have not owned a gaming system since Sega Genesis.
oh my gosh. Hey, that's probably for the best. You know, you can focus on other things.
If that ages me, so be it. But I got to college, everybody already had N64s, so I never had to buy one. But
The most
Yeah, I definitely don't game as much as I used to. I call myself a gamer because I built my own PC. I used to play a lot of PC games. But lately, it's just I have so many things going on. I don't have time to play. It's just as like like big adult parent sounding kind as it's gonna sound. It's like I could use my time for better things for sure. So whether it's putting more study into PLO, which I've been really enjoying lately, or playing PLO, or commentating, or just working, or I've been actually getting really into going to kind of like music festival things. I have a lot of joy from that. So I found other things that give me a lot more joy that are also more beneficial to me. So.
Sure. You gotta get wood, you gotta get gold.
Harris went ahead and floated with the 2 overs here. Brass Monkey sniffs that out, puts out a big bet, takes that one down. $3,200 pot.
Wow, that was a lot bigger
With
pot.
a 7-5.
Yeah. What is happening?
Pretty
here?
nice there. Yeah, I think for me with gaming, it's fun. Once the controllers got more than like 5 buttons, I was like, this is
It
too
wasn't
much.
just the joystick and button.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
and the
just
2 buttons.
too much for me. But you know, I play enough poker as it is. You know, if I picked up a hobby like that, that I'm gonna spend hours and hours on, like
You already spent hours and hours on poker, right?
Yeah, I'd have no social life. You know.
So, I think with everything, right, there's a good balance.
Sure.
Like in your poker play, you should have some balance in your life as well.
Yeah, things, especially, you got to have something to do after you have a bad beat, you know. Don't be that guy that goes home and kicks the dog, you know. Like, have something else to get your mind off. I'm like you, music festivals, concerts are a big thing for me. I'm more of a rock and roll guy, but live music is
Yeah.
great.
Just being in a live setting, and being in an environment where everyone around you has the same, like, everyone's just happy to be there.
Yeah.
It's just such a great feeling.
People
right?
just vibing.
Yeah, exactly. No one there is like, typically, I mean, I shouldn't say no one, but I'd say 80% of people there are happy to be there.
Right.
Maybe if you're the boyfriend that one of your girlfriend didn't want to be there, which
Right.
I have seen a lot, which is an awkward experience.
I'm going to cut you off an interesting turn card here.
Absolutely,
Open-ender
yeah.
and diamonds. HCR really the only one that doesn't have any equity here, 3%.
Wouldn't it be unreasonable for Jay to call here? It does have second nut flush draw with the pair.
Pair of 9s, yeah.
Danny might have in hand here that he's looking to bluff some river cards, and when the board texture doesn't change,
terrible card.
Yeah, this might be. I mean, no, I'm saying this might be one of the boards that he's going to bluff. If it was a diamond, I think he's going to shut down. You know, he's arriving on the river with 8 high, bottom of your range. He's going to try to bet his size and get maybe a 9 to fold, which is exactly what JD has. Which is, it's amazing how these players are able to hand read so well. Right?
Very
like,
well.
You know, he's not putting him on a hand like an ace because you're expecting all the aces to bet flop.
So there, would you know, my thought process is, what do you think JD's putting him on there? You know, just an ace,
a flush,
or an ace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very reasonable to have a flush there. You don't really see many people at these stakes donk leading when they have a draw on the flop, right? They're always going to check to the pre-flop aggressor, especially on an ace side board. And then, you know, when the flush comes in, you're expecting all flushes to bet turn, and he's betting river for value.
That is interesting. I've seen a lot of that. The kids that are going to school now.
Oh yeah.
Because they're turning that, gaming into, you know, you can become an engineer or.
It's like into NCAA now, right?
Yeah.
Like the competitive gaming for universities, they have scholarships for it, and like you can like compete in the NCAA. Yeah.
Well, people are so focused on a screen and what's going on. I mean, they can man submarines and do stuff like that, you know. And, there's a lot of careers that kind of parallel, you know, people who are really good at gaming.
It also, what I've read on some like kind of online articles is like it exercises a part of your brain that's nothing else stimulates.
Right.
So like, I read something very interesting, and I was like, wow, it's actually so true. People that play more video games tend to dream more.
Okay.
Because it exercises some part of your brain where it like activates your dreaming when you go to sleep. I don't know why, but and then I thought about it. And I was like, yeah, every time I play games for like a long session or whatever, and I go to sleep, I have a very very vivid dream. You know?
Ohio State built a facility for gaming. Wow.
Jeez,
that's fascinating.
They're gonna go where the money is, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money in gaming right now.
Yeah. Like
I'd almost consider poker kind of falls under that category too. It's like in the gaming industry, right? So.
When I was playing Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega Genesis, there was no money in it. So, like I said, I'm aging myself, but we didn't have internet back then. So, I think I got internet when I was a junior or senior in high school, late '90s.
That's so crazy to think about, because like, you know, for each generation, right, it always goes down in like when they get something, right? Like you experienced internet when you were in high school. I experienced internet the moment I was like lucid, be able to like remember things, you know. And then
You call me old. I get it.
no, not at all. But like, what was I gonna go with this?
Just the generational.
Yeah. So like, I got my first cell phone. My sister, she's 34.
Okay.
She got her first cell phone in high school.
High school, probably. Yeah.
I think senior year of high school, or maybe even like junior or sophomore year of high school. I got my first cell phone in 6th grade, and then you see kids in like 1st grade with iPhone 12s and 13, right? Like so it's like he's going lower and lower. And then now you see like toddlers with iPads, right?
100%. Interesting hand brewing here. We got a couple people flopping top pair.
Yeah, but you're our first.
Harris with the better kicker and the backdoor flush draw.
I had to get permission for Steven to play.
HCR trying to find a way to have a draw here, but just doesn't have much. Probably gonna lay it down.
Cleaned up. You check in. You go check in. You look.
That's Dong out kick right now, and it's kind of a dream spot, right? When you have top pair good kicker against an aggressive player, just trying to get to. Honestly, he's probably thinking he's trying to get the showdowns as cheaply as possible, because he knows Dong is capable of blasting off. But this is probably a very welcome check. If Dong did check, I think I saw him check.
So it's 400 each way.
I thought I saw him turn his hand sideways too and check.
If you're in deep.
How are you? Reschedule.
Harris might be worried about like a jack 10 of spades or something, but he's still got top there
My fight was scheduled on day 5.
with a spade draw.
They go Aston Vegas.
Okay, so he did check. Okay, so he's going to go small here on the turn, which makes a lot of sense.
It's mostly
like
West Coast.
Keeps hands with just the naked flush draw still in the hand. And
Miami now.
Oh, really?
hands that you just have like absolutely crushed, like Jack 10 or a weaker queen, might call you as well. And it's going to get him to fold.
Yeah,
Wow.
got him to fold a queen.
Wow.
And then you
Very
can
good
get
spot.
Vegas onto like
About a quarter pot-ish.
And then like they sometimes do like a seasonal
50
people, 30 people, 20, 25.
Somewhere, probably less than
I think it's
that.
Tom
25.
said he was getting focused. When he gets focused, the luck comes.
Each
So we'll
side
see if
has
that,
one seat. And then
that
it's,
works. Now we got the majority of the table that's in the green
each row
here.
has like one seat on each side.
Yeah, JD and Jafar are the big losers right now. Jafar, the biggest loser, looking to turn that around. And we do have another 3.5 hours in our stream tonight. We're doing a 6-hour stream instead of our typical 4-hour stream. And look at that, Daniel Dunn joining us here on our stream. Probably saw that there was an open seat. Like I said earlier, like there's no way this game is going to be empty for the whole night.
Dunn got the fresh haircut. He's coming off of a big win last Wednesday night. He finished the stream with a really big win.
I do remember that because I was working Wednesday and I had to do the cash out verification. I was like, oh, yeah, very solid. Very good player, very nice guy as well. I've had the chance of hanging out with him a few times when some of these players invited me out. We actually did a thing called Foaling a few months back with Safine and a group of them.
Nice.
You know George, he was by Shorshi on the screen. Yeah, the German guy. Yeah, he was there as well. Threw a football for the very first time in his life and was spiraling it down the field. And I was like, what in the world?
He was watching it on the stream last night. And it said, his name George on there, but I forgot that he went by Shorty. He's fun to watch when he's been on the stream.
He's probably my favorite German player, honestly.
Pretty important right now in Texas.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Dong made a fold there with top pair.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on for that price too.
Yeah, quarter pot, 400 into 14 something, almost a little more than quarter.
But yeah, the foaling was there was bowling pins set up, and you had to throw a football at them.
Okay, foaling. I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Where was that taking place?
I can't remember. I'd have to look it up in the past messages, but it was a lot of fun.
All the Broadway cards are out, and of course we get a 5-6-6
Yeah, I
board.
feel like we've seen this a lot.
Yeah.
Friendly game.
The 4-5-5s and those kind of hands when the Broadway cards are out.
Man, I'm so annoyed with myself. I literally woke up this morning saying I need to clip my fingernails, and I forgot to do it before I left the house. And it's like one of the things that bothers me the most. I like, especially when I'm playing cards, because like all the dirt and like grit gets. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, except for I'm a nail biter.
Oh, okay.
Brass Monkey's going to bet out with his flush draw here. He's got basically the nut flush draw with the ace high.
Where is that?
Yeah, I think I've been biting my nails since I was a kid. The teachers in school used to actually allow me to chew gum in class. Nobody else got to but me because I would chew my pens, I would chew my nails, chew my pencils, and there would just be shavings all over the ground. But when you're at a poker table, the last thing you do touching these nasty chips is bite your nails.
It prevents you from wanting to chew your nails. So that's actually kind of funny.
Fortunately, I'm able to stay away from biting my nails when I'm at the table because you know what's on those chips.
I am going for the senior U.S. Open.
Let's see, Jedi Master Ted says, Jarek, was that a shot at Moneymaker? Absolutely not. I love Chris German Moneymaker as much. It's just,
What's like the average?
It's just personal preference.
There is no handicap.
I like his plays. I like what he brings to the table. He's always very chatty to the table. It makes it very fun for a lot of the rec players. I mean, for him as a professional player, I mean, he understands making it fun for players that don't play that way. It's a huge part of kind of his job. I mean, and I really respect that about him.
I mean, Tiger at one point was plus 12.
This is a pretty good action flop here. Dong's got top pair. Harris has just the one under that with eights, but also a straight draw. Wow, he's not going anywhere.
But that also is under normal playing conditions.
Yeah, that's.
Of course, these guys play is nothing but you know. I played Pebble 2 weeks before Tiger won the Open there in 2000.
They just showed that one actually.
Yeah, I mean. Your ball could roll 5 feet in front of you in the rough.
Tom's got to think he's still good, and he is.
I did.
Pretty good sized bet.
Cash with one big blind. And he got a page on. Yeah, he ran it up and got a page on. He's a great guy. All my other horses busted. He played it. Finished 200 off the money.
Oh my gosh.
Was always in the money.
Everybody on here loves German Moneymaker. How can you not love that guy?
Not very.
Not a net, but
His laugh is the best.
And didn't get my chip in, and he verbally.
Harris, we'll make the call again here.
Not very. You're out of time.
Maybe giving credit for Dong having some just random overcards. Just pair the board now, which is pretty safe run out there for the King 9. Let's see if he decides to go for a third street of value here. Pot's already really big here, 2,200. What size did he go here? Probably pretty small, right, with this kind of holding. No, he actually well, he just goes for it here.
Dong doesn't do small.
I thought he was going to fold everything.
And on this particular run out here, it might level Harris into a call here. I mean, he's like, does Dong bet a 9 here?
I loved it before.
And how often does he have an overpair in the spot?
Like if it works,
And if you're Harris, are you really putting Dong on a 9?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think so.
Yeah.
So like you beat a lot of the bluffs, and that's the problem. So he doesn't have the 8 of hearts, which would have been like a hand like 8-6 of hearts. Oh, excuse me, 8-6 is a flop nuts. Excuse me. Sorry. Say like 10 8 of hearts is a possibility.
Overpair hearts.
Jack 8 of hearts. Dom is such a wide range pre-flop, could have anything here. Now, this is where you might lean in the side of, do I have better hands to make the call with? I don't know the answer to that. You do double block the nut straight, excuse me.
Okay.
Probably taking too much time to come up with a bluff here. So
yeah, I mean, based on his facial reaction, he's not bluffing now. So it looks like he's gonna make the call. Oof. And I'm gonna be interested to hear Alvin's thoughts on this hand. And it's such a thin spot there, and Dong is like one of the few players that really goes for these thin value spots where you definitely can run into some problems when you go too thin, right? And you kind of value on yourself, but when the skill levels are so close, right? You have to find these thin value bets to be profitable against good players.
Right.
Problem is that you block a lot of bluffs as well. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's almost neutral then. Yeah, I was trying to find the word for it, Alvin, and I couldn't think of it. It's your hand's very neutral in that spot, in a sense. You do double block the nut straight, but you also double block a lot of the bluffs that you would have. 10-8.
Right.
That's the biggest hand I can think of.
There are a lot of hands, that beat you, obviously. All the overpairs and any 9s.
Calling with 7x is better than 8-8.
Because he didn't check
Okay.
raising down the flop either.
That makes sense.
You can see his face too. He's processing it right now.
So
you
I
know.
just ripped it on him. He had king queen.
You can see it in Harris's face. He's just like, God, you know, how do I sniff that out?
He was like
No,
almost right and wrong at the same time, right? In that sense, is like, how does he ever have a 9 here? And he's like, he is. He's betting with a 9, which is Dong's gonna do that sometimes. And Alvin says it's very close without having a 7 or 8.
That'll be good.
Players with straight draws, inside straight draws, they're sharing each other's outs here. Daniel's actually in the lead with his queen high.
End up shooting 94.
I feel like that might be a hand that you and Harris go over later at some point, Alvin. So that'd be...
It does, actually. No pairs.
Queen high. Welcome to the game, buddy.
Welcome to the game, buddy. Queen high takes down a $235 profit there.
Yeah, and I mean, that actually goes back to my point, like with talking over hands and stuff. It's like just having someone to be able to talk over, you know, a certain spot that you're in with someone, or a big hand, or having an outside, non-biased eye is so important in poker, right? Because like it's so easy to be blinded by yourself if you're evaluating yourself. You can be like, well, I don't think I did anything wrong. It seems right with me. No, I highly recommend you trying to find someone else, and you know, find someone that's willing to be honest with you too. So like, I've been very fortunate lately. I have a friend that's able to, you know, evaluate my PLO hands or play whatever, give a lot of, you know, non-biased, very truth. Like, no, so he'll tell me if I just play a hand bad.
Right.
I'm totally fine with it. I want to know. You know?
First said that, so y'all playing all night?
I didn't realize it. No, I didn't know. It's a midnight.
Not that I think Harris played bad there. I'm just saying, like, it's good to be able to talk about it with someone.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on his face that decision's still weighing on him. I mean,
It's a weird spot.
So, yeah,
it's a weird spot.
You can wear that on your face and on your body language for a few hands until you finally let it go. You know, it just takes a couple hands and you get over it.
I think in his mind, this is probably the last thing I talk about before we Brassman does turn 2 pair here. Doubtful if he gets any more action here from Dong. It's gonna be probably a quick fold, or no, he's just gonna make the call here with ace queen high. Wouldn't be unreasonable. But he
discipline fold. Oh, what you were saying?
What was I saying?
You were going to make one more comment about that hand, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Last thing I'll say is the fact that he called turn, and then the river card was probably one of the best river cards you could find. We're probably way into that situation as well. So I'm going to fold. If I'm going to call turn and fold river now just because he's showing aggression against the most aggressive player on the table, it feels bad, and then I have a decent hand to do it with. It's just kind of unlucky that Dong just happened to have a 9 there, right?
And again, you're not calling off stacks, you know.
Yeah.
It was a good chunk there, but it wasn't your stack. JD's gonna wake up with a small pair here. We haven't seen a set in a while. Seemed like every stream a few months ago, JD was hitting sets every stream.
Yeah, he is the set master.
The set master. HCR is going to try to come in.
It wouldn't be unlike him to flop set over set against someone right now.
Right?
It's up 35-1.
Did Derek just will the set over set to happen?
I hope not, actually.
I didn't see any deuces or any fours.
HCR is a very, very nice guy, so I don't know if I want to see that happen.
We missed it.
Kind of a big whiff for a lot of players. Gut shot for Brass Monkey. Bottom pair and backdoor hearts for J-Rock, and he does turn 2 pair. J-Rock continuing to run hot.
Gut shot for Jafar as well now. Queen 9. 10-6 for J-Rock. Yeah, wow.
Chance just busted against Rigby.
All those diamonds, he needs to put out something here.
They got him like 65 big blinds each, I think, something like that.
Not that deep, right?
No, I mean, but like, especially against Rigby, the way he's been playing. Like,
we're 3 hours in to this stream so far. Hand 93. Christy's doing an excellent job dealing. J-Rock takes down another one. He's had a good session so far.
Last year, kept playing 3 deuce off and stuff. He There was a hand where like 2 people jammed and he called off with 3 hits off and exactly.
Got 150 viewers watching in the stream right now. A lot of you engaging in the chat. Please subscribe to TCH Live if you haven't already. Give us those likes.
Yeah, I think he like raised
helping the stream out.
It wasn't like that much more.
I don't know if you were on earlier and heard Derek say we're going to start doing a longer stream on Tuesdays. 6-hour stream instead of just 4 hours. A lot of the players requested that. 6-hour session gives them a lot of time to really get in the action here. They like to play longer than those 4 hours, so we're going to give that to them. There you see in the graphics there, Dong is up 5.7K almost. J-Rock still up 2.2, Danny up 1.7, Brass Monkey Daniel up. We just got 4 players that are in the red so far. But again, we are 3 hours into a 6-hour stream, so plenty of time for some of these players to completely turn their night around.
Only because they're fun.
Yeah.
She's like, she said they were talking about dirty diaper last night.
Harris has the ace king offsuit, raises it to 150.
You can't believe there's a hand called the dirty diaper.
What is that, 150?
Danny thought about it with the 10-9 suited, fun to play, but didn't like his position and let that one go.
It's just a minor deal. It's probably going to cost me a lot of money later now.
How old is your son?
I got a 4 and 7 year.
The one in you can bring him out there with you and like do some shows and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, actually, I might do that instead, and we can spend,
Yeah, and then just like,
that's a good idea.
Oh my God, it's that nail.
Fly them back.
I had to send those. I had to pick them off yesterday.
So I've actually really been enjoying the stream so far. Honestly, 3 hours have kind of flown by. To be honest, I don't know how it's been for you. But.
No, it has flown by. We've got a lot of engagement in the chat from some of the folks watching in.
Yeah, really appreciate it. So yeah, actually, if anyone else has any other questions for me or Eric regarding poker or card room, anything regarding our live stream as well, maybe some questions about tournaments or cash games, we're happy to do our best to answer them. Both of us will not say we're any experts at all for the game, or we're both just very what's the word for it?
I wouldn't say novice, but
Those are bad.
I can't think of the word. Like we have a love for the game.
we have a love for the game. We're still learning. I've been playing roughly since the early 2000s, like 2004 or 5, but I've played more since these clubs opened in the last 2 years than I've played probably in those first 15,
So it's rare to actually run into with someone that's been playing for that long of a time frame. I guess what my question for you is like, what's the biggest change you've seen between the poker you were playing when you first started off and the poker you're seeing now?
For me, I mean, a lot of the early days for me, I was playing with scared money. I was younger, didn't have as much money, so I mean, I was playing a lot tighter. I was reading the super systems and watching Doyle Brunson and seeing more people play like Phil Hellmuth plays.
Actually, we'll get right back to that, and we're actually seeing some intense pre-flop action here.
Oh wow, yeah, we are
between 2 very, very strong players here, Daniel and Danny. Both 2 Daniels, but Danny goes by Danny. Daniel Marks goes by Danny.
Yeah.
We got, I think, a 4-bet there from Daniel Dunn with the ace-jack offsuit, cutoff versus button.
Wow, that was
impressive play there. And recognizing that Danny's capable of having some 3-bet bluffs there on the button. Ace-jack, probably not a hand you want to play out of position. We're just really trying to just take it down pre-flop, and he did, in fact, take it down pre-flop. Yep. Well done.
Both good players, a lot of respect for each other. They spent a lot of hours on the tables. Going back to what you're asking as far as the things I've seen there change.
Yeah, for sure.
There's obviously a online poker, boom that's kind of started again. We had the Black Friday thing happen way back then. We've got some online poker players. A lot of younger generation guys are playing. The whole GTO thing that's kind of come out over the years. Not everybody's playing so face up like they used to, so post-flop play is something that I've had to really work on, and understanding the ranges of players.
Yeah, the baseline of everyone's skill level has gone a lot higher.
It has. It really has.
Yeah.
that's the biggest change I've seen. You know, I think it makes the game more fun. Creates
More mentally stimulating.
Creates bigger pots, bigger action, and I mean, at the end of the day, that's what I'm there for, is playing big pots. So
Danny here has a great flop here. 2 overs and the queen high flush draw. Will decide to raise it here. A hand with a lot of equity, but with no real showdown here, right? Either trying to just take the pot down now or either getting it in maybe against a hand that he has decent equity against, right? So, because that kind of holding here, it's so hard to get paid when you finally get your flush, so you're more willing to try to get more money in with the draw.
Thanks for joining in the chat, Rena. Have a good night.
Indeed.
There was a question about the Wednesday night. We're not doing the Wednesday night. Is that correct?
Correct. So, but yeah, I'm gonna go to Alvin's first thing too, because I guess he went in and ran in the solver real quick. He says Harris's 8 combo was indifferent between call and fold. Huh, interesting.
Flip a coin, right?
Yeah, it's probably one of those things where if he's wearing a watch, just look on the if the seconds on if the minute hand's on an even number, you call. If it's on an odd number, you fold. Yeah.
Go with your gut.
Or you just kind of in-game decision. Dong, very aggressive player. I'm probably just making the call too, honestly, in that spot. Bounty here, what stakes is the Wednesday night game typically going to run now? Yeah, so like how Eric said, we're not going to be running the Wednesday game anymore. It kind of got moved to Tuesday. Maybe we'll do most weeks 5, 10, 25. Occasionally, if we get the right lineup, we'll try to do another 25, 50, 100. Or even bigger. We tried to do big games on Tuesday nights typically. But we're going to go to 6-hour streams instead of our 4-hour streams. So 2 additional hours for y'all to watch every night. And I know we have a lot of people that either work overnight jobs or or have different hours. So the 6-hour time frame gives you more opportunity to watch whatever you want to.
Summertime too. Kids are free. A lot of the people have a lot of travel and vacations they do in the summertime, so a lot of the players aren't as available in the summertimes.
Yeah, JD.
Yeah, Christy,
I'm sure you guys can contact Mallory if you're wanting some sort of a 1-3 stream again. TCH is always open to putting up a stream on another night if there's a need for it.
Right, for sure, for sure.
You've played on a couple of those streams, haven't you?
Yeah, I've played on several. Yeah, when the next gen would run it more often, probably one of the funnest streams I played on was a 1-3 match stat game with them. And,
right.
It was like me, Sal, the next gen guys, Action Ashley. There's a guy named Will in there.
Did Danny play on it? Not Danny Marks.
He actually did play on one of them.
It was Danny that went by Dong Jr. for a minute there before he changed his name back.
I think he did too. Yeah. I think I played with Harvey a few times too. Actually, yeah.
Sling having a hole in the wall.
Pour it out and rebuy with whatever's in there.
Bounty says, "Gotcha. I played a few Wednesday night streams long ago. Just was curious how hard it is to get in sometime." Oh yeah, I mean actually that's a great segue into.
Let's see what happens in this hand real quick. We have a flop set of 7s here.
Excuse me.
J-Rock's got a gut shot.
Calculator.
JD's got a pair.
2.5% of the field.
Jafar's sitting there with middle set.
Brain's broken. I'm so tired.
You have anybody in there?
He raised immediately to 300.
Yeah, on the smaller sizing here.
So 2.4 million.
Let's see. It looks like he is out of position against JD, but has position on J-Rock.
Do you like the raise there with the set?
Yeah. On A-side boards, totally fine.
I actually don't know. I know.
And he didn't even go that large. He's just really trying to take the betting lead, which I think is totally fine.
But I don't really know.
Save turn card. This way he can kind of take control of the pot. It's really not even. You don't really even expect to get many folds. It's really just to get more value.
When I got to 300K on day 3,
you don't expect any ace-x holdings to fold.
And unfortunately for him, nobody has the ace, so they're going to get folds out of that. But that was a good hand. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. I didn't even notice he had a set. I appreciate it.
Within 2 orbits, I had queens.
I think we were going to talk about contacting Mallory.
And they all just kind of had.
Yeah. For anyone in our chat that may be interested to play on our Tuesday night streams now, they're going to be 6-hour streams now. Probably typically 5, 10, and a quarter. If we get the availability for it, a lot of these players could play bigger, 25, 50, 50, 100. You can contact her at that phone number or email tchlive dttx at texascardhouse.com. And you can also use that QR code. A lot of options here for you if you're looking to play on our live stream. Another fun fact, if you make our final table of our Saturday tournament here every single weekend, you can also be on the live stream. I know a lot of our players get a kick out of playing on that live stream and sending that link to their friends and family, showing them they actually know how to play cards.
I haven't played too many of those Saturday tournaments. I may try this Saturday.
Scanning the room and he was sitting there. I was like, "Not Bart."
Definitely a fun tournament, good structure, good money for the value.
And then he got a page jump too. He ran it up to 8.
JD's got a flush draw here. Jafar catches up, catches a king.
He got it from 15 to 17.
So you made a little money. Hey, at least you made a little money with him.
What's that?
You made a little money with him, right?
A little bit, yeah. Not very much. I only got a small piece.
Ooh, Mallory says we got a 5,100 no limit hold'em coming up for August.
All right, hell yeah.
A little different than the 1-2 or 1-3 stream Mark's asking for. 5,100. Can't wait to watch that one. Yeah, I liked the 1-3 structure, the one that you're talking about too. That they did. That was a what, $800 cap. Mark, I'll definitely join you on one of those. That'd be fun. You guys have had some really cool employee streams.
Yeah, those have always actually been a lot of fun, or like ladies' night streams.
Ladies' night streams, yeah.
JD's going to win a big pot here with his flush. Getting Jafar to call with the top pair. Kind of hard to blame him for making that call. He has the king of hearts. Yeah. One of the better holdings to make that call with.
JD wins 1.6K, a $2,900 pot. I don't know, James. I think there's a lot of us that might watch the 1-3 stream if it gets big enough. There's a lot of those players that do actually put a lot of action out. So even though the money's not as big, there's some action flops.
The thing I'll say about that is, like, I think in general from the people that our audience members that maybe not play in our room as frequently, or across the world or whatever, they might not be as interested. But I know a lot of our members, when they see a stream that they see players that they know, they love it. They're like, oh, I play with that guy. Yeah. It's like, oh, and now I know he plays, or wait, I didn't know he played like that. And they like talking about it. It's like, especially when I used to deal a lot more. I would see, we'd have our lower stakes stream, and then I would be dealing, and then I'd hear all the players talking about it. I was like, oh, I saw that guy playing, or I saw you playing. We got a hand developing here, though. Open ender for J-Rock. Dong with the pocket nines.
Can we see a set of nines on the river here?
But then I realized,
J-Rock's been running really good tonight. He's got the open ender.
When you get knocked out.
9 would just be brutal for Dong.
He seemed like he might have been like a mobster type of guy. I didn't want to have any part of it.
At this point, you kind of know where your hand's at. So they're pretty deep here. So I could see J-Rock making the call here, looking to either bluff on maybe a diamond run out, or obviously making a good hand with a straight and winning a big one. Because now you can kind of put Dom in a hand, maybe like ace, a 2-pair, or maybe a set now, and like you know exactly where you're going to be if you do hit your hand.
Right.
I would definitely be losing in that.
That's a bad river card.
I'm good enough to get lucky, though.
Is that the Julian that works here?
Yeah.
Hey, Julian. That's pretty funny.
Trolling me as usual. Let's see here.
There were some good chats. I think I just saw something about Frankie from Dallas.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the chat here, catch up here. Looks like Mallory said she would be down for a 1-3. So, I mean, that's definitely a possibility if we have a lot of interest for it.
I was going to fly out and do the 25K.
Let's see. Bounty, we used to do the 5-10-20 optional strata with Danny, Phil, OC, etc. on Wednesdays. 5-10 quarter is a good game for me. Pokemon says, I believe Frankie from Next Gen lasted till 256 for 51,000. Well, congratulations to him.
Yeah, that's really
that is very impressive.
I'm definitely good money.
Lasting that long out of a field that big.
Nope.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess we can just kind of take a general poll in the chat. I mean, would y'all be interested in watching a kind of a lower stakes stream, seeing more, I guess, what a normal game would look like in our card room, or and see a lot of our regular, 1-2 or 2-5 players hopping in there.
Big hand brewing here. Dong's got kings.
Oh,
JD open for 125 with ace king offsuit, and Daniel re-raised.
Oh my gosh, we could see
Dong putting in the 4-bet to 2K. We're about to see fireworks.
I think so.
Not ready for
These
that.
two players, we're about to see some fireworks.
Until you
I don't think JD's ever folded Ace King to Dong in his life.
Nor will he.
Shape. Those things are growing, man. Those
Nor
tournaments-
should he, probably,
Not gonna allow the
honestly.
tournament players, though.
Like, I think Dong's had Kings 3 times tonight so far, right? So this is
You're right, he has.
kind of an unfair distribution. Oh, wow, and he folds! Man, and I think what probably weighed in this fold is because of Daniel.
Yeah. Dunn's a really solid player. For him to have 3-bet, his range is probably in the overpair.
And he 3-bet for the blinds, too. So
Yeah.
against an under the gun open. Yeah.
Dong is going to be sick when he sees that.
Yeah.
That's his chance.
Yeah, if Dunn wasn't in there, we could have seen some fireworks between those, between Dong and JD.
Have you seen me playing these stupid hands tonight? Dude, I love
Thanks,
money,
Julian.
man.
Appreciate it.
You played all those good hands, so now you get to play the bullshit hands.
I've loved the feedback. Obviously,
That's what I'm gonna say.
I am an employee again at TCH, but just being a member for the last 3 years, anybody who hasn't played here that's watching, come join us. The community, the poker community in Dallas-Fort Worth is alive and well, and TCH is the biggest reason for it. So come join us.
That's why you broke.
Yeah, we're about to hit our 3-year anniversary come October 2023. That'll be 3 years of being open, and I working at this card room here at Dallas, I still see new members get signed up here every single weekend, which is incredible. That kind of just shows you the potential of having a card room in Dallas. We're in such a densely populated area. I mean, not to talk poorly about any of the card rooms in the other card rooms in the state, but the card rooms that are located in Round Rock or San Antonio, kind of smaller metropolitan is very limited. But DFW is so much bigger. The only other area you could probably compare to is maybe Houston. But Houston's almost oversaturated with card rooms. It's like it has the opposite thing.
Houston has a card room in every single one of the towns that surround it. So
oh, really?
It's so hard to get one that is run this well. And Texas Card House has just run so well.
Kind of perfect storm, right?
They got in at the right time. It's run by great management. They hired the right people. I can't say enough about it. It's hard for me to enjoy playing other places when I leave here. But there are other good rooms, but TCH is just the creme de la creme.
No, I think there's.
J-Rock's going to get the chop the fold there. Having that king of clubs definitely gave him some ammunition to bluff with. Let's see here. Poker Monkey says he just landed at left field. Well, welcome back to Dallas, Poker Monkey. And I did follow along on your social media account. That was such a brutal hand. Literally, like 30 or 40 minutes at the end of day one. He says someone just opened jams for 40 plus big blinds. It was like a huge jam with Ace King, and then he just wakes up with aces in the big blind. And what do you do? Are you gonna fold? No, of course not. And the guy rivered a flush. Yeah. It was like the ultimate sweat. It came like king 8-4 2 diamonds.
I know there was a few years ago that somebody bought in for the very first time that they've ever bought into a main event. They got aces really early, and they just folded it because they just didn't want to.
They were so nervous.
They didn't want to go bust, on day one when they were using their own money. So I get it, but that's just that's tough. You're never folding that. J-Rock again flopping 2-pair. He's on a 2-pair streak here.
Yeah, it's been the J-Rock show. He's made a lot of big hands, having a little bit of a hard time holding on to his profit, and I think that's definitely a frustrating thing that some players run into. Is like, oh, I'm making these big hands. It's like I'm winning on these pots, but I keep losing. That's when you kind of need to do some self-evaluation and maybe see where your leaks might be, where are you calling that you maybe shouldn't, and you might be surprised. You might be playing way more hands than you should be. Looks like Daniel will make the call with the 2 overs and a gut shot. Maybe unknown to him, his 2 overs are not live.
J-Rock says, I want to take it down right now. Get off your draw.
This young guy not to try to run you over,
Yeah.
That's funny. He says, teach the young guys not to run you over.
That was way.
Don't bet that much.
And you see here from the dynamics of the table, we've got people from all walks of life. We've got different age groups.
Yep.
That's what TCH is all about, is just bringing people together from all different walks of life. I know I've talked about this on the stream before, but just the camaraderie here, the it's good fun here. I know a lot of the dealers that have dealt at casinos and elsewhere just talk about how nice the people are here. You know, for the most part, everybody treats people with respect. So, man, I can't brag about this place enough. I know it's a record that keeps playing with me, but I feel really blessed to have found this place.
No, for sure. I agree. What is going on?
Yes, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about.
What is happening here?
Jacks, queens, and kings. Let's go.
And if you're Harris here, who's been running relatively poorly tonight, you're like, what is happening right now? Like, he's under the gun.
And sevens with Brass Monkey, just like he can't even think about calling.
He's under the gun, gets 3-bet, then 4-bet. It's like, I have jacks. And I'm just going to fold. This sucks.
And HCR got into the game a little later. This is his first, big premium pocket pair.
Wow, and we're going to see, stack to pot ratio close to 1 now. So HCR looking to get broke here unless he finds a queen. And that is going to be all she wrote, I think, for HCR. Pot size bet left. We could definitely see a check bet jam, a open jam. All the options are open for HCR.
And he could hit one of his outs and still lose if he hits the queen of hearts, So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, many of them. No, you don't have to be.
So they're like
you either want them to be really good or don't.
So you will check, and I think what's going to happen here, we're going to see Daniel go for like quarter pot, 800, 600, quite small, and then we might see a jam here from HCR.
Even smaller, 550.
Yeah, so it's like 2 to 3.
And I think he knows where he's at.
Yeah, that's a great bet there from Daniel. He knows stack pot ratio is close to 1. He's trying to get all the money in on the flop right now, and as I predicted, it's going to be all in, snap call, and yeah, because of how the stack pot ratio are, I don't think HCR did anything wrong here. It's just an absolute cooler.
Queen.
Of course, HCR was yelling for the queen, but if you heard Danny Marks also call for a queen. Just a needle done, because those guys players.
Yeah, they understand they're both professionals. I mean, they're
just having fun. Tough break there for HCR. Looks like he's gonna maybe call it a night.
You out of here, Steven?
Yeah, I'm done. He's got me. Yeah, he's got it.
Thanks for joining us, Steven. That was a cooler hand.
Oh, man. Unfortunate run out there for HCR. Have a great night, sir. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream. And that's a great pot there for Dunn. Cooler City, absolutely. And I feel so bad. I should have given another shout out to my co-commentator, Aaron McAvoy, making a very deep run in the main event as well, cashing for around 40K. So he came into day 4, I think, without 10 big blinds as well, and was able to spin it up.
Nice.
Into day 5, and then I think he just busted out today.
Remind me, I haven't met Aaron McAvoy. Is he out of the Austin location?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
He's done the commentary a few times together. But when I started working, Wednesdays, it started to be like just Ben and him on Tuesdays, and then me with a guest on Wednesdays, and then now we're taking away Wednesdays, so I'll be commentating with him a lot more.
He was like, thanks, JD. Thanks for inviting me.
Harris just had to fold his jacks, but now he wakes up with the ace-king suited.
I don't think he's folding this hand.
Oh, all the clubs were out. It's a queen 10 by Dunn. Jack 8 of clubs was folded, so we will not see a royal flush.
I know, he showed up and just double up. And I guess his queen just like that.
Yeah.
How much do you have?
I'm honestly not sure.
Probably about 7.
Around 7.
More than that.
Harris is asking Dunn how much he has after that big win, because he's still stacking his chips. He's facing a raise. What size do you think he's going to go with here on a...
You can go pretty big here, like pretty deep, anywhere in the 900 to 1,000 range. It's totally reasonable.
Cocktails?
Coke Zero.
You got to consider you're also out of position, so you're wanting to put more pressure on your opponent when you do play it. When you're out of position.
We shouted out AA Ron earlier, actually.
Did we? Okay, so I did.
We talked about that he was running deep.
Okay.
We just didn't know where he finished. So Derek did his duties, shouting out his buddy earlier.
Let's see what the flop brings here. Will come 10 high.
Wow.
You know,
Outflops him.
Feels nice, right?
Catching a pair of tens.
Try hard again.
Terrible board texture for your hand. You're going to be checking a lot of the time. Yeah, Daniel's going to be smashing this a lot. He can have the 9-8 suited. He could have the pocket 10s, the pocket 7s, the 7-6 suited, all the diamond draws, pocket jacks even.
Fire or max layer edge the main event.
And I feel like when you check a board there, you automatically tell your opponent that you've got ace king.
No, not necessarily. You can have aces and kings here in the spot as well.
Good check it.
So because of that, with where his like relative hand range is, he could have ace kings, aces and kings. He's probably going to check call with both his hands. Another bad turn. And I imagine it's just going to go check, bet, fold, probably 100% of the time here.
Just think about this. I feel like you're going to play well. I think so too. I always get up and stretch and do all that stuff, but pretty
Wheels
early
may
now.
be spinning for done here. Does he have an overpair?
Exactly, yeah, because he knows that Harris knows that he should be checking some aces and kings there. So
You guys didn't process that. These guys know a lot.
yeah. So
showdown value with tens.
yeah, I like the check on the turn just because of how pot the party. It's already 2,600 in the middle.
Loaded.
If you bet and then get called again, you're really hating life there. And checking the turn gives your opponent an opportunity to bluff if they elect to do so. And you have a great hand to bluff catch with.
Yeah.
Top pair, good kicker.
That would have been funny. Oops.
That way, if your opponent is in fact ahead with a hand like aces or kings checking the flop, you're not valuing yourself.
Thank you.
I think both players played that perfectly fine.
Welcome back, Jafar.
Maybe back from his smoke break.
The Marlboro
The
man.
Marlboro man, yeah.
I've been playing a little bit of 1-2 lately with a lady who does the Sammy Farha thing, has the cigarette hanging out.
Oh my
of her
God, I
mouth.
saw her yesterday,
Yeah.
actually. Was she in Dallas, right?
TCH.
Oh, TCH
I mean,
social?
I'm sorry, social, yeah.
Oh, I think I saw her here
She may have been
2
playing
nights
here
ago.
too, yeah. But she keeps it in there the whole time.
I mean, whatever works, I guess.
Right? It's like the female Sammy Farha. Brass Monkey waking up with the Cowboys here, the red ones. Daniel with another suited connector.
375? Come on.
325.
Oh, wow, even less.
You see the stacks here. Dong's got 17K, so he's got pretty much double both players here.
Seriously.
Good.
Could be trouble here for Dunn. You know, has to know Brass Monkey can have all the overpairs in his range here, so probably going to proceed cautiously.
They played 2 hands.
Maybe looking to call flop and then reevaluating turns depending on the sizing.
I agree. No clubs for him, so he doesn't have any of those outs.
I don't catch one over there.
He did.
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah, he was
Tell me what's going on.
Pot already 2K here.
He played 2-5. He said he didn't want to play this game. He's like, no.
Oh
take it
my
away.
Wow.
gosh.
What
Are
an
you
unlucky
kidding
turn
me?
card. Still has outs with a 3 or 5 or a king, but Daniel's taking complete control of his hand.
Could see an all in here.
I hate money.
With the hearts out there, you don't want a scare card to kill your action.
I think if you know your opponent has that big overpair, you could put in a big raise. I think you should put in a big raise here.
Yeah, unless he feels like Brass Monkey could still have some bluffs in the spot, which is definitely possible. We've seen Brass Monkey capable of having some double barrels with air. Not air, but you know what I mean, like.
Just call.
You suck.
And you know now the pot is 4,700. Brass Monkey with less than the pot size bet. Does he go for the jam here? Try to target a hand like jacks or queens.
He almost beat Tiger, huh?
Tiger had a broken leg.
24.
Oh, was he? I didn't know
This
that.
is the one Tiger had a broken leg.
Oh boy.
That's crazy.
Tore some ligaments in the knee and broke
Yeah,
his
still one.
leg. He's
Not leave
swinging and
himself
going
with
down to the
much.
ground.
That's crazy. That's sick.
Sick.
Because I was in Vegas doing
Yeah, I mean I think you're jamming almost every time here. You can't put your opponent on 7-8 really.
I remember
It almost looked like he had more than 1.1 left. We'll have to see. The chips are getting in.
I'm with you, yeah.
The chips are getting in.
And I went and found my golf club because I brought my golf club out there to play. So I got like 500 to go reload to play poker. Oh no! And I read it back up, then blew it all, and then I flew home busted.
Is that normal to play an 18-hole playoff?
Not anymore.
Is
They
that all
don't do
in
it
the
anymore.
call?
For the U.S. Open,
Intense.
the U.S. Open was the
I'm
last
not
one.
sure.
So
He just
any tie, it's an
flatted
18-hole playoff. But not anymore.
A whole nother day ago.
Dun 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 dun
I
dun.
think he just
It
called.
was good
He
for
did
the
just
fans.
call, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That surprises me because like at this point I'm hoping he has aces or kings, kings or queens, and then just trying to get value from them. Like the only reason why you would call is if you're worried that like you feel like if you jam, all those other hands are folding and you're only ever getting called by better. But I think there's a chance you can still get called by like aces or kings. So
Of course, we can't see on the screen right now. His chips are still on the table, but I think he just called. I'm really surprised there that Dunn
God damn, Dunn. It's not fair.
just called there unless he tried to put him on a small set, pocket pair. But the way that hand played out, wow.
Did you knit roll?
Yeah, he could have had all those chips.
Okay. Top two.
Wow, top two.
yeah, I'm kind of confused as well.
You pulled it in.
Brass Monkey probably like, oh my god, I saved like 2K there.
He put a blocker bet out that worked. I don't, I'm surprised, but
No, I mean it was a value bet for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a good size bet. But
I thought
I'm just really surprised he didn't jam because like again, like the only reason why he wouldn't jam is because he thinks there's a 0% chance he's calling with aces, kings, or queens, and he only gets called by a set or a straight.
yeah.
But I think there was still enough hands out there to be able to put in the jam there.
I do too. I think I miss value like that too. Like if you're really
Yeah,
getting-
we're evaluating from the easy side, right?
Right.
So like we don't know what was happening in game. I don't know if he got a read visually or something. That could have been something too.
So did they get the power back up?
Let's see. Oh, Julian says, bro, she was rocking it today too.
She was rocking the Farha Sig, huh? I wish it was one of those like extra long cigarettes though. That would make it even cooler. But
There's a guy that plays in Dallas frequently. He sometimes brings a cigar. I think I know who he is. He has a cowboy hat too.
Yep.
It's a giant cigar.
So they've actually told him he can't.
Yeah, because he's like
'Cause
chewing
he's chewing it and
Yeah,
spitting,
so
yeah.
it's essentially dip. Yeah.
Right. I think most of us are happy that the days of smoking rooms are long, long gone.
Yeah, on that subject, my family is from Hong Kong. Obviously, not obviously, but they're not from the U.S. But she would talk about how like when she had to fly from Hong Kong, there was smoking on the plane for a
planes.
14-hour flight. I'm like, how do you survive that? You know? I feel like I'd get sick. You know?
It's got to feel good after a big loss there, a raise and take on a board like that where you have no club, no pair. Just take down something after you lost a big one there. But with the other tobacco products, nobody wants to be potentially spilling, dip spit on the table. So I'm pretty happy that they don't allow that in the room. I know guys are normally careful with it, but nobody wants to pick up dip spit. JD with a suited ace-jack here, makes it 125. J-Rock's going set mining with the crabs. Once again, all the Broadway cards are out. Dong's got the 10-8 of clubs, so he's going to come along. Let's see if we can't get an action flop here. There we go. Pretty good flop, Derek. Top pair for Dunn. JD's got the gut shot to the nut straight. Backdoor diamond draw. J-Rock's going to continue on a set mining trip here with threes.
Just unrelated, but kind of related. I'm actually working as a manager. I'm in a manager group chat,
Right.
and I guess something happened at Las Colinas with like maybe the power, and there are 43 people on the 1-2 list for Dallas. So everyone is headed to Dallas right now. So I'm like, oh my, like panic is like it like. Like I just saw Jay post. I probably shouldn't say anything, but yeah, I guess it's harmless. But
we got tables out here, guys. Come play TCH.
yeah, no, I just saw Jay post in our chat like, please send the floor to help out with Dallas because we only have one floor now every shift.
Right.
Oh boy.
Those things are unavoidable, but.
Well, I guess the party's going to be over here at Dallas tonight. I hope everything's okay at Las Colinas.
Right. I'm not sure if there were storms or what tonight. I know it.
Oh, that could have been something.
Maybe knocked out some power.
Yeah.
In that Irving area.
Yeah, Texas is just the absolute worst with like power grids and just that's a whole other topic that I don't want to get into right now.
We averted that for so long, and then the last 3 years, it's just like a nightmare.
Every year, I think every year there's something going on, right? It was one of those things where like I'm sure the people that made the Texas power grid were like that we felt like geniuses. What's up? Jarek's at threes. Interesting.
Very.
Wow. And
Called
Daniel
very light there.
Yeah, getting all the money here.
Max value.
But what I was saying was like, in the moment, right, when there was no issues with the Texas power grid, they're like, oh, we're geniuses because now we have our own power grid.
Yep.
And then the moment there was an issue, everyone's like, but why do y'all have your own power grid? Because it's terrible.
Because we're Texas.
Yeah,
right?
because it's terrible when there's a problem. But like in terms of like the money wise, I'm sure they're like, oh, this is great. So we don't have to worry about the federal grids or whatever.
The ice storm thing, obviously,
that made this look very bad, right?
Yeah, that was a whole nother issue. I mean, we've never had. I've had 0-degree days. That literally was like a 1,000-year storm. But now we've got so many people that are moving here. We've got to figure it out.
It might put more stress on it. Yeah,
we're putting stress on the grid every freaking day.
But that's very interesting. So
and I was like, I really wish I had a degree, so if I
what happened?
kept going down, I knew that like I had an out. I was at a point just like.
You guys are at Las Colinas and coming over to TCH Dallas. We'll see you here in a minute.
You're young enough.
Don's got a gutter ball. He's going to open it up. Get JD off of the draw himself.
You can do it. You can do it, Don. Don't go back. Oh, nice.
Yeah, Doug, I can imagine, like, the whole plane, you're going to smell horrible if you've got cigarettes on an airplane. I'm glad I missed those days smoking on an airplane.
So the power went out, is what I'm hearing, and it should be back on within an hour.
Okay.
But you know how poker players are. They're probably coming to Dallas.
Hey, if you're somebody who makes over $100 an hour when you're playing, you don't want to miss an hour. That's the great thing about having two rooms. If there ever is an issue, with the Texas power grid, you have an option of which club to come play. They're in different areas. But, yeah, if you heard Derek say there may have been a power issue over there at the Las Colinas Club, sounds like it's going to be resolved within the hour. But TCH Dallas, we're here, we're up and running.
Yeah, we got our stream rolling. We got 3 2-5 games. I think we got 8 1-2 games with a 40-person list. So.
I'm looking at cables and wires everywhere. We got plenty of power. TCH Dallas. But yeah, I'm sure they'll get that resolved. Both clubs are 24-hour clubs, so time is money for them and for most of us. So they'll get it up and running smooth again.
Might be another late night for me, because that means the PLO games are moving over here. And it's like, oh, it's just right there. I can conveniently just step out of the booth and go play.
Right.
I'll probably get a dinner break or something.
We're still 8-handed here. We've got 3 playing this pot.
There's going to be some crazy stuff in the next couple of years, for sure. I heard about a scam that's starting where, like, somebody calls your parent or whatever, same number, they spoof the number and they spoof your voice. I got it I'm in trouble here, I need to get $850 or whatever. So it's like, it literally sounds like
they're talking about the AI stuff.
My mom got
That's so scary.
It is.
And I hate people.
It was just some guy from Jamaica.
I hate people, and that's scary at the same time.
I love people, but I hate them at the same time. The small minority of humans that are just scum.
Just scum, yeah. Like praying preying on, for me, it's when you're preying on like elderly, veterans, disabled people. It's like you have no place in this world. I'm sorry.
There's
It's
not
like,
an ounce of air that you should be allowed to breathe.
It's, come on. I don't mean to be blunt, but that's, just, that's how I feel about it, and I'm sure a lot of people would agree with me, to be honest.
Looks like JD's going to open up his game a little bit with a 6-5 of diamonds. He's been kind of stagnant the last little bit, so he's going to open up. Daniel says,
Nuh-uh.
He says, I got the hand.
I got the goods again.
Wake up with it or go home.
Both very, very deep, though, so JD could definitely still make the call here and navigate a lot of flops. There's going to be a lot of good flops that are going to be good for his hand. If he does make the call, he's going to look to avoid ace-high or king-high flops, and he can still win a big pot.
This is the JD I think we've been waiting for.
And, playing out of position, though, is bad right in this now in spot, but he's deep enough to where he can still have some, he's deep enough where he can have some, like, leads on the flop, where if the flop is favorable for him. And it's
started out.
Paired board, yeah, it's... I think he's still going to be checking a lot of the time, though.
You and I both reacted when we saw that window, 4 diamonds.
Well, yeah, the 4 was like, okay, that's something.
Doug R says it's up to 48 on the 1-2 list now at TCH Dallas. So.
And then he goes straight to the ground.
Trust me, when you
play Matt, he's going to do it.
Do you have to be able to walk
Dunn's
through
going to put out a C-bet here.
Otherwise you're disqualified?
Obviously downsizing.
Can you like card it out?
A guy named Casey Martin.
750.
So he does have 2 live pair outs and a gut shot and backdoor diamonds. I wouldn't be surprised if JD goes for the check raise here, trying to target specifically ace king, ace queen. Even hands like jacks or 10s are kind of in a tough spot.
How did he do on tour?
Hey, we'll just make the call.
We'll just make the call, though, yeah. This is still a sick read on his part. He knows he has opportunities to pick this pot up.
Not the best turn.
Not the best turn for JD's hand, but
especially on a paired board, Dunn could definitely still have hands like queens, right? So now all your outs are dead. And let's see how Dunn plays this here, knowing that he has the more likely chance to have queens in the spot. What sizing do you bet when you turn a boat?
Right.
I've had that for about a year and a half.
Probably relatively small. So yeah, half pot. I was about to say around half pot. Makes a lot of sense.
They're still both so deep.
Man, I did all the tests and everything, and I finally did chiropractor.
Oh, I almost want to see JD just make a sicko move.
Pinching my brainstem.
You see the wheels turning.
I know.
You'd expect them to just be folding this, but when the pots get this big, he's thinking of every possible way that he can win this hand.
He's not tanking just for the sake of tanking.
No, yeah, he's thinking, okay, I mean, I've already committed 2,200 to this pot. How can I win this pot with 6-high? And he's like,
does decide to lay it down, but what a sick situation we could have seen there.
His biggest concern there would just be jamming into the nuts, right? And no one likes doing that, and he knows Dunn's a very.
Is there anything worse than finally coming up with your big boy bluff of the night and you just jammed right into quads? That's the worst. I've jammed into quads twice, a straight flush once. I mean, there's, I guess you play enough hands, it's going to happen.
Are you glad you showed up now and the 4.5-hour drive was worth it?
And the player will say something to you like, I win, because they just know they can't lose the hand.
Oh my God, let's see how bad you did.
Okay, the run the stack up so that donkey stack can hang on.
Going to do this hand over real quick.
Now you need to start drinking and dunk it off.
Yeah, I hope our management staff can get this figured out. Wow. Well, you know where I'm playing PLO tonight.
Sounds like it. We don't have to go very far, do we? Dunn has definitely started off his night hot. Came in a little bit late, and he's on a heater, and he's playing really well too.
Let's see, I work at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So I'm like doing the math. I'm like, I just want to be able to put some hours in. Like I've been finally taking up some steam, and I had a really good afternoon session yesterday, and I got decimated in that morning session. As if Kim was still in the chat, she could tell you all about it. trip sevens here for J-Rock, continuing his run.
J-Rock's another player who's just smashed some flops tonight.
Little up.
4 on the river would be really gross.
Good luck.
Or even an ace.
How's the family doing?
How you doing, brother?
Oh, yeah? How old now?
He's almost won.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You been doing okay?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
7.
Thank you.
How you doing?
All right. I'll let you know in a little bit.
Win the max.
You see there, Daniel Dunn is up 13K. Wow.
It's a very solid night so far. Had a very great night last Wednesday, right? So he's on a little bit of a heater. Gonna put on the $50 straddle.
I didn't realize that, of course, he was in that big hand with the kings and queens. He took that whole stack, so I didn't realize he was up that much. His rate per hour is through the roof right now.
Free info.
He did win a pretty big pot off of Brian there.
Yep. Both Brian and then the HCR hand, obviously, and then that one against JD. JD, you know, handed him a chunk. Sure, you'll get an update in a minute. Daniel's looking to take down another pot, just a queen high.
Even I was cheering for JD. I gotta stop this guy.
I've been at those tables where that guy's on a sun run, and sometimes you just kind of have to avoid a player for a bit, you know?
I know exactly what you mean. It's my favorite saying I like to say at the table when there's just like one guy around the table is like you can't beat run good.
Yeah, he's still playing like he used to play.
What is happening there?
He hasn't really changed much.
It's weird.
What happened?
You can unplug that. It's fine. If you need to move it, you can unplug this so you can move it. It's just the light.
$500 stack deep big blind. 2022, I just jammed 15K with ace queen offers you every time, you know.
It's been a fun stream so far. We still got about 2.5 hours left. We are going to 6-hour streams now every single Tuesday night here at Dallas. Gives these players a little more opportunity for some airtime, and also for y'all as viewers, it's, I'd say, more representative of an actual poker session. So you can see all the ups and downs of a true poker session here.
This monkey's going to make a good call here. He led out with a pair. He's not believing the story Danny's telling. Definitely not wanting to see any more Broadway cards come out, though. And that's a good safe card for him. Is Danny going to continue to tell that story?
They did earlier.
Danny's going to check. Brass Monkey's going to check back. Oh, how about that river? This will not be a good time for Danny to bluff here.
Wow, I mean, and he is at bottom of range. He raised flop, but he did check turn, so I imagine he's giving up if he didn't barrel the turn.
This is for my time.
You would think so, but the wheels are turning. It'll be an instant fold, obviously, if he gets jammed on, but he's going to put out something.
Looks pretty big here.
It does.
About 1,300, almost a pot-sized bet. Now he's just like, oh my god, I hope he has ace-3. Nice in there for Brass Monkey. Getting a little back from that big hand against Dunn.
Absolutely.
Now only down 2,100, which for the stakes they're playing right now, they got the $50 straddle on. That's one pot.
Absolutely. And the only players that aren't winning right now are all down almost $1,000. So that's a pretty good comeback up for him after losing that big hand earlier.
On my wall every morning I wake up.
This YouTube must have ended.
J-Rock with the V-pip lead, but he's smashing flops. Why
Yeah.
not? Why not play the hands?
Right. Just to reiterate, for those of y'all just now tuning in, you're listening to the voices of Derek. I am Derek, and Eric, the Derek and Eric show, is what I like to say tonight. Really appreciate y'all just been popping in and enjoying our content so far. If you're enjoying the content, hit the like button. And if you've yet to subscribe to our channel, I highly recommend you hitting that subscribe button and the bell notification. Let you know every time we go live with a new live stream and anytime we release new content on our YouTube channel.
I paid her the time before, you know.
It looks like Danny will go in for the
They always charge for variations.
either the 4-bet or the call. It feels weird using the 4-bet, right, because Harris was the one to open the action, playing very, very solid hands tonight. It feels bad, but you got to go back to position, right? So if Harris is one to open the action on the button, he's going to have the widest range. Danny knows that Daniel knows that he's going to be opening with a wider range. Right. So it's probably the better play just to put in the 4-bet. You absolutely hate it if you do get called, though. You're like, oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get jammed on with jacks, I mean, Danny didn't have much left there after that bet.
He's probably just going to call it off.
Probably just going to call it off. But
given the positions. But that's a great result, though, getting King-Queen to fold and 7-8 suited to fold. So hands that have good board coverage.
Yeah. You ran into it on the river.
On the river? Oh, so you're saying it was a good play, I just got unlucky. All right, I feel better.
I might have been calling. I had a pair. I had 2 pairs before.
Brass Monkeys.
But you ran into
Brass Monkeys finally telling him what he had.
That was a good check raise. I didn't think he had a 3, though.
Yeah, minimum didn't work.
Jafar's got the pocket 10s now. Takes down a small pot. We're on hand 121 here on our Tuesday night stream. I don't know what else you guys have to do on a Tuesday night. I guess there's a baseball all-star game tonight.
Taco Tuesday.
Taco Tuesday, but if you're here with us, thank you for joining us on the TCH live stream.
Yeah, it's been a little quiet in the chat, so if we have any people that want to ask any questions, about our card room, our live stream, even about just poker, or I don't know, I mean,
about Dallas.
Yeah,
ask us about Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah, just any questions in general. We'd be happy to interact with the chat. Helps us stay engaged, especially when there's some downtime in the hands, just like right now. So Eric, you mentioned music festivals earlier. So like, what kind of music specifically do you like to listen to? You said rock.
So
rock
I am a metalhead.
Okay.
But I grew up on classic rock. My dad was into Bob Dylan, the Beatles, Creedence Clearwater, Led Zeppelin, all that stuff.
All the good stuff.
All the good stuff.
Yeah,
but I was raised primarily in the 80s, 90s, and so those two eras were big for me. But I also grew up in the hip hop boom. So I grew up on the original hip hop music scene with Run DMC, LL Cool J, all the old school guys, and then Snoop and Dre when they got big. Got to see that. So
that's quite the range.
Yeah, I've been to
that time frame.
I've been to so many different music festivals of so many different kinds of music. I'm a Texan, so obviously there's a little bit of country in me too, even though I'm probably more city than country. But
you've been to ACL a few times?
I have. Yeah, I've been to ACL a few times. That's a great music festival. I mean, they've had everybody from Tom Petty, rest in peace, obviously, to Pearl Jam.
I've seen. When so actually, I went to school in Austin.
Nice.
I think it was my freshman year. They had Drake.
Drake was there.
And they had to be careful on how many tickets they sold because they knew how packed that setting was going to be. They considered even selling just individual tickets just for Drake, because it was so big. I know they had Eminem there one year.
The toughest thing about ACL is just figuring out where you're going to stay, how to get to the festival, back and forth.
I was very fortunate when I was in school there. I was just already here.
You were already there,
I didn't have anywhere to. Had my car there. I was already living there. It was very easy.
The Ubers get expensive, that weekend for sure.
Yeah.
Renting, if you've got a good group of friends that want to go to ACL, renting an
Airbnb
nearby is great. You can walk usually from some of those places, but the variety of music at ACL is always. I mean, they've had like 21 Pilots, like you said, Eminem, and I saw one of my favorite.
Oh yeah, they had Willie Nelson the year I went.
One of my favorite country artists, Sturgill Simpson, played there when he was kind of still up and coming, and got to see him, and actually ended up seeing him on 6th Street on a street corner by himself.
What?
And it was like, whoa! I just saw your concert, dude, and I shook his hand, and
that's so cool.
That people have celebrity experiences where like they meet a celebrity they've been wanting to meet forever, and they're just a jerk. Sturgill literally shook my hand, asked me my name, and then he just walked off into the dark, and I was like, that was like a
surreal experience there. Yeah,
I just got done seeing this awesome, country artist,
and he's just chilling.
Great guitar player, yeah, just chilling. 3-4 on the board here. Fortunately, nobody has the quads here, but. But yeah, got to have a life outside of poker, right?
For sure. No, I'm actually I might be looking to go to ACL this year with some friends. So my actually genre of music that I like to listen to is EDM music.
Okay.
And they actually got 2 or 3 big DJs that are going to be at ACL this year. So I'm looking to kind of enjoy that. And I say I enjoy other music too. So, but the festivals that I have been going to are all mainly for EDM.
So you and I both like music genres that a lot of people dislike. I'm a metalhead. A lot of people hate heavy music. A lot of people hate EDM.
Oh really?
I like a little bit of everything, but.
We're on the more polar end of the,
for sure.
music. I guess I have a hard time enjoying just like general pop music. I guess
same
too much. I don't know.
Not really.
Feels more mainstream. I get, but the thing with EDM though is like there are categories when there that has like
drum and bass and all the
there's
subgenres.
There are subgenres, and then there's some genres that use a lot of like more mainstream music in their music. So it depends.
Right.
Got a hand developing here. J-Rock's still feeling himself here. Gonna flop top 2 pair against Jafar's over pair of the 7s. Danny with the 2 overs. Again, the 6-5-5 flop, and I might be going crazy, but I feel
5-5-4, 6-6-5, 5-5-6. Yeah, we've seen several.
And maybe a good point for people that are uncomfortable with flops like this. Maybe a spot that you should look into or ask advice from a knowledgeable player.
Right.
It's like, what do you do in these spots with certain hands?
And how many times that we did see those flops was everybody holding Broadway cards,
Right.
This time Jafar actually has a pair. It's an over pair. So it's a really good flop for him. But yeah, you can definitely learn how to play those hands on these bad flops where you don't think your opponent's connected.
Right. But it's weird, right? Because you have to be careful of how you navigate it, right? And Jafar's just going to river.
Jafar's just going to river a full house.
Because if you're playing, probably 90% of players nowadays, right? They know that you're probably missing that flop too. So it's very kind of neutral, right? Most people are smart enough to know that you're going to miss that flop a lot too.
Yeah. J-Rock's been running good. He's sticky. He may call here with just a 6 and get the really bad news from Jafar that not only was I ahead, but now I'm just crushing you with a full house. 7's full.
It's almost a hand I'd rather like try to turn into a bluff, but than just call. I think calling is probably the worst option.
And he chose that one.
Yeah.
Sees the bad news. Not much he's beaten there. Hard to put somebody on an ace, but good hand for Jafar. Helping him get off the schneid a little bit. He was on the down swing. Jay's got a question there.
Yeah, I was just about to get to that. So it says, coming up from Houston to play at TCH Dallas, are you guys the same as TCH Las Colinas? So yes and no. It's the same staff. So like you're going to see some of the same staff working at both locations. They're just 2 separate card rooms. They're about 15 minutes apart. TCH Dallas is located very centrally in Dallas, off of Harry Hines Boulevard and in the Sam Moon Center. off of 635 in Harry Hines Boulevard. And TCH Social is located in Las Colinas, about 10-15 minutes down the road. And yeah, very similar card rooms. We use different chips. The buy-in structures, I say, will be a little different between the two rooms. Typically, the games at Dallas, when they were running more frequently, are going to play a little bigger because there's match-to-stack opportunities. 95% of the games at Las Colinas are going to be capped buy-ins. Not to say there isn't any action. That's very untrue. That's just the difference, I'd say. Right. They kind of kept the same structure they had when they opened Dallas. When they opened TCH Social, they kind of wanted to try something new.
Couldn't figure out what I was doing.
We got an action flop here. J-Rock flopping top pair and JD with a straight draw. I mean, a flush draw. Some backdoor straight opportunities. J-Rock has those as well, but
the call on the turn is what was good. I thought you would re-raise two pair on the turn.
No discussion. Call.
JD's going to make the call. Looked like a raise at first, but he was just getting change. Not a bad turn card, really, for either player. JD picked up additional outs, and he went ahead and hit one of them. He's going to have a flush now. The way this played out, I imagine J-Rock will just check this.
Yeah, I mean, front door spades, and yeah, at this point you're really just trying to hope to get a showdown. What am I going to do with J-Rock's hand if I'm facing a bet? Probably just folding.
Right.
It's just not worth it. There's a queen out there. There's spades, straight.
King of spades would have been a gross card, but I think he could still find a fold with a straight there. But
and yeah, pretty big bet, and yeah, I'm just folding here.
13-25.
Give them credit. Sometimes, even if they don't have it, you know, I hear it from a lot of good players, right? They say if you're not folding the winner occasionally, you're probably not folding enough.
100%.
It's just kind of the nature of the game. Is you have to give your opponents credit for being able to have some bluffs, and sometimes they're gonna have a good bluff. I mean, now that we're on that topic, what would be a good bluff right now for JD? It'd be like 2 10s with a spade. You could turn into a bluff to get a jack to fold. Let's see. Any hand that contains a 10.
Makes
a
crying call,
makes a call, surprisingly. JD's going to show the bad news. Wins a $4,600 pot. Getting some good value on the end there with his flush.
And that's tough for J-Rock. You know, he just made a similar call against Jafar. You know, he's hoping to bounce back after losing that hand, and you know, he's got a pretty good hand. He flopped top pair. You know, he thought he might catch JD on a bluff there, but there really weren't many bluffs, I don't think, left at that spot.
Not really. Like I said, the only other hand would be like 10s with the 10 of spades.
Right.
Double blocking a straight, and then having a 10 of spades blocking the flush.
Jay, one more thing. When you come up from Houston, I don't know if you've already signed up for the Poker Atlas app. I recommend getting yourself an account there.
Yeah.
That way you can sign in early. Our rooms both stay really busy on the weekends, especially if you're coming up on the weekends. So you want to register early. That way your seat will be ready for you when you get there. It gives you an hour to get to the club. So sign up on Poker Atlas, and you can check both rooms. It'll show you what games we're spreading at each, what limits and whatnot, how many players are, you know, how many games are running, and what the wait list is like. So
no, for sure. And like, I mean, I'll tell you kind of my routine. Like on a day that I'm going to come play, you know, like I'll wake up, shower, and like before I hop in the shower, I'll click add to the list. And what games I'm going to play.
Same thing.
I'll shower, quick shower, get ready, grab something to eat, drive here. By the time I get here, I'm top of the list.
How far are you from here?
Like 15, 20 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. So
I'm 15 or 20 minutes from both locations. I do the exact same thing.
So like, especially if you're staying close by, like you have a whole hour that you're gonna hold your spot on the list, and that way when you arrive, you just go straight into the game. You don't have to wait while you're here.
And when you arrive, if the people ahead of you on the list aren't there yet, you automatically get called first because you're there.
Because you're there.
So,
yes.
great. It's a great app.
Honestly, I don't know how rooms run without it.
I don't either.
And like a lot of the floors that I work with, that have worked at other casinos or card rooms, like Chris has told me, he was the floor manager for MGM Boston Harbor or something, or somewhere in Boston. And it was like a 50 table room. He had like an earpiece, and they used freaking Bravo. And he says, as a floor and a player, Poker House is like a dream, right?
Yeah.
I mean, one thing he says that Bravo does a little better, I think, is like table analytics on how long a player has played. Yeah, stuff is not as important, right?
Yeah.
I mean, usability, I think, and like kind of convenience is #1 for players.
100%.
And being able to have your name on the list for an hour is huge. You'll have to call in. You just open your phone and click a button. Click a screen. There's no more buttons anymore. But yeah, he was saying as a floor though, and I guess this is probably something I don't really want to hear, but it's just kind of interesting to me too because I work as a floor. Being able to just know where to build your room, because you can see the list building ahead of you on the list. You see like a 20-person list, no one's arrived yet, but you know all 20 of them are going to be there within an hour. Right? So he says as a floor he can plan out like, okay, I need a dealer in an hour for a 2-5 game. There's 20 people on the 2-5 list. Or like, oh, there's no list on the 1-2 PLO. I don't have to worry about that for a little bit. But you see a list forming. You know what games you need to open up within the hour, because like these say hold your spot for an hour. You know they're going to be here at least within an hour. With Bravo, those lists were only on call-ins or people that were actually in the room, so you have no idea if there's going to be a big rush or anything.
The best 2-5 in the country.
Jay says, thanks for the reply. We'll definitely be coming to TCH Dallas this weekend for the bigger games then. But yeah, like Eric says, make sure you do download the Poker Alice app. That way, if you're sitting in your hotel room or staying wherever you are, you can see what games are running and have a good idea of which room is best for you. I will say our Saturdays at Dallas are typically filled with a lot of tournaments. So if you're looking to play more cash, I'd probably recommend TCH Social. If you're looking to play a tournament, you're in a great place if you go to Dallas. Right, Dallas location. Dom gets queens. We're getting a lot of premiums tonight. JD going to flop a pair. Brass Monkey with a pair as well on a king high board. Never what you want to see there when you have queens.
Got to take a stab. JD's going to look him up once here with the jack. Club does come out. Both players have a club. Dong's going to lead out into him for 575. JD might call and try to catch a club here. Unfortunately, it won't be good if it hits. Let's see what comes on the river. Another 6. Dong's going to check for pot control. JD's going to check back. See the bad news. Nice pot, nice hand there for Dong.
Had to see though, had to see. Had a jack, had a club, all kinds of stuff.
Club was not good for you.
Jack wasn't good for me either.
I know.
None of it was good for me.
Look at it now, Derek. We've got 2 players who are in the green. Everybody else is losing tonight. So
I mean, and it's pretty standard for what you were even saying earlier, right? There's always like 2 or 3 players up all the money, and everyone else is down.
Yep.
Typical table, let's say.
Yeah. I've only seen it a couple times on here where at the end of the night, there was like 4 big winners. Obviously, that means that there's several big losers.
Yeah, that might have left the table.
Yeah. Re-raise Dong is with the 8-6 of diamonds. And he's up against 2 pretty good hands. Brass Monkey's just going to call. Let's see what Jafar decides to do here. Big slick.
Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity here for Jarfar to put more money in here, especially when you see Brass Monkey just make the call. He's capping his range to hands like 9s, 10s, jacks that are going to be put in a really tough spot if he 4-bet. But now he's just going to make the call here.
Interesting.
And, you know, a hand where I think he could have just taken it down pre-flop is now kind of in a tough spot. And Ace-King isn't really a hand you want to go multi-way with, right? It's, at the end of the day, it is a drawing hand, but you do have a lot of value in getting a lot of hands to fold, and then Ace-King high could be good a lot of the time. So.
Wow, the equity definitely got a little better for Dong, not much though.
Dong always looks so like uninterested in the pot when he was like looking off like on the side, looking at the TV.
He has that little thing about him where he does that, yeah.
4 spades changes nothing. Well, we see one of the famed Dong bluffs here. Is like, no, see, he will give up. And wow, oh, what a pot there with the 10s.
48, almost $4,900 pot. 2.7K profit for Brass Monkey. Great hand for him. He's taking a couple hard beats tonight, so that's a great hand for him. And he's back in the green, so.
What a battle there for Brass Monkey. I mean, I think it's at his lowest point, he was down about 3,000 or 4,000.
Right.
So, like I said, very quickly to get all that back.
Especially considering he could have lost his whole stack in that hand against Daniel there, done.
For sure. And we have now reached the 4-hour mark, typically when we would normally end the stream. But we are now on to period number 3 for all our hockey fans out there. This last third of our stream. We'll be going another 2 hours. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after you know, a little bit of a break here.
Mike's here. Welcome, Bridge.
We will be doing another PLO flip.
Yeah.
Man, you kind of late, bro.
And just to reiterate, I do want to bring up our Poker Atlas Tour event happening in Dallas on August 17th through September 4th. We'll be releasing information on that very, very soon regarding events and buy-ins. But from what I've heard, there's going to be about 24 different events. Over $3 million total in guaranteed prize money, ending with $1 million guaranteed event. If I were to guess, it would probably be during that last week of this series. So probably in that September 1st through 4th. Let me look at the calendar here. Yeah, September 1st through 4th would be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So I could definitely see that going into that Monday as the final table. So if you like tournament poker, we got a lot of tournament poker coming very, very soon in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Oh, this one's me. This one's me. Look at this.
What's that? A bunch.
Wow,
A bunch.
Oh shit! Yeah, your shoes.
I
know. Look at this.
That's
Yeah, my
a
shoes.
3-bet.
Shoes are dead.
You got clubs?
6, 10, or 9. 6, 10, or 9.
You don't want clubs?
6, 10, or 9.
No,
6, 10, 9, or 7. 6, 10, 9, or 7.
Offsuit 8. Offsuit 8.
9 of clubs. 9 of clubs. 9 of clubs.
8.
Oh my god, 8, 9, 11.
Who did they know?
8, 9? Is that the nuts? You already won one.
Yeah, my 9 clubs down there, didn't
I also have 8.
8, 9, 2. Top.
He's got niggled in the flip.
Yeah.
No, how does that happen?
Losing hand. Bad etiquette. I gotta teach you. Something, JD. Slow down the game and it's just bad etiquette. Guys, look, I got 2K. I can't win.
Thank you. Thank you for your pull. Your flush draw all the way in my out.
Now keep winning.
definitely the type of hand that just scoops them off. You know, scoops the floor.
Way too good. No, that hand never won. You're too pretty. Eight, 9, king, 4. That's how you do it.
Is that a bad hand? That's how we do it.
All right, now on to the back to the no limit action here tonight. We've had a great stream so far. Really appreciate everyone that's been tuning in for the past 4 hours. We got another 2 hours to go. 6-hour stream tonight.
Brittany, is everything okay over there? Everything all good? I like feisty Brittany.
What's up, Mike? Welcome, welcome.
92. He needs a lot of pressure.
Oh, look at that. We got Bridge Mike joining us in the mix here. Awesome to always have him on our stream. Very, very good player. This is a player that's played like probably
Some people might not make it though, 'cause they
more years than maybe some of these players combined. And
Some people might not make it because I'm gonna bust.
probably has been a winning player for most of his life. You know, very, very smart player. Has a 6-hour stream. Get the hard liquor ready. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna show him who the real hot guy is. Let's go.
I'll give you a heads up. Nothing's running real good. Let you know.
It's like such a needle when you have kings too, and you hear Danny, you hear JD going like, "Oh yeah, he's been running really hot, by the way."
Need him to go to fucking Louisiana Tech or wherever the fuck he's going.
Good enough for Terry Bradshaw, Carl.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere. So Louisiana Tech. I'm sorry. I'm talking shit.
Just a beautiful flop there for the Kings. Just monotone 8-7 high. It is the Dunn show tonight. Wouldn't blame Bridge Mike for call there, but with a player in between, probably just better to let it go. And Jafar will let it go as well.
Louisiana State.
Another big hand for Dunn there. Yeah, Derek, I just went out into the room here at TCH Dallas, and our room here is packed. As far as I know, they're still doing the complimentary beer.
Yeah. I think that's the stay. I mean, they installed kegerators underneath the waitress bar. So.
Kegerators out there. TCH Dallas is offering beer right now, complimentary beer. Great waitresses out there, but the room is full. There is action. I've seen a lot of players that I see at both locations that are here tonight. It's a full room, so Tuesday night, nothing else to do at 10 p.m. Come on out and play some cards. We might be able to get that camera angle there that shows the whole room later.
Yeah. We haven't shown in a while just because it's not as busy as it used to be, but this might be one of the nights that we could rock the room camera angle. Kind of show what we're working with here in Dallas. You can almost make even hear it in the audio too. It's like louder.
Much louder,
yeah.
It's
kind of funny. Wow.
I see the misspelling, but I know what you mean there, JT. Keg stands. Yeah, they're not doing keg stands because the kegs are actually inside of a kegerator, but they are offering a complimentary beer.
And actually pretty good beer, too. They either always have Dos Equis or Corona with Michelob on the other tap.
Right.
So,
yeah,
one lager, one light beer.
They're not offering natty light.
No.
Even though it's complimentary, they're giving you a good beer out there.
Give me a drop, bro. I need real money.
Anybody's not hooking you up yet?
I didn't even realize as we were watching this hand that Brass Monkey didn't just out-flop Bridge Mike. He went ahead and just hit a boat on the flop.
I could make better money elsewhere, probably.
Wow.
I don't know if you got to see any of the last week's stream. I know you were out. A lot of the guys for the July 4th festivities were wearing hats and little funny things. Dunn and JD were swapping a hat that said "Yay USA" on it.
What day was July 4th?
Tuesday.
So what was I? Oh no, I did see the hat. So yeah, I was working on Wednesday. So yeah,
Rich
I
Mike
did see it.
had the bow tie.
Oh really?
Yeah, you know he normally wears a shirt like he's wearing tonight. Oftentimes he'll wear like a kind of like a beach type shirt or Hawaiian shirt. Have a couple buttons down, you know, and he had the bow tie on, and just looked funny on Rich Mike. You know, he was obviously doing it to be silly, but Zach was in here with me, and we were joking about him that he was once a Chippendales dancer. He was one of the original Chippendales dancers, and he told me his wife saw the stream and that she laughed and said she wanted to make sure everybody knew that he was not a Chippendales dancer.
But just clarifying.
Yeah, but he laughed. I got to play 2-5 with Rich Mike the other day. Great guy. Like you said, he's been playing for a lot longer than some of these young guys have been alive, but he's a bridge player, a poker player, all the above. Very smart guy.
Oh my gosh, Natty Ice.
Any of those ice beers, they were so bitter.
The malt beers or whatever.
They were so strong though. Yeah. I remember Bud Ice.
I've actually, I'm actually not much of a big drinker, to be honest. I don't.
Nor am I anymore, but boy was I back in my high school and college days.
Oh really?
Yeah, the Bud Ice. You know, we would grab that stuff in high school because we only had to drink a few of them, and we would just be toe up from the flow up. Is what we would say. We would be in bad shape.
These guys been running good. We'll come over here, 3-bedroom guy. Don't tell him.
I told him right away.
Was it you that told him?
Yeah. No. He threw bet, and I was just like, hey, just so you know, he's starting to really fucking hot.
I was like, shut the fuck up.
No, I got you. He's like, don't blow his
JD was a nice pot there with Jack High. Good to see here on, what are we on, hour 5?
Hour 4. So 2 more hours.
2 more hours? Yeah, going on hour 5, 4 going on 5. Hand number 136. We have a full table. I like Harris's table presence. He doesn't really change his facial expressions, you know. Interesting flop here. Dong's going to lead out with his flush draw.
Got Kevin dealing our last third of our stream tonight. Got to welcome him to the live stream.
Jafar trying to be sneaky, checking his trip aces.
575.
See, now he has a decision. Does he want to start putting more money in here? Probably.
Yeah. There's your answer. Queen of Diamonds would have been a good action card. You see, Dong did not have many outs. A lot of the diamonds were already folded. Nice pot there for Jafar. Gets the respect from Dong and lays that down, that draw down.
Man, once that money bubble bursts, it goes quick, huh?
It does.
211 players left in the main event. If there's anyone still in it, good luck to you. If anyone knows anyone, good luck to them as well. I know I'm just going to be rooting for any players that play at TCH. Right. It's kind of cool to see local players run deep in that kind of big field, and record-setting main event with over 10,000 entrants, which was just smashing the previous record by like 1,300, right?
It's unreal to me with the way that poker definitely didn't go away, but I remember I was watching it on ESPN like all summer long. I mean, it was like the main highlight on TV, and it just kind of went away for a while. We were all still playing poker, but now there's been this resurgence, this new boom, all the streamers, the vloggers.
Yeah, it really, I think it's you know, I mean, heck, I'll take a little bit of credit for having our stream. I know we're not the biggest stream, but I mean, it kind of just puts some more poker out there into the world. You know, all the streams, like you're saying, all the vloggers. I kind of joked around. It's like everyone's seeing Rampage, Bink tournaments left and right. They're like, oh, I want to Bink a tournament. And that might have been what people were thinking for the main event. It's like, why not me?
We're seeing young people win. We're, you know, more women are in the game now. I mean, there's a poker resurgence. It's booming here in Texas, obviously. This player here, Donald Davis, that was commenting here. Donald, thanks for commenting, letting us know. I remember he was on the comment last week, and I remember the Grateful Dead insignia he's got there. I think he's from Utah. Correct me if I'm wrong, Donald, but you're chiming in from Utah. Is that correct?
Just such a wide...
Software development's usually a little bit, you know, you need some sort of baseline outside of work usually.
Yeah, this stream has been awesome for, you know, going on, what, 3 years now? Did we start the stream right away, or was it?
It started in, like, March of 21.
Okay.
So,
a little over 2 years?
Yeah. And I joined in, like, December of 21. December, January, 22.
And the cool thing is with this stream, you know, these are all on YouTube. You can go back and watch some of the classics. There's some highlights,
right.
So you don't have to watch a full stream. You just can see some of the crazy hands that have been dealt. But yeah, like you said, I think stuff like this stream here has only helped grow the game.
Way more nervous than I ever get. That's what's really funny.
If not like internationally or even nationally, locally, right? Because people's like, oh, TCH Live Dallas? I didn't know there was a poker room in Dallas.
Right.
Gregory Schmidt says hello from Boston. Well, hello. And Donald says he is from Utah.
Nice.
Awesome.
We got Utah and Boston. I know it's every stream you guys usually ask the question.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. We could definitely do that at some point. Nice run out there for Daniel.
Right, missed his flush, but hit top pair. His run continues.
But yeah,
I don't see JD getting out of line here.
Is she local or she? Yeah, she's local.
Trying to re-raise him.
And she likes to play terribly. I try. Mom, you gotta watch the video. You gotta read a book or two or something. You know, anything. A little bit. If you want to play, great. Just a little bit of. Thank you.
Bounty says that's actually nuts. I was on one of the first two. Bounty. Yeah, no, I kind of remember your screen name now. Bounty says that's actually nuts. I was on one of the first Tuesday streams, April 2021. Can't believe it's been that long. Trust me, man. I've been working here almost 3 years, and
I really do like this.
definitely not where I thought I'd be in life. Because for those of you that don't know, it's a little known fact about me. I did go to school for civil engineering, so. Kind of did a 180 to my career path here. You know, commentating, working in the card room, and then playing cards. Kind of do a little bit of everything. I think it's a good balance for me. I wouldn't want to just play for a living, honestly. It seems stressful, and I don't think my wife would like that either. I think that's when I hit quad 10s against John Ryan. Oh my gosh, John Ryan. That's another OG of the stream. Donald Davis, thank you for the kind words. Saying great stream, guys. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, big time.
J-Rock here continuing his run good here, flopping bottom set. Though it is a monotone board, so he's probably going to navigate pretty cautiously here.
Do you see some of the same
Especially once he gets a caller here.
I actually probably like seeing that turn card there. Now, hands that were just like the naked that flush draw on the flop, now turn top pair, you could definitely get more value from.
This one he decides to show. He's definitely been one to not show his hands all night long because he's hit some monsters. He shows that one.
Wanted to see one more.
I may have to go back, Bounty, and check out some of those old streams. I can't put a face right now to the name, but I definitely started watching from the beginning, and been blessed with this opportunity to come volunteer and help out, be a part of the stream.
They had like no more than 15. I didn't see the exact but they were short. I know.
Yeah, I mean, so I got on the stream because I started watching the stream because actually, Greg, you should remember Greg Potter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's one of the first commentators here at TCH. He did end up moving down to Round Rock for for just job reasons. Wise, I think wanted to be closer to his girlfriend or whatever. But he did start off the stream here at TCH. And I'm actually good friends with him from high school. So like when I knew he was doing the stream, so when I knew he was doing the stream, I was like, oh, I'll watch, man. That's so cool.
Where did y'all go to high school?
Marcus.
Flower Mound?
Flower Mound.
Nice. Yeah. I played football against Marcus when I was at Plano.
Yeah. Let's see here. Danny does have top pair still. We'll decide to put more money in. Typically a good strategy, right? When you make top pair, you put more money in. Good
hand there for Danny.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can hear the chatter in the background. The room is rocking tonight here at TCH Dallas on a Tuesday night. So love to see it. I think they have a tournament going on that probably just ended. A lot of cash games.
Well, the problem is Netflix. It was my Netflix, but like they did the whole like you have to be at your house thing.
Did they really do that? I thought they reversed that.
No, they did it.
Yeah, I tried. Like I used to obviously with my parents Netflix.
Yeah, not anymore.
I tried to. Not anymore.
Bridge Mike waking up with the aces. Haven't seen the American Airlines hand in just a minute here.
A lot of kings, a lot of queens.
Somebody just folded pocket sixes. I'm not sure if that was Jafar's hand.
To use it like other places. I'm not. That's why you used to be like. I paid extra to use it on like 6 TVs. But, like obviously the TVs weren't all in my house.
Wow, this could get interesting here with J-Rock flopping top pair.
Like the split where he could.
I didn't have Netflix then, but yeah.
Early days.
Might think he outflopped an ace-king or ace-queen hand.
I could never get the DVDs back, so I get like one DVD.
Great turn card for Bridge Mike.
One in my one of those. They're on TV. Let's see. We finally finished Succession. We are watching the
call again here. Drawing close to dead, and he's got it's a great run out for the aces. Yeah. Now counterfeiting hands like 9-7 that might have turned 2 pair. Clear value bet here for Bridge Mike, having the ace of diamonds and the overpair 2 pair.
Yeah.
Ace 9.
With the ace of diamonds.
Nice hand there for Bridge Mike, and I think I remember that bounty because I think I was hanging out with Greg maybe later that week or later that night or something, and he brought up like someone put like an actual super chat bounty on bounty, and then like it was like he busted out and then they sent the money into the.
That's just gross.
The super chat.
Sorry that happened to you, Bounty, but maybe you'll get another chance to get on the stream. I mean, we've had a couple other players that just notoriously ran bad against certain players. Just didn't do well on the stream, but I know that they were out there crushing it in the live games, so the stream is just part of it, right?
It's a snapshot.
Snapshot. Well, some of the guys that crush it on our stream, I know went down to some other streams in other towns and just got run over.
Yeah.
So
I think JD and Kyle.
They went and played other places.
I don't remember who it was, but like it was way wrong.
I think JD was actually one of the biggest pots ever televised on one of the other streams.
That he lost?
You missed the main court, right?
Appreciate that, Bounty.
Good luck.
You see, put a couple $1,000 in, and then be fine.
One-liner comes out on the turn here.
Yeah.
Brass Monkey continued to bet, and then Daniel just the king high on the one-liner. Just let it go.
Yeah, that's funny hearing that, it's not funny, but, the circumstances that JD would be the one to lose one of the biggest stream pots compared to what he normally runs on these streams, which he's notorious for just crushing it on these streams.
Hey, Kyle Z, where is he these days? He's still playing. He's still plays weekly.
What? You cook? I can.
Do I see him in the Dallas turn that often? Probably not. I know he's probably mainly at the Las Colinas just because they run 5-10. And there it is. Look at our room. We have not seen it this packed in I don't know how long, and it's a welcome sight to see.
Doesn't sound simple to me.
Tables are full. It's a great shot of our room right now. A lot of tables going on. Yeah, Kyle Z, I've seen him a lot at the Las Colinas location. Like Derek said, they have a 5-10 game going.
Mouse aren't thinking about your Cedar Plank salmon.
If you double me up, I'll have you over for dinner.
Yo, that's an expensive salmon. Well, I got to go
I think
somewhere and buy
Moneymaker
one.
went back to Germany, for a while. I don't know that he just stopped showing up.
I mean,
a lot of the guys,
they can only be here for a limited amount of time,
right?
On travel visas, so they if they don't want to get in legal trouble, they have to leave.
Especially since they're on a YouTube stream every night, they can't really hide their face, King high board here.
Oh man,
Who was here before me?
Open ender for Daniel.
I don't know that guy.
New guy for me. Steven Minavides. An hour or two.
What does he do for work?
Oh, that's interesting, Mark. There was a couple of British guys that played here for a while, and they went down to Mexico for a while. They were 1-2 and 2-5 players. They went down to Mexico and said they were playing in some games in Mexico. I ended up running into two of them in San Antonio at one of the other clubs down there. But yeah, there was a time when we just had so many players international here. Derek, I know you probably remember that when we had probably 15 to 20 guys that were playing here regularly. From Europe,
right.
Sweden, Germany, Austria.
Yeah. Spain.
Yeah.
It's definitely. I remember meeting a guy from like Romania. Even like it's definitely dropped a little bit for whatever reason. But yeah, it was like probably around the year and a half mark. It was just like packed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I guarantee the stream helped get the word out about
for sure
card houses in Dallas.
Whether for better or worse, that's debatable, right? But getting the word out in terms of just getting people in the room, very good positive.
I busted 200 short of the money.
Yeah, Beans and Rice. I think we said something earlier about Frankie. I think he maybe hit like a $51,000 score there, finishing like 256 or something. So obviously played here a lot at TCH. Frankie did with his counterparts that were bloggers, and I think he's living in Vegas now, trying to make it as a pro. So nice score for him.
I wish only the best for him. I mean, that takes a lot of it takes a lot of balls to be able to just kind of step away from what you like the easy path of getting a 9-to-5 job, and if you're ever going to take that risk, it's do it when you're young and see if you're willing, if you can live up to it. And oh my gosh, are we? In
a 3-bet pot.
Small. What are we here? So raise, call, 3-bet, and I think we got. Oh, what?
Wow!
Oh my God!
We just stepped into this, didn't we?
Oh my God, Dong using the ace deuce, the wheel, the suited ace deuce as a bluff candidate. 5-bet jamming here, and JD snap calling, of course, with the aces. We're seeing a $29,000 pot.
Oh no! What a sweat!
Oh my God!
Oh,
are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness!
What?
$29,000 with ace.
And we've been waiting for this all night, right?
We were in the middle of a conversation, looked up and saw the 3-betting going on.
Oh my God!
Just to see Dong rip it with ace deuce. JD wakes up, says thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll take that 15,000. Oh my God! Wow!
What a hand!
And
what a cooler!
Dong's like, I'm running it one time. I know I'm behind.
Yeah, they ran it one time. Gamble. No gamble, no future. Dong, you are a sick man. Oh, what a disgusting hand.
Oh my God.
XXX, we're not going to read that, but I agree. Holy cow.
That is so gross.
Oh.
What in the world? Oh my god.
That is just wild.
You know, and we felt this coming all night, right? We're like, okay, it's a 6-hour stream tonight. It's just if we only had a 4-hour stream, we would not have had this hand.
Yeah,
right?
4-hour stream, we don't see that hand.
Because like the like grind of the game is wearing on the players. Right? Dong definitely making a slight mistake there. Not a slight mistake. He made a mistake there by jamming into the nuts.
Yeah.
And wow, just gets rewarded by the favorable run out. And JD reaching in his bag for more chips. Going to pay him with the big chips.
Dong gets a king queen or something like that to fold, but he just jams right into aces, has barely any outs, and they come on the flop, and then boom. That's just holy cow. Somebody in the stream says JD got donged. That reminds me of like if somebody has a catch in the NFL on top of somebody, they say, you got mossed, you got donged. Like you just got hit by the dong. Wow. What a hand.
Wow. Going to pay him with big chips there. And I kind of need a breather after that hand. Jeez
I do too.
Louise.
Mark, I agree. Nobody wants to say you got weed. 'Cause, you know, it's Texas, you might get arrested if you got weed. But you got donged is a good saying. We may have to use that from now on. Holy,
Table kind of shocked right now.
Yeah, I got a pit in my stomach, and I didn't even get cooler there. Lord have mercy.
You're like, you know, JD's just like hoping not to see like a king high board, right, against kings, and then he sees the ace deuce. He's like, oh, I'm good.
First pitch.
Yeah.
First pitch on the turn.
Good game. Very, very nice hand there for Dong. Somehow gets there with the ace deuce, and chat kind of going crazy here. Unbelievable run out there.
Just to get off that subject for a minute, Gregory talking about the rake there. I don't know if you've been down here or not, Gregory. We don't have a rake here, so that's one of the advantages of playing at TCH.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not legal for us to do it anyways. And it's just not even, it's bad for the players.
Yeah.
It's, I have heard some arguments of people saying like, oh, like for their play style, they prefer the rake style because they don't want to pay the hourly consistently. So I could definitely see that in a sense where if you like to be involved in a lot of hands and you like to give a lot of action, time is much better for you.
Right.
Because you're paying less per hand.
Right.
You're paying by the hour. But if you're someone that just sits back and waits for aces, the hourly might not be for you. But I think for the majority of players, time break is, not time break, but paying for your time to play in a card is much better.
Yeah, so Gregory, here at TCH, we have a daily fee that you can pay or a monthly membership fee. You can even do a yearly, which saves you a lot of money. And then you pay for your chair by the hour. That's the way we keep these clubs in Texas legal and safe for everybody. But you know, if you play 10, 15 hours straight and you only win $100, if that's the kind of player you are, you know, you're obviously the hourly rate is not going to be good for you. But you know, if you're somebody that comes in, plays a lot of hands, the money doesn't leave the table because there is no rake. So the table
pots play bigger.
You can go to a 1-2 table, Derek. I know you've seen it. There'll be 10, 12K on a table.
Yeah.
And it's a $300, $500 max buy-in game.
Absolutely.
And there's 12K on the table. So that's the big difference. You go to these casinos and these underground rooms that have rakes.
You're going to lose about $100 to $200 an hour.
$100 to $200 off the table every hour. Yeah. That's money that could be in your stack by the end of the night. As you're cashing out.
Max
So
said he was like the best player there.
that's why I like it here. Try to keep my sessions to between 4 and 8 hours, you know. Just double, triple, 4X you're buying and go home, you know. But I've seen guys leave with, you know, we have a player that just hit a notorious 10K session in a 1-2 game.
I have a picture of that stack, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, another kind of bad thing I've heard too from some of the rooms that are raising their rake. If you want to run it multiple times, they make you rake for both
pots.
Yeah,
gross.
Because they're like, all right, we're splitting the pot, and then we're gonna take 10 from this pot, 10 from that pot.
No thanks.
It's like what?
Yeah, it's rare that you hear players anymore complaining about the hourly that we play here.
Yeah,
but,
it's typically the newer players that only ever played at casinos that are like, why would I want to pay $13 an hour if I can just sit at a casino? It's like you're losing out on the money you could win, and And there's a reason why casinos do rake versus time. Because rake, the players don't see the money being taken away, right? It's dropped and you forget about it, right? So out of sight, out of mind, right? So that's why casinos do that. It's not player friendly. It's better for the casino, and it's less work for them as well, right? To keep track of everyone's time.
Yeah, and if you're a player that's only making $13 an hour, then you're going to lose here if you play for $13 an hour. But you know, good players that are solid, can do really well here in all levels.
Yeah, and the hourlies are typically inflated too, right? Because as Danny does flop bottom set here, they're inflated because there's more money on the table, so it kind of offsets that.
The chances of us seeing a 4 or a 7 on the turn are pretty slim.
Unlikely,
Let's see if we can't get a good action turn here.
Tito was the worst putter in the history of the world. So it came to 18.
Two 7s here, double blocking the nut straight. Does JD want to make a play at this pot after losing that 30K pot? Definitely capable of it. We'll just make the fold.
Everybody's eyeing their stack on me now.
And
hey guys, I got 28 now. Put it up. I'm gonna put it all in. I promise. At 12 o'clock, it's gonna be in action.
Yeah, you have to. You promise. I'm in by 12.
I never break my promise.
Wow, there's the 7. What?
And J-Rock hits us straight.
2 outer.
Now, see, I now know why Maui
The absolute worst turn card in the deck for Danny. And what does he do now?
And he knows it.
He's gonna be on there already.
Okay, sorry. The absolute worst would be like the 7
Right.
But you get my point.
I think he knows that could be the worst card for him, but
Hey, you know I folded the deuces too, so
Set's still very strong, obviously, even on one-liners. 2 pairs option, 8-7-8, 8-6, 7-5. So
can we see another 2 outer and a 4 hit on the river for a chop? Oh, this is gross.
I'll try to give it next session.
No rebates. Sorry.
Damn, see?
Yeah, Bink is right.
Real player, man. Usually people offer that to me. I'll tell you.
I'm not getting the rebate the other way. So no,
Bink the 2 outer.
Oh, that is sick.
Playing for keeps, Stone.
That is sick.
Those men tried to rebate me one time, and I was like, no.
I went back
Clean
to my
river for J-Rock.
Ace is pretty safe there. I mean, obviously, just often worried about the higher end of the straight, but I think as played, Danny's going to be more likely to have like ace-high flush draws or 2 pairs or sets. So I think he can feel pretty comfortable about his straight being good here.
And Danny's got him covered. Danny's got 8K in his stack. J-Rock's just got under a pot size left.
Yeah, this could be dangerous for Danny.
Could be dangerous.
I wouldn't blame him for a jam here. I mean, it's just so...
Player can't stack you.
But he does check, which I think is the best play right now. Probably in check call mode, evaluating what J-Rock will do on this one. Oh, no, it's still on Danny.
Either way, guys, I got 28.
Who's it on?
I thought Danny had checked too. I guess he didn't check. Let's see what he decides to do here then. He
does jam. Oh, no.
Because I have a straight, Danny, but it's the low one.
Look at Danny's face.
It's not even, that's not even fair for JD. I'm sure
That's the worst when the player tells you what.
Yeah, now Danny's like, fold, for the love of God.
Every ounce of you's just like.
I have 2 9s.
Fold.
Oh, no. I mean, you get to this point, you have to call, right? The spades brick out. If you're going to fold a straight, and Danny raised the flop too, so what hands does he contain that he's going to raise the flop with a 9, right? 9s don't do that.
9-10 of spades, maybe?
9-10 of spades is like the only hand.
9-10 of hearts, maybe, but I think the spades more likely, yeah. You got a call here. You came to win.
You got a 9, you win.
Oh, you got it. Oh, straight. Oh.
I had pocket 7s, though.
JD throws in the needle. I had pocket 7. You just hit a 2 outer. Oh, gross.
Yeah, I mean,
Basic game of poker.
JD likes to throw the needles around, especially after he lost a 30K pot with aces. I think I think I'll give him that one.
We'll give him he's due for a needle or two.
Yeah. He's got to spread the tilt around, not
he can't be the owner of the tilt.
Exactly, yes. When you get tilted in the big pot, you got to make sure other people are also tilted.
A couple of back-to-back
big pots.
Crazy hands, big pots, double ups. Yeah, poor Danny. 2 outer. What do you do?
Taking it like a professional. Danny now one of the bigger losers now after he's pretty much even the whole night. Who's that on the table or on the stage?
Harvey or something? One of the other guys talking to Dunn there. Bad beats left and right. Yeah. Don't blame the dealer, Mark. No, Mark would never blame the dealer.
Mark is probably the last person to blame the dealer.
100%.
Very reasonable.
He'd probably be the first person to step up to say something if someone started blaming the dealer.
Oh, true story.
Honestly. Jarek here gets him with Ace King. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to arrive on the river with that hand,
I'm surprised it took him that long to call, but he said if you have a 9,
it's not a snap, but I think you're just going to be like, I call.
I have less than, I double up if I call you here.
Yeah, you just hope they don't have like ace nine of spades. That's really the only hand you lose to.
Well, good action here in hour 4. Those last few hands, wow.
Got ace king against ace 10. Let's see if an ace comes on this flop. Just come all spades. Jafar with the only spade in hand.
I will say, JD, that's the best I've ever seen somebody take a beat like that.
Oh, no, that's all good.
I was,
JD's not the pain now.
It's a good point. He said that's the best I've ever seen somebody take a beat that bad. Great card for Jafar. Got to think his spade is probably good here. Thin value. J-Rock's like, I got top pair. I call.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gets the bad news.
I'm so good. Oh my god.
You don't fucking go anywhere, but I'll pay somebody. I'll just
Yeah, actually not an unreasonable value bet there, right? Given the action.
I don't trust anybody. I need to go walk the dog at night.
Kind of sketchy, like when J-Rock is the pre-flop aggressor. When he checks turn, it's like you expect all of his hands to bet there. You don't make an ace-high flush and check, right? Try to get more money in. And especially when he checks again on the river, kind of gives you the green light to try to target either a weaker flush or a 2-pair or set.
Definitely. Ranch was ready. He's not just a robot. I thought he was a robot this whole time. I'm playing with AI.
Donald, I'm with you. I love cracking aces too. Unfortunately, I've been the one getting cracked. I think 7 out of my last 11.
Man, I actually felt kind of bad. Now
obviously, the 7 losses definitely are way more money than the 4 wins. Speaking of aces, Bridge Mike here is waking up with the aces. Yeah, I mean, when you're winning with aces, you're usually not winning the biggest of pots. Every now and then you get a good pot with aces, but you get cracked, they usually hurt.
Oh my god. Ding dong is back.
They're gonna be like, this is why we run late. This is 6-hour streams.
Dude, 6-hour stream is amazing.
Good flop for the aces here.
Play late. We're gonna be out of their comfort zone by 3 hours.
Dong loves the long streams. You hear that?
Get home by 10 o'clock or they go sleep. Tonight we're gonna make them stay till 12 o'clock. By the time they get home, they're like, oh well, fuck. I'm now in my routine.
I gotta get up at 5:30.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, he loves the long streams. I mean, because it's more of a battle, right?
It is.
Like he loves the battle of it. It's
The longer you play, the longer
the mental grind, the
something
emotional
like this is going to
grind.
happen, right?
The coolers, the stacks get even deeper. Like, when have we seen a 30? When was the last time we saw 30K stack on our 5K max? Yeah, it's been a while, and I think it was like when Habib like ran up a massive stack. I don't know if you ever saw that.
Try to get under skin.
Oh, definitely.
Gregory Schmidt, great question. Are you guys on Bravo or Poker Atlas? We're on Poker Atlas. Yeah, so if you download Poker Atlas, or if you already have that, just look up Texas Card House Dallas or TCH Social. Those are our 2 card rooms here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And right now, TCH Dallas is actually the one that's popping right now. We kind of had a little snafu over at TCH Social with the power. It should be back up and running right now, but it seems like quite a few players came over to Dallas.
The more I play, the worse I get.
Yeah, we currently have a 1-2 games going, 2-5 games going, 1-2 PLO with a $1,000 max buy-in, but match the stack. We've got a 2-4 mixed game going, actually, which we don't see too often. There's still a tournament going on. So a lot going on. Our Las Colinas location has 1-2 and 2-5 games going right now. Probably we'll see some PLO games at that location towards the end of the night. But that's typically what runs 1-2 and 2-5s, PLOs. Every now and then the 5-10 game gets
I was
going.
just telling him, you're the only person in the room I get lucky against.
I've never beaten you in a big fight.
What?
Hey, J-Rock? Yeah.
I probably played. I don't even know what I was supposed to do there.
Yeah, I wish, I don't know how you pronounce it, Nasiper Productions. I wish getting it all in pre-flop was a for sure way to win with aces. I don't know if you heard the story I told earlier about a 6-bet pot. I was at a table and 14.55 3 ways, 9-8 offsuit was in there for 14.55 pre and cracked aces. So not always a guarantee. Should be, but unfortunately there's enough crazy guys out there that might still make a crazy call, and every now and then they hit the 20% and win. Yeah, they still do a bomb pot at the dealer change. I think we missed one of them earlier while we were putting up some promotions, but they're still doing and this one they're doing a $100 bomb pot PLO at the dealer change. So.
Very neat situation. I open under the gun, come see
Yeah, one time.
So I open under the gun,
Time
come
for the
see
plane at home. Because then they're going to be disappointed.
Save me money,
Like, man.
You've been folding since you win that big hand anyway.
What you mean? I didn't miss dude.
Daniel over here hasn't played a hand since I gave him like $8,000.
You've been folding every hand.
Tell him, Jafar, tell him. Locking it up. He's talking about taking the
I
dogs
can't
out.
get lucky every hand.
Oh yeah, even one bet. $75 what you lost on that.
Yeah, thanks for correcting me, guys. On the stream, they do the PLO flip, not an actual bomb pot,
All I had was
where they just flip the cards over. Yeah, all the tables out there, the cash games, they do bomb pots at dealer change. You can have the option if you want to do a flip, if the whole table agrees. But for the most part, everybody likes doing the bomb pots. But it's not a hand that you have to play. You can abstain, sit it out. I've definitely sat out a few after a couple of bad beats on some bomb pots.
When you left,
the big one that you trained me, I think I bet $1,200 on the slots and called.
what do you think I am?
I think he called that.
I was sick.
J-Rock wins a 1.5K pot here with his king high playing. That's a good question, Beans and Rice. Derek, you may have an answer to that. Do you know the history behind the bomb pot start after the dealer change, like where that got started?
I really don't know. I mean, I think it got popularized by a lot of vloggers like Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen, because I've watched him quite a bit. Actually, I started watching Andrew Nemi probably when he only had like 4 videos out. So I've been a big fan of his for a while. And for some reason at their like meetup games, they were doing it on the dealer changes. And I think they got popularized especially when they came to Texas, and then
Other card rooms just started picking that up.
Other card rooms, whatever, and then now it's just kind of a normal thing. And
My game is bad all around, so.
Mark, 1-2 no limit. They do boring ass 2-card bomb pots. Other games that do awesome 4-card bomb pots. Yeah.
Hey, let me show you a few things.
I know.
My most epic bomb pot was not at TCH. Quads over quads on top board and straight flush on the bottom.
That's gross. Jeez.
He quad over quadded someone
And had a straight flush.
Jeez.
These other cards. Gross.
That's a sick one.
5 high flop here. Jafar has the top pair.
They said it's back on already.
Dong's got the gutter ball to the 6 high.
Goes up, empties.
Well, they didn't. They said, come over.
Yeah, I've always been told, Derek, that the reason that the 1-2 games only do the 2-card bomb pots is that an individual or two early on got stacked, and it was just enough complaining that they didn't understand the PLO game. A lot of 1-2 players aren't typical PLO players.
That definitely played a factor. Obviously, since I worked here when we were still doing PLO bomb pots at the 1-2, a major part of it was because I'm sure you now understand, like working as having worked as an employee here, is that like when a game breaks, it's kind of unfortunate for the dealer. They have to clean the table. They lose time from dealing more tables, right? Because they have to close down the table. They have to sort the cards. They have to clean the table, wipe it down, vacuum it, and then go back to the floor and say like, hey, I need a spot now. Like we have one less table in rotation. So then now the floor has to find a spot. Usually either tell them like, oh, they need to take a break, or come back in a little bit so I can find you a spot, or like, I need to figure out where you need to go. So that takes up time from their hourly, right? So what was happening was people that were about to leave would be like, hold on, we're about to do the PLO bomb pot, so let's wait for the next dealer. They would play the PLO bomb pot, get it like in a 6-way all-in, table breaks, and then that dealer is stuck they dealt one hand, and then they have to clean the table. Right. And it happened actually to, Trez. So like I was working as a cashier at the time, and there was literally one night where he said he broke 5 tables because of that exact same scenario. It was like he would push in, the players were like, they literally had chips and racks, but they're like, hold on, let's play the bomb pot, let's play the PLO bomb pot.
And they just don't know how to play PLO.
And then the whole table gets, like 5 people get stacked, and then he has to break the game.
Understand, yeah.
And also, we want our 1-2 game to be very approachable for new players. Right? Sure. And PLO is not an approachable game for new players. So like people that maybe only play twice a year, we don't want them to be intimidated to come in the room. Like, hey, they can't come in and buy in for $200, $300 and just play a simple 2-card game.
Especially when 1-2 is your bread and butter. Right now they've got 11 tables out there running. Julian's, I just read real quickly that they did a pineapple bomb pot in Shreveport. That is absolutely nuts. Pineapple is like a game I played, my 50-cent dollar days, in college.
Definitely a fun game.
It is a fun game, yeah. Just not something you see a lot. Jafar flopping 2 pair.
Oh, Danny here with the set again. Bottom set.
Bottom set. We have a club draw for Daniel.
Jafar's top 2 pair. I didn't even see that.
Top 2 pair. Jacks, an over pair. Wow, what an action flop.
JD just continuing his run bat here. Gets out flopped 2 different ways, and Daniel with a better draw, with more equity than JD right now.
Good Lord. Yeah, JD can't hit his jack of clubs and win unless he boats up on the river. This is gross. What do you do now as Danny?
What is happening?
1,200.
I mean, you just got to jam, right?
I think so.
You only have 3,800 back. You call. You're inviting Jafar and JD in.
Poker's never dead, man. I thought it was gonna be dead. I was kind of like, fuck. I gotta go.
Yeah, if they set overset you, you're just getting it in. I'm paying you off.
Yeah, it's one of the situations in no limit hold'em that you're never getting away from. You flop a set on a dynamic board like this, you're just.
And you can't let the rest of the table draw. You can't let a straight draw get there. I just think you got to shove. You got 3 other opponents.
He's trying to decide right now whether he wants to just call and invite Jafar in the hand if he thinks Jafar has a hand like 2 pair or a strong overpair maybe that he slow played like queens, which we've seen Jafar do before, right? So he's running all the thoughts right now. He's like, how often does anyone here have an actual flush draw? But he is gonna jam.
And that's a 4-bet, right? It was bet, raised, re-raised.
JD's like, what is going on right now? And if Jafar makes the call or either rejams, then Daniel can very easily get away.
But is he going to see dollar signs, Derek? Is he going to see dollar signs?
No, he's
just going to fold. Yeah, he did.
You don't put money in with a draw like that against Danny when you know Danny has all the sets in the spot. And let's see if Danny can fade the 10 or 8 here.
And if Dunn would have just cleaned them both out. Oh, Dunn would have.
Wow.
Dunn would have cleaned them both out.
So sick.
And that's why I asked, because he had them both so covered.
I almost actually thought that he might have considered calling if. Oh no, Jafar did regen. Jafar did regen, so that's an easy fold. If he had just called, Daniel actually got a price to call the call. He was getting the right price. He had about 30% equity. And Danny here, after previously losing a big pot with a set, finds a big one here against top 2 pair, and that's just a cooler for Jafar. I don't know how anyone could fold that. You're double blocking sets, and you're really only worried about set of 4s, which is exactly what Danny had.
Right, and you're right about Dunn's decision to fold there being the correct one, but so many players out there, they're just going to look, hey, I've got these guys 3-1 on chip stack. I can knock them both out. Neither one of them can cripple me. Why not take my shot? And look at what that pot would have been. Ugh.
If he had called, it would have been like a 20K pot.
20K pot?
Yeah. Close to a 20K pot.
I mean, he's running so good tonight. He doesn't have to be sick to his stomach there, but he's just thinking, man.
Yeah, what could have been. Yeah,
what could have been, yeah.
But he made the right fold.
He did. Can't let that tilt you.
You're like you have like 20% against the set, right? Because your pair outs are no good.
And you're dead against the ace high flush draw usually, so yeah.
For the occasional semi-bluff that Danny does have, like ace-4 clubs, then you're still hitting life, right? So very nice hand there for Danny, crawling back up to almost even now.
I tell you what, this 6-hour stream versus just the 4 hours, I mean, this game has changed from hour 4 starting. I mean,
it's very different from hour 4. Yes.
Our first hour, we had some decent hands, but this game has just gotten exciting. This is why we do this stream. This is why guys like myself and Derek began watching these streams. We want to see big pots. These guys aren't playing for chump change. This is thousands of dollars that's flying around this table. Jafar's adding on some more money here. We'll have to see what our total count is.
I think he's never damaged nuts, but he had like Jack 9. Oh, he's got it. I don't know if he's calling up the clubs after raise.
Bounty here in the chat says, you guys remember Bugsy? Of course I remember Bugsy, and yes, we were all very sad when we heard about his passing. Actually, one of my first dealers too, I think, when I first came to TCH.
No, he dealt here.
He did deal here, yeah, he did deal here. But yeah, he had a great personality, kind of the life of the table when he would hop in. But yeah,
is he the guy that wore the cowboy hat a lot?
Yeah,
played PLO?
Yeah, Congress. Yeah,
and he had just won a big tournament, I think, right before that. Or
I think he did quite well in like one of the Congress events. Yeah. Rigby down to 1.5 million, man. We're just like witnessing the downfall of Nick Rigby here.
And Dong's gonna put in a big raise again against a big pair here with the queens.
And this is like Dong's comfort zone. When he covers everyone and he gets to put them in the tough spots.
All the hands are kind of reasonable.
Harris might just jam here.
Yeah, I don't like just calling with queens myself.
There is some consideration maybe to calling and then
a no ace or king flop.
Going for the lower variance route, looking for the no ace or king, as a lot of players like to do. The problem with that is you lose out on a lot of value on hands that could have paid it all in.
And
ace king, ace
out,
queen.
Yeah. That could be your shot to double up here. Let's see what the coach says.
I think this is a spot he's been waiting for all night. I think you got to go for the all in. It's Dong.
Yeah.
He could have ace king. You got to be willing to flip against a player like that. He could have a hand like even ace queen or jacks.
Right. Tens even. Yeah.
So I think the play is all in. What?
Wow. Okay.
Wait, what's happening?
We're going to see what his coach says on this one.
That can't be real.
No. Everybody, I'm going with 10. Sometimes you just got to ride it out right now.
Do you remember which queens it said he had?
I would not have been
I mean, I don't think it's relevant. Right?
Well, for some reason I thought I read that he had 2 black queens, and it showed up that Dong had the queen of clubs.
Here, I'm going to pull up the replay on Maybe okay, so there could have been a mystery.
Could have been a mystery.
That's what you're saying, which definitely has happened before.
And that would make sense, because otherwise we just saw a player fold pocket queens pre-flop against the most aggressive player at the table.
Oh, sick.
No, he had queen of spades, queen of hearts, and Dong had queen of clubs.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Interesting. So what was the action? So raise the 500, and maybe a 4-bet from Dong? I mean, I guess at that point you're deciding whether you wanted to jam or fold. Calling is maybe in his mind the worst option.
If he didn't want to play for stacks, that's his money.
So I totally get that. I'm just against that particular player. I'm surprised.
Mine's like 6K, but like 900 of it is somebody else. I mean, like it's like 15, 20 years old, somebody else in my own or whatever.
I mean, it would have been that flop, right? So no, I'm just kidding. No, but Dong gonna flop actually quite well here. Queen high flush draw, backdoor straight possibilities.
Harris misses a set by 1, so he's got to fold. Dong's going to take it down.
Yeah, I mean,
tell us in the chat, what do you think about folding queens there? You know, I mean, we're watching it. It's easy to say, oh my gosh.
No, yeah, that's why I never like to critique or criticize too much,
right?
Unless it's on like something like etiquette or something. We got another shot at the room here. Again, a full house tonight here at TCH Dallas. Got 1, 2, 2, 5. We got PLO. We got 2-4 limit mix in the mix as well. We got our live cash game happening on our feature table tonight.
Right. Cards are in the air. Chips are flying across the table. They got beer flowing out there for those of you who want to partake. Gregory Schmidt says the Texas No Limit Hold'em players are chatty. We are a chatty bunch here in Texas.
That's what makes, I think, people enjoy our room so much. Is like they kind of go to a room in Vegas or LA to see everyone with headphones, looking at their phone, not really engaging with the table, and I hate that. You know,
Yeah,
I think you
can't
don't like that
stand
either, right? I mean,
serious.
Now, if you're playing like a really long session, I've done it before. I think everyone has, where you're just like, I kind of want to just tune out, listen to some music. That's totally fine, but I still make an effort to try to talk every now and then. Especially if I see it's a lively table, I'll get in the mix and try to chat with everyone. And I know Mark will probably say this more than anyone. He takes the social aspect of the social club very, very seriously.
I do too.
Yeah.
Man, I've got great friends that I've made from here, and we don't really hang out outside of poker, but
yeah, you consider what do you call it? Yeah, you're good friends. Like,
yeah. People I'd help out if they called me for sure. Oh, definitely not a snap call, Alvin.
No, yeah. That's. I think we both agree that like calling is probably the worst option, right? Because you're losing out on value against hands that you're crushing, and then you kind of make it more difficult for yourself. Let's say it comes king high and they had ace queen, then you're just putting yourself in a tougher spot.
Raise what? Make it 200. See what was going on. When instant call behind me, and now the guy made it 500.
Oh, there's no doubt with the social aspect. You know, it's fun to chat. There's times when I come in, if I've had a bad day in my personal life or at work, or if I just don't want to deal with some of the players that maybe are a little bit annoying to me, whatever. I mean, you have the right to not be social. I put my headphones on sometimes, you know. A lot of people do that. So, I mean, there's people who play the game and do it serious, but I definitely I like to chat it up and hear what the talk is. And like I said, there's a handful of players. If they're at my table, I will put my headphones on. No doubt about it.
Yeah, even as an employee here, man, I'll say that there are unfortunately some people that are just kind of drain the life out of you when they come to your table.
100%. We don't have a ton of those, but we have a handful.
Yeah.
Alvin Teaches Poker is his channel. We'll check you out. Yeah, I think you pronounced that Jung Pham. I definitely, I don't know.
Hey,
you know,
again, guys, let's keep in mind these players are playing with real money.
Yeah.
It is their money. They can, and these guys are playing at stakes much higher than I would ever play.
He's got a reason for why he folded.
Exactly.
I don't think I would have, but that, you know, they say with jacks, right? There's no right way to play jacks. Who knows?
I mean, and also thinking about the opposite, right? He looks. Not that I'm saying he is an idiot, but people are saying he looks like an idiot for folding there because you see Dong as ace queen, but if Dong has kings, he looks like a genius, right? So
an ace queen, it's a pure flip, right?
Yeah, you really got to be cognizant of your stack depth, and I don't think it was even straddled that hand either. So like that's he had over 250 plus big blinds, which is could be a grave error, right? If he gets it all in. Against most people's ranges with 200 plus big blinds, they're going to have ace, king, kings, queen, aces.
Right. I like beans and rice. He says, if I'm up, I'll talk. If I'm not, I don't want to have anything to do with you.
That's actually true, too. And
oh, you notice that in players all the time, right? Where you're like, he sure is chatty right now.
I try not to be that guy, but I have definitely done that before where, like,
it's purely based on how you're running.
I'm more willing to talk when I'm up, and then when I'm down all the money, I'm just like, yeah. No, but I tend to talk either way. I mean, I'll wait a few hands to see if I got cooler in a big hand for like a 4K pot, like a kilo or whatever. I'll like take an orbit, and then I'll hop back right in the action. Just to let players know that I'm not like. Well, it's also kind of a mental thing too. Is like you don't want to let players know that you're tilted too either, right?
You don't want to let players know that they got to you or whatever. No, I'm with you though, beans and rice. It's definitely a game of emotions, and you got to keep those in check.
Gregory Schmidt's saying they're yapping it up like it's a 1-2 game. I mean, I see that Derek is most definitely. I try not to be Julian, but I have caught myself. It's like, wow, like I'm not saying a word now.
No, you're not a loud player at the table when you play anyway. Pretty chill. Julian says the tilt juice flows through.
I've been getting better. I've been getting better though. I've been getting better.
Oh, you have to have the shut off switch if you're playing PLO now. How can you not go tilted, playing that game? So you got to be able to shut that switch off.
I feel like I get tilted less in PLO.
Do you
just
really?
Because the decision points are simpler. The equities run closer, so like it's just I'm almost like I've accepted the fact that run like 2 hours and 4 hours of PLO is part of the game. So like I've just completely accepted that. So sometimes I get more tilted than no limit, honestly.
Right. And, Phil Magic 79. I'm not sure where the best daily events are in Vegas. Maybe some people in the chat can help you out with what post-World Series of Poker goes on. I know during the World Series you can find games and tournaments everywhere.
Every casino, yeah.
Aria, some of those places have amazing, tournaments, sit and go type stuff. Venetian, yeah. Somebody else in the chat will have to help you out with that.
For sure. I'm not willing to answer that question either. I wish I could help out. Julian actually might be a good source here. He's actually in the chat right now. He tends to go to Vegas, at least every other summer, every summer, playing some of the mixed game and cash games in Vegas. We are on to the final hour, though. Hour number 6. And it's been a blast so far, Eric. I'm glad you could make the time to come out here. And definitely hope to be able to do it again with you in the future. And,
yeah.
If y'all have been enjoying the Eric and Derek show tonight, make sure you hit that like button. Helps the channel again a bunch. And if we don't hit 150 likes, Eric's never allowed back. So, I'm kidding, of course. I say that for everyone. And
I've enjoyed being on here. I've actually tried to sharpen up my skills too. I've watched some other streams. There's definitely some streams I've watched out there that I don't like the commentators. So I would love to have some constructive criticism. We try to keep it to poker, but every now and then we'll talk about life and what goes on just to break it up.
And that's honestly, I do that for my own sanity because I've been doing this for almost 2 years now. Like if I'm only talking about poker for 6 hours now on a stream,
it's robotic, right?
I'm gonna go crazy.
Yeah, you don't want to be a robot show.
I'm here to have fun with y'all. I'm glad to be able to chat with y'all in the chat, and then when we see big coolers like the aces against ace deuce, we can have fun together.
Yeah.
Kind of enjoy it while it happens live. Beans and Rice for me says Venetian or win all day, baby.
Baby.
Yeah, I've heard good things about the win. I heard their staff's very professional. Actually, I know of 2 or 3 dealers that actually came from the win. We got an all-in here from Jafar. What's going on?
Jafar just jams. He says, I'm taking this down. Mike says, good game. I have no desire.
What just happened there? And yeah, there's Julian in their chat. Yeah, he has a good idea of what all the good events are in Vegas. So
You notice Bridge Mike there had the ace deuce of spades, the suited card that Dong crushed JD with. It's one thing to jam with that hand, it's another thing to call it off. Jafar was the one who was doing the pushing there, so he takes down that pot. I bet if Dong saw that hand, he'd say, "Why are you folding that?" What I'm curious about in the chat, people who've been to Vegas recently, where is the best social life? Pool, bars, clubs, whatever. What are the most fun places to go right now in Vegas? I haven't been in years. Man,
yeah, thank you so much, Alvin.
Alvin, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it means a lot coming from a guy like you. I know you're very accomplished, and I've never advertised myself as a professional player or even professional commentator. I definitely do this for fun and enjoyment, and glad I could give some insightful commentary to some people out there. So, I know Eric's having a blast too.
Yeah,
so.
definitely.
And let's see, we got another hand developing here. JD definitely in a spot where you could put in, very capable of putting in the 4-bet. And he is, yeah. Being the, was there a straddle this hand? I think there was. He was the under the gun raiser, putting a lot of pressure. Going to show the 4, I imagine.
Right? Total JD move.
Yeah, Dong, of course, is going to be like, come on, guys, he's tilted. I just stacked him with ace deuce.
Right.
No, but I like to play a lot, and if you're going to do this play, you always want to have at least an ace. That's very, very important.
Very important, yeah.
From my knowledge in learning in PLO is like if you're ever going to 4-bet with a hand that doesn't have aces, you want one ace in your hand all the time. If you don't have an ace in your hand, you're doing it wrong. Yeah. You want one ace. That's
block,
as much as I'll
block
speak
a couple
on that.
combos, so yep.
It's just so important because with how many cards there are in PLO, just having that one ace is so key. And yeah, really appreciate all the responses here to give Phil Magic 79 some idea of what to do in Vegas. Beans and rice for me. Poker is growing so much. How come ESPN screwed up losing the WC broadcast years ago? We missed Norman's voice. I think they still do it occasionally. Norman, and what's the other guy?
Norman Chad.
Norman Chad.
I really miss those guys. I thought they were great.
They knew nothing about poker,
yeah,
but they were fun.
They weren't they weren't the best at it, but they made it fun.
And that kind of, but that's what I think the poker world needs more of, right? Is when people are just talking so serious about it, only GTO. It's not accessible for the normal general public, and you want to bring more people from the general public in it. Yeah. So that's how I see it. That's my style of commentating. Is I try to keep it very accessible for people that don't even know poker.
Yeah,
right?
Keep it poker related or topics that are similar. Lon McCarran, Norman Chad, and Lon McCarran.
Yes.
What? Thanks, there.
No, I gotta go.
Legends. Yeah, they are definitely legends. Self-deprecating humor for Norm. That's my favorite kind of humor. Is just people who are not afraid to make the joke about themselves.
They don't take themselves too seriously.
Absolutely.
Yeah. See, okay, Harris has the queens again here. Let's see if we can get some action here, maybe from Dong.
Could Dong rip it with the ace-3? Not this time.
Ace-3 spades, yeah.
Interesting that it's the same opponents here. Same situation, queens versus an ace.
I don't even notice.
Oh, and Harris did top off here. Maybe noticing the dynamics of the table. Like, okay, everyone's a little bit deeper here, and I have an opportunity to have a good session here if I can stack off against Dong or JD.
I hate the way politics.
Dong's probably going to float here with a pair and a backdoor draw.
Yeah, looking to bluff some turns and rivers, maybe. Oh, no, he's
going to go now.
And he said guys, but
he's putting him in that same situation.
Yeah.
Guys playing poster.
With how deep they are, probably too tight to just hold the one raise here, especially against Dong. Do you expect them to have single pair kings here in the spot? Maybe. We will fold, which is just the lower variance route, which is totally fine.
I think they're playing tight. Don't open up, man. They're waiting for you.
I know. That's how I feel.
I almost wish he would have turned that over.
Dude, this money is hard to get, man.
Yeah, I think. I don't know how much experience Harris has playing against Dong. I imagine, you know, having Alvin as his mentor there, I'm sure they might have gone over some hands even.
Right.
Kind of seeing like, oh, what's the lineup like?
Everyone knows Dong.
That's kind of the advantage of playing on a stream. Advantage and disadvantage, right? Playing on a stream is now people can now analyze your play. How relevant that is for players like JD or Dong, I don't know how relevant it is, just because they play such. Or JD's plays such a balanced strategy, and then Dong is kind of just like a loose cannon. Like you never know what he's doing.
I know. You can lose all the money.
Yeah, there's
You're scary. I don't play against scary.
if he's wanting to pick a better spot to get it in where he knows he's good, I mean,
I don't blame him. That's the whole point. Of, you want to get it in the spot that you know you're ahead. Right? And if you're guessing, then why put in more money? Right. I kind of follow the same thought process. Jafar turns pretty well here.
flush draw, straight draw combo here. J-Rock's got the top pair. Not top pair, excuse me. He's got third pair.
Oh my god. Yeah, seriously, when I'm on Monkey Tail, that's when I want to play this. Yeah. You've seen it. You've seen it. I swear.
You can hear Dong talking in the background about when he gets on what he calls monkey tilt. He just goes crazy. He's like, that's when you want to play with me. Because he will splash. He will splash some chips all around that table.
And, you know, in about the year that I've been commentating with Dong playing on our stream, I've only ever seen him the top of the leaderboard or the bottom of the leaderboard.
Right.
It's never in the middle. He's never even. He's never like up just a little. He's either up all the money or he's down all the money. And, definitely a high variance style for sure. Let's see what Jedi Master Ted said here. Derek, you are what McAvoy would be if he knew English and was a little smarter. Make the game makes sense, and I really appreciate your no-nonsense, no-frills, pointed delivery style. I mean, I don't know how I feel about you. Are you kind of dissing my boy McAvoy over there? He's a very knowledgeable guy.
That's funny.
And, he's way better at poker than I would ever hope to be. But I really appreciate that comment. I appreciate it, Jedi Master Ted. And I'm glad that you're recognizing that. That's literally what I'm going for. I'm trying to make it fun and enjoyable for anyone that's never watched poker in their day in their life. Like I think my sister watched. She's like, "Oh yeah, you do a great job. I don't know what's going on, but I'm enjoying it." So.
Harris is over there saying, "Why can I not have this flop when I got the queens?" You know, it's just
Oh, look at J-Rock here with the 7 deuce.
7 Dewey and the club draw. Got this hand locked up at 96%.
This is the second time he's played 7 deuce.
And shows it.
I swear he played it earlier, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and he says, Eric, you're great too.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Hope I get more opportunities to do this and continue to get better. So much more about the game that I can learn. I learn a lot by watching this show, watching the stream. You know, the position of where the hands are, the raises, the 3-bet strategies.
Oh, for sure.
So much more to learn. I mean, if you stop learning, you're not going to get any better. So
yeah, I think my thing for the stream is like the biggest advantage is being able to see. I think I already said this earlier in the stream, but being able to see the percentages live. Right. So you can see how good these players are at hand reading. And you can also see, like, when they're putting in a raise or putting the money in, they typically have the higher percentage than the other player, right? Or if they're bluffing, they have the lower percentage, right? So they recognize where they are in the hand, and I think that's always the coolest part.
Turn bottom 2 or something. 7 deuce suited. 7 deuce suited. Thank you.
So we got Dong up all the money here, up 21,000 in a $5,000 game.
Wow.
It is match of stacks, of course, that's inflated a little bit. Daniel's still up 10K.
Yeah, we were so impressed with Daniel being up 12K earlier. He's up 10 still, but Dong is up 21,000 of other people's money. That's pretty impressive.
And you have to imagine, I mean, Daniel, well-versed playing with Dong and JD and Danny, but he's got the toughest seat.
Yeah.
And he's up 10K, which is quite impressive. You know,
That's
he's got
true. Danny to his left,
Dong to his left,
JD.
JD to his left. Yeah, it's no easy seat there. Honestly, the player with the best seat is Harris, in my opinion.
I respect my well now. I don't do that.
Yeah, in terms of position and being able to pick up some spots if you can find some good hands.
Yeah, J-Rock and Brass Monkey usually don't get too out of hand pre. So yeah, he's in a good spot.
Yeah, now that.
He's got Bridge Mike to his left, same thing.
It's okay though.
Gonna re-raise here with
Well, once they see the stream tonight, they're all gonna want to play.
That was your advertising. You got paid for advertising.
He's got advertising for like a month now. It's like, wait, did you just 5-bet jam ace deuce suited?
I mean, that's a historical hand in this stream. We've had 2+ years of streams, and this is definitely a highlight reel stream.
That's a highlight hand for sure.
Before that, I call ace high flop and
JD now down $17,500, and just seeing that number.
I can't remember the last time I've seen his name not only at the bottom of the list, but that far at the bottom, because that's just not the way he runs. You know, I mean, obviously he just ran into a crazy situation there.
100% of players are just, you know, you're never.
I mean,
it is what it is. Right?
He's down that much because of what, a 90% pre-flop favorite type of hand. I mean, just gross. I haven't even put that. I'm going to put that in the system here to see what the odds were there, but it's wow.
Mark Lang in the chat here, some kind words here, says, hi from New Zealand.
Oh, wow.
Liking the commentators here better than the WSOP free stream teaser. One of them is in serious need of a culture consultant, and the other one's not calling him out. I'm curious who's commentating on that.
Oh, I'm sure it's me.
No. I think he's talking about the WSOP.
Oh.
Yeah. He says he likes us.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if anybody probably needs a culture consultant, it's me, but that's okay.
I don't think any of us said anything.
I try to be.
So that's why I'm thinking he's talking about the WSOP.
I usually try to be safe, but then again, comedy is supposed to push the limits a little bit. So
I didn't catch anything. I thought you said it was inappropriate. I don't think I said anything inappropriate. So I'm assuming he's talking about the WSOP stream, guys. So thank you for the kind words, Mark. And don't know what time it is in New Zealand, but. Thank you for tuning in.
Daniel actually picked up a straight draw. That's what J-Rock is kind of hoping that he hits his own straight here. But Ace King is still way in the lead. 82% equity here.
Firing 2,000 here, close to a pot-sized bet. It's interesting to... And Tyler just laying through the glass here. So it's actually, what, 4:30 p.m. in New Zealand. So he's probably just getting off work. Nice pot there for Daniel.
We won't even try to butcher a New Zealand accent. People like to be stupid with Australian accents. For New Zealand,
there is a difference.
We would sound even worse. So. Thanks, Mark, though. Really do appreciate it.
Thank goodness. That's not us.
I was like, man, did I make some off
the moment
comment?
I read that too, I was like scanning the past 5 hours. Like, did I say something like that? Wasn't supposed to say.
Did Eric put his foot in his mouth? Did I say something? So yeah, the ace-ace versus the ace-deuce of spades. JD had an 88% chance of winning that hand. So he's down $17,000 because of a 12%er that hit. You know, it is what it is. It's gross. We'll be talking about this one for a while.
You're never 100% to win a hand pre-flop.
No.
Yeah, it's nature of the game. Yeah, unless there's like an insane flop here. I kind of wanted to bring up another point and see if you have any...
Good flop.
Yeah, actually, it was pretty action flop. So we'll talk about the hand here before I bring that up. You got top pair, good kicker, no flush draw. But Daniel here with the open ender, and he's been running really hot. Does he want to pile more money in here while he's... no, he just make the call here. Turn gives him a pair, giving him additional outs. Can now hit another 6, a 5, and then, of course, these straight outs.
Dong's making him pay for it, though. Might be one he'll just decide to... One card to come. Nope.
I think hitting the pair, though, gives him just enough equity, which I think he is getting the right price now. And
okay. Boom.
It is the Daniel show tonight, guys.
And Dong can only laugh. He's like, I run good against one guy tonight. You run good against everybody.
Yeah.
Daniel's really doing a good job tonight, crushing it. So.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty distinct. Like, some of the words sound the exact same, right? and then some of the words are just completely different. So
Jedi says he's fluent in 35 accents.
nice.
Yeah, I can tell the difference between them, but as far as me trying to imitate,
Oh no, I'd butcher it too.
No, not at all.
But yeah, the point I was going to bring up was, so like, I guess for either family members or maybe friends, does it boggle their mind with like the amount of money that you're putting on the table?
For sure.
Yeah, it's something that I feel like we're never going to really. I mean, we're kind of desensitized to it. I don't know if that's a bad thing. It definitely is a bad thing, I guess. I should say it's a bad thing. Being desensitized to money. Or losing the value of money.
How we look at those circles on the table as just chips and not as dollars.
Sure. As money that you can
when you're on the table,
rent,
when you're on the table, if you're playing, you should not be uncomfortable with a single chip you're firing out.
You have to be comfortable losing all of it.
Yeah. If you're uncomfortable with any of those chips that you're holding, potentially losing those, probably not something that you should be doing, right? Because even the best in cash game situations, the best players.
We just saw it here with aces.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
But the best players, win what 65, 70% of their sessions, so they lose. They lose 40% of the time.
Yeah.
And you have to be okay with losing some stacks here. So, if you're a rec player that wants to play once a month, if you lose, take a break. But if you're playing all the time, you have to be comfortable with whatever you brought to the table, losing that. So my family can't figure out why I play all the time. I can show them every chart I want to about how I'm profitable. They still don't want to believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that was bringing up to my second point. Actually, I was going to say when you're wanting to like keep track of how you're doing, you want to be very, very honest with yourself. You have to have a poker track. If not on a spreadsheet, if not on an app, if you're not keeping track of your wins or losses, you are lying to yourself.
Yeah.
And that's a dangerous game to play. I'm not going to lie, when I was younger and starting off, I wouldn't keep track of it. And I'm just saying, oh, yeah, I'm a winner. And then I would finally keep track about it for like 4 or 5 months, and I'd saw that I was actually losing. I was like, oh, okay, I need to make some adjustments here. So it's eye-opening in the sense like, oh, maybe you need to realize it's not for you, or in the sense like I need to make some changes before I lose money here.
Yeah, Beans and Rice says he has guilt going out for an $80 dinner, but he'll throw down 1K in one hand, no problem.
Yeah, that's something I'd never want to bring up to my wife.
Right.
It's like we go out for dinner and it's like, oh wow, it's kind of an expensive bill. It's like $150.
Yeah.
It's $2,000 on the table for PLO.
Try to get back to those days.
Yeah, it's wild.
Try to get back to those days.
It's definitely wild when you try to explain to somebody too, and it's the Mikey from Rounders situation, right? He's trying to explain to his girlfriend, why can't you understand this is a game of skill? It's not luck. And I mean, my family, I've got a lot of family members that do not gamble. Like they hate it. They hate the idea of
zero gambling.
My brother-in-law's parents love the casino, but he and my sister both, they won't put $40 in a slot machine or anything, so they just don't understand. But as long as I can keep showing them that I'm profitable, they don't say much,
Good. You can say whatever you want to.
Yeah, we randomly played like a 25-50 game, like after a tournament series or something.
Danny does have the best hand still. Harris with the nut flush draw. We'll get checked over too, and
yeah, I think that's what happened. It was a tournament, and there was a game going on.
Harris want to take the initiative here to try to take control of the pot, giving opportunities for Danny to fold pairs. On this particular turn card, I don't think he's folding an eights just yet. Still plenty of draws out there, like Queen 10. Queen 10 of diamonds, the name 1, 10-8 of diamonds, just any kind of flush draw. I imagine Danny looking to fade a diamond or any kind of like overcard to another overcard.
Ace king, probably, yeah.
Not the best either, right? Because hands I was talking about earlier, like 10-8, 9, or Queen 10, now river pair. It'd be interesting though, because like you'd expect those hands to just check back for showdown value. So actually now, yeah. So actually Danny's very happy with that result.
Yeah, there's not a bluff that's getting through there unless he just jams. I don't think any bluff in that situation was getting through.
Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense for like a hand like Queen 10 or 10-8 to bet river.
Doug's comment is awesome.
Oh my God, yes.
He says, I will drive an extra 5 minutes to save 7 cents off a gallon of gas, but I will call 1K drawing stone dead and never think about it. That is amazing. How true is that?
Jeez. and I think I've joked about it before as a player, or maybe I was dealing too, where it was like a player busts, and then they were like, "Please talk me out, please talk me out, please talk me out."
Yeah.
They're like worried about like 5 cents in time.
Yep.
But then I just saw them get it in with like an open ender on a flush draw for like $2,000.
Yeah. I saw a player the other day wanted to go take like a 15-minute smoke break and asked if they could pause his time, But he just put in, 200 bucks on a draw, whatever. But
it's a very strange world they live in, and
It sure is.
only other poker players would understand that.
Alvin said that one of that last hands was a student versus student action of
Yeah,
his, so
yeah.
he's going to put a little YouTube content coming for that hand.
I think both he played it fine. Harris looking to build a pot if he does make his flush to be able to win a bigger pot, and then he's able to take initiative if he wants to bluff further streets.
Right. Daniel's back up almost 13K. Very top heavy tonight. Dong with that monster hand he hit, and Daniel with a string of hands that he's put together to be up so much.
Yeah, not many players with less than 10K. Only Harris, J-Rock, and Jafar. The rest of them with over 10K in stack. So this is very. I mean, these are stack depths of a 25-50 game. And they are putting the $50 straddle on, so it is technically a 25-50 game. Yeah, a little bit bigger, like a 30-60 game.
Yeah, the blinds may say 5-10 with a $25 straddle here, but there is over $100,000 on this table, easily. And this is not a Friday night, not a Saturday night. This is a Tuesday night in Dallas at TCH. So pretty exciting stuff. That's why we keep coming back to the stream, watching these guys play. King high flop here. It's like J-Rock gets the best of it with top pair. Dong's going to bet 150 with his pair eights. Jafar's going to let it go. Safe card for J-Rock. He's going to check again. Check, check. Another safe card.
King.
He joked with him. He said, "That's no good," but it was. Good hand there. Played the safer route. I think Dong has the ability, Derek, to do that to players. He's got top pair, pretty good kicker, but just kind of shuts down, plays it, safe. Doesn't put any additional money. Kind of keeps the pot small.
Playing against a player like Dom, a lot of players play almost too honest against them, right? Because they're so. I mean, at his stack depth, they're just so worried he's just going to jam it in there.
Yeah, he's got 30,000.
Yeah.
What do you do with
your entire stack is at play at any given moment.
Any given time?
And it's very reminiscent of another player that's actually one of my favorite players to watch, Garrett Adelstein.
Yeah,
or Adelstein. I can't. I don't know which way is correct.
Was a favorite player to watch, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I mean that whole situation aside, I still think he's still my favorite player to watch. And like he just like his style of play, he always putting players in tough spots. And I think one of the streams I was watching, he was playing. One of the commentators was like, "Yeah, that's the scary part of playing against Garrett. There could be $1,000 in middle, but if you have a 30K stack, there's a chance all of that goes in by the river."
Right.
and then that's the scary part of playing.
I definitely saw a lot of not just younger players, but just players in general. I miss Garrett too, easy man. But Garrett's style of play, and particularly those polarizing bets that he would make on rivers, because he had everybody covered.
Kind of similar to what Steven does.
Yeah, I've seen that trickle down into the lower stakes games. Of course, I've seen some young kids coming to the table, and they literally have every mannerism of Garrett locked in, like they're doing exactly what he does, like they've learned from him, and it's kind of funny. I've even made a comment a couple times, like, how much Garrett Adelstein have you been watching?
Oh, that's such hilarious. It's that obvious?
It's that obvious.
Man.
But it's definitely been a cool change, because those bets really do put you on edge. They're like, wait a minute, like, is this guy? It's 50-50 still. Is he bluffing or does he have it? Right. And I have to call off my whole stack to figure that out. So it's it's a style of play that I want to incorporate more into my game too, because that's the whole point of the game. Like Doyle Brunson said, is to put a man to the test for all of his chips.
Did you win it? Are you looking for a seat, Randy?
No, I want to say head kings.
And Don takes another one down here. Beans and Rice for me here says, can you explain to the viewers what it means to have a tight range and when a player would typically have one? Like what position? So when you have a tight range, I guess you're not going to understand it unless you've seen like the hand range charts. So that's something I'd recommend someone to look up if you don't know what that means.
Right.
You can just Google it. There's going to be plenty of stuff on Google. But that typically represents like hands that you're going to be playing out of that position on the table, right? So whether you're in the small blind, big blind, button,
under the gun,
cut off, all the different positions, all the different 9 positions. Those are hands that you should be playing in that spot based on the action ahead of you, or based on the action ahead of you, or if there's no action ahead of you.
The hands that you should be raising with,
or re-raising, or calling. So there's like a whole chart on that representing that, and then you typically going to want to play tighter from the blinds because you are going to be first to act on the flop, and that's the hardest way to get the most money. Is you're going to see like percentage of hands won. I think someone did like a kind of like a chart on that. It's like they'll show the percentage of hands won for the positions, and like the small blind was always had like the lowest percentage, or just probability. Yeah. Maybe not percentage of hands won, but the profitability from that position. Right. It's the worst.
Either way, I couldn't believe it.
Players with a tight range don't put in 1K drawing dead. Yeah.
No, they do not.
That's actually a great point, Doug. We got about 30 minutes left in our stream tonight. It's been a lot of action so far, and a lot of players stuck, a lot of players up all the money, and that always creates an interesting dynamic when players that are stuck are trying to get back in the black.
So the St. Bart's has a
right, and they know that the stream's coming to a close.
Yeah. And I don't see this game ending after the stream ends. I mean,
no.
We got Don with all the money here.
This game is too good. There's too much money on the table. They're going to probably play for a couple hours after the stream is over.
I was like, and sometimes if it wins the other way, you got to like take off into the mountain and shoot straight up. I'm like, fuck that. Who wants to do that?
One of my clients had an overly steep.
Oh yeah.
I've never heard that. It's a really amazing place. So like 9 homes. They kept us like that.
Yeah, I agree about the bluffing, Jedi, that if you're not getting caught with some sort of frequency bluffing, then you're not doing it enough. The lower stakes games are definitely under bluffed, compared to larger stakes games.
Quad jacks.
I had kind of a tight image at a 2-5 table that I was playing at last night, and showed a bluff, on a river with a queen high hand, I think, and another player who thought I was so tight said, "Would you show 2 pair or a straight?" I was like, "No, I had queen high," but I had to show that one because that was my image at the start of that game, was somebody that was playing super tight, and guys were folding when I had it, so I wanted to kind of open up my game a little bit, at least show a bluff if I wasn't getting caught. Thankfully, I didn't get caught because I put out a pretty big river bet.
You look it up and you want to go there. I
don't know why he don't start out giving me $15,000. That's
okay. I get a bunch of people.
I don't see a lot of boring dynamics at TCH tables, honestly, Jedi. I think the style of play is pretty crazy here in Texas that I haven't been bored playing here. I get bored when I go to Oklahoma City or I go to other places and play casinos.
I haven't played a casino in a long time.
That would be amazing.
I think the last time was probably at a Choctaw, but even then I played just the tournament, and I was like, I don't really want to play cash right now.
Yeah, Garrett's absence right now from poker is he's definitely missed. I wish there was more content of him talking about hands. Actually, he's just a guy that played. Isn't a vlogger, isn't somebody that does coaching or anything, but I definitely would like to get in somebody like his mind.
I think he's one of the players that's like very adamantly against coaching,
for sure.
Which, to some extent, I understand.
Playing for as big a stakes as he is, professionally, yeah. Whereas like a Daniel Negreanu or somebody like that is very open to it.
Yeah, I mean, my only counter argument to him saying like, oh, like, well, I don't want people coaching. It's like, I mean, it, like, let's see. I'm trying to word it in a good way here. It really only applies if players like are actually committed to taking in like like whatever content they're absorbing and actually applying it and like putting in that time to study. Right? It's like you can't just sit there and absorb the information by osmosis. Like if you're not actually applying anything, then it's not like I'd say like half the people that say they're actually studying aren't actually gaining anything.
Right.
And then like another like 20% are probably aren't putting enough hours anyways to play to actually to see the results from it. And then only like 10 or 15% that do actual studying are putting enough hours and putting the extra hours evaluating their hands or whatever. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. So it's like just because you think putting out content means now everyone's gonna be good at poker. I don't think so. Right? It's like it's like saying it's like, yeah, you have all the. It's like when you go for like a test in college or something, right? All the answers for the tests are in the lessons that the professor taught, right? Yep. Does everyone get 100? No, right? That's how I see it. It's like you have to put in the time, you have to put in the work, so
and then apply it. Yeah.
And apply it, yeah.
Yeah, Galaxy. What casino do you work at? Galaxy XTV. Doug has a good comment there about him and Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Doug.
I do too. It's way better.
Daniel takes down another $90, continuing on his good run.
Because I gotta get up at 5:30.
Yeah, Galaxy, let us know in the chat where you work at, and honestly, quite a few people from casinos have moved to Texas to work at our card rooms. So,
even our general manager, correct?
That's why you were late.
Yes, yeah. So, yeah, sorry. I was like, wait, what? I was thinking Leon for some reason. No, you're talking about the head. Yeah, Mike Williams. He used to be the GM of Bellagio. So,
right.
They're all Chick-fil-A. I'm a fan. They do good chicken.
Bethlehem, PA. Okay. Wind Creek.
Assuming that's Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Just an extra P.
Yeah, I was like, unless I'm like missing something here.
Pretty Pennsylvania. PPA is my typo, but definitely there's a Bethlehem there. 2-heart board here with J-Rock having the heart draw. Dong has a pair of 5s. J-Rock's going to come around. Wow.
That's an action turn card there.
J-Rock has a flush with a straight flush redraw. Definitely doesn't want to see another heart come out.
Safe river card.
Very safe river card. Flush is going to be good.
Oh,
ooh,
Dong's get more value now. And at his stack depth, I think I'm just calling. I don't. You have 4 high flush. You don't beat any other flushes. I'm just snap calling. I'm not even worrying about raising. I mean, if I miss out on value against Dong, I don't want to be put in a spot. Like, well, yeah. See, now I'm talking about what I would do. Like, exactly. I'd be worried about getting stacked here against a bigger flush. So I'm just calling. Yeah,
and that's Dong or any player like that with a big stack. I'm like you. I'm thinking, what calls me that's worse than me?
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this play. I mean, the obvious flush got there, and this is never a bluff.
But J-Rock is loving the fact that he didn't get snap called, right?
Absolutely. You know? And, well, that's the problem, though. I wouldn't even want to put myself through that stress.
Right.
It's like I'm just calling. Like, it's like, it's probably a nitty call, but I don't beat any other flushes. So.
Yes, Beans and Rice Las Colinas location is on Poker Atlas as well. They usually show up back-to-back if you're in the area, or you look up Dallas.
You obviously has a great hand there. It's just a bluff catcher, though. I mean, you lose to all flushes. Don't see
him jamming with a king-9 or any other two-pair combo. Yeah.
I think this is just a very easy fold.
Even for a guy with 30K in his deck.
Yeah, no, it's
good hand.
but I mean, that being said, I'm not a fan of the jam, just because, and I don't want y'all to take it as me like kind of hating on J-Rock. It's just I personally would not go all in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see, is the Lost Cleans location on Poker Alice? Yes, it is. Beans and rice for me. Doug R. Derek, are you mostly working at one or the other room? Yeah, I'm mainly working at TCH Dallas. So I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Wednesday through Friday, I work 4 to midnight as a floor, and then on Saturday, I work the floor shift from 9 to 7 p.m. And it looks like I'm getting a call from my Uber Eats delivery.
Fantastic. I'll take over while you're getting your food.
I had an ace.
I mean, there's no flush.
Ace 7. The river hit me good. Ace 7 is still better than yours.
Still weird to me seeing those knit buttons there next to JD. They decided not to do the knit button game or the variation, obviously, of the stand-up game tonight. But I think we've had plenty of action to where that hasn't been needed. We're on hand 186, and we've had some really good hands so far. J-Rock's opening up here with ace 8 of diamonds. Harris is going to defend here with a computer hand or queen 7 off.
Hearts, right?
Pretty good flop for the ace 8 of diamonds. Got a flush draw. Obviously, ace high is good. And queen 7 just folds.
So 2 pair over 2 pair.
Been a rough night for Harris so far. Hoping he can maybe get in some hands here, turn it around. He's a double up from being back in the green here, so if he gets in a good situation. Oh, Doug R., we would love some cookies. I am definitely a sweet tooth. My inner fat kid. My inner fat kid definitely will get out. Mark, no cookies for you, sir. All right, fine, Mark. You're almost like a staff member. We'll let you have some cookies. Doug said he was going to bring us some cookies next time.
Full tilt.
Oh, appreciate it, Doug. Yeah. If you were to pick a particular type, Snickerdoodle is my favorite.
Ooh, the Snickerdoodle. Can't go wrong with a Snickerdoodle. Nice.
It's just nice and simple,
right?
Yeah, that's got no fluff on it. Like, I guess I'm not a huge fan of the cookies that has like all these extra toppings on it.
Right.
So.
This is interesting here. We got an open ender for Dong with his top pair. He's going to raise Bridge Mike's bet. Bridge Mike's hasn't gotten in a ton of action tonight. I think he's going to want to get involved, take this one down.
And
wow.
Rivers the nuts and
checks
Dong
it to him.
Has trip aces here. And
he's got to put out a bet, right? Yeah.
Send me a bet fold, I think, for Dong.
1050. Bridge Mike's got 9K in his stack.
Clear spot here. Absolute nuts for Mr. Bridge Mike. And Dong probably can't believe his luck. He's like, what is going on?
Just had 2 pair, had to fold. Now he's got trip aces. Again, do you want to just punt away this kind of money? You know, what do you beat here?
He loses to a straight, though he does have the 9, right? So it's unlikely that Bridge Mike could have a straight. Does Bridge Mike raise with a straight on a paired board? I don't know.
You only beat ace 6 and under.
Yeah. Ace 8, ace 7, ace 10, ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
They'll beat you.
Yeah. You don't beat anything.
And you obviously lose to 8s, 10s, 7s.
8s, 10s, 7s, a straight. Say Bridge Mike does have a straight, then that's even more hands he loses to, right? So don't see Bridge Mike raising like this for this amount with anything but a very, very strong hand.
It looks like he wants a call. That 2.5 raise seems like he wants a call. it's a cheap price when you got.
Yeah, he doesn't make the call.
Makes the call. Sees the bad news.
It's one of those spots where it's like you're getting you're getting a good price, but as one of my friends have told me, it's like when you're getting a discount on spoiled milk, it's like, do you want to buy it? You know, it's
good. Good analogy.
Yeah, like you don't pay half off for something that's spoiled, right? Yeah. I mean, props to Bridge Mike for making such a solid size raise there. I mean, I like to go larger when I make big hands like this, so I can put I can make it people think that I actually have some bluffs in the spot too, and but maybe he just felt like there's just no way Dong had anything that he could get paid by a bigger raise. So.
Yeah, I normally don't turn down any cookies, but Snickerdoodle's definitely got to be up there for me. How do you feel about the oatmeal chocolate chip combo?
Oatmeal chocolate chip.
You had those.
Oatmeal chocolate chip. I don't know how I feel about that.
And like
at that point,
fresh oatmeal, not like that cheap store-bought oatmeal cookie.
Now, when you combine all that that much texture into a cookie, then it's like a protein bar at that point. It's like those Cliff Bars. It's like a Cliff Bar now. It's got chocolate and oats in it.
If you've ever gone to what is that sandwich place? Oh, I'm stumped right now. They have these dream bars. Potbelly.
Oh, Potbelly.
Potbelly, yeah. When you go to the register to pay for your sandwich, they have their snacks up there, and they've got these little dream bars, and it's like caramel, chocolate, oats, all mixed in this bar. It's amazing.
I'm probably sure I'd like it because I love Cliff Bars.
Yeah. It's just like fresh, you know. It tastes a lot better than a processed wrapped bar, you know. But yeah, Cliff Bars are pretty good of the bars.
Actually, one that I like more than Cliff Bars is the RX bars. Have you heard of those?
Yeah.
Oh my god, those are my favorite because it has very, very simple ingredients, and it's I never feel bad about eating it.
Right.
And it tastes like you're eating the dessert. It's got honey and chocolate.
Oh yeah. We're at hand 189.
Wow, I've never seen that many hands unless it's a tournament stream.
Right. Ooh, good hand brewing here. We've got the Ace King suited, Ace Jack opened. Actually, Dong opened with 4 deuce of spades. Correction. Brass Monkey just called. Harris is probably going to do what he's supposed to do here. Looks like his coach taught him well. Putting in a large bet to get these guys out of there. As I like to say, wake up with it or go home. I'm going to put in a big enough bet to make everybody feel uncomfortable, hopefully fold. Dong called the 725 extra.
As I expected.
Because he can. Let's see how this flop goes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Man. Another 5-5. How many times have we seen 2 5s on the flop?
2 5s and a random, other small
and
card.
a low card. It was 5-5-6, 5-5-4, 5-5-3, and what a flop there for Dong.
And he let out for 700.
Dong is never going anywhere, and the ace would be disastrous for Harris here. He does not want to see an ace.
He's got to be rooting for either a king or a diamond here.
I mean, now you don't want a jack either.
He's just in a bad situation. He's in a bad position. First to act, he's gonna slow down, just basically surrender.
This is such a sucky position again. I mean, you never want to be out of position really against Dong because any kind of weakness he's gonna pounce on,
and that's what he's doing. And Harris is probably gonna have to just surrender his hand.
Yeah, you're
Dong just bet what 1/6 of his remaining stack.
Yeah, you're too deep now to make the call here with Ace King high because you make the call here, Dong's going all in no matter what comes on the river. He's setting up the river jam. If he does make the call here, then he has to be prepared for that river jam, which I'd be very interested to see what he does if Dong does go all in.
I think if a spade doesn't hit, I think Harris is going to
He's just going to call for the Ace King high?
I think he's going to ship it himself.
Oh, no. And Dong river's the best hand, and what does Harris do now?
Oh, he had no.
Oh, my God. That's. Ugh. I feel for Harris right now because it's like, are you kidding me?
And does Dong have a good enough read on that hand to make a fold if Harris had shifted, you know?
Right. No, and Dong played it right. You river showdown value. You don't get any value from jamming. I was just curious if it went, like, say it comes the 7. Yeah,
Right.
7 of clubs or something. And Dong jams.
Has
like,
no showdown value,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
I'm wondering what Harris would have done there because he
With
made
an
the
ace
call
high.
here correctly on the turn with the ace-king high.
True. Yeah, if he felt good on that turn, a 7 of hearts, he probably still feels good there.
Right, right.
Yeah. That was, I mean, Harris has not been in any easy situations. Whatever you say about the folding queens twice, neither one was a snap call or a snap shove.
And it's not. It's against a very, very aggressive player that could have all the value hands and all the bluffs. So. It looks like we are going to end the stream off here with the last flip of the night. Really appreciate everyone that's been tuning in. Let's see here.
We're doing 6 hours on
Maybe.
Tuesday now.
There we go.
Get to put our ugly mugs up
Yeah,
there.
yeah. So just kind of reiterate, we are going to Tuesday-only streams for cash games every week now. And there'll be 6-hour streams. Hope y'all been enjoying it. If you have any thoughts or any opinions, leave them in the chat here. Leave them in the comments for this video, so our producer can kind of get an idea of what y'all like or maybe don't like. You know, it's been a lot of fun, Eric, the past 6 hours. I'm Derek. This is Eric. It's been the Derek Eric Show. I thought we had a lot of fun here. We've had a lot of action. If y'all missed it, there was a 30K pot between JD and Dong.
Wow.
I don't want to spoil the hands, but there was a massive pot there between those two players if you missed that. So good. Rewind back, or maybe spend the time to watch through, skimming through a little bit.
Yeah, go back and watch the stream. You know, definitely it was a long stream. You know, we might have to put a highlight reel. Tyler, I say yay on the 6-hour stream. I think everybody else will agree.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I think it's just better for the players too.
There's a good hand right there, Mr. Nick Gutierrez.
Oh, there he is.
How you doing? How you doing, Nick?
I think we had a little issue dealing out the bomb pot. So we'll have, I'll go ahead and make a few more announcements here while we have some time. Again, at the middle of August, we're going to have our Poker Atlas Tour series. 20-plus events, over $3 million in total guaranteed prize money. We also have our $1 million guaranteed title event that's probably going to round off the series. We're going to be using both locations, so you know, for our cash game players, don't worry, we did forget about y'all. There's so many room for cash games, and of course, for all our tournament players, we're going to be utilizing both rooms for like day 1s and day 2s and whatnot. So you get excited for that. Mark your calendars.
And that means you have a solid month to save up all those buy-ins.
yeah.
Is there any better way to buy in for a tournament than with other people's money, right? So come play some cash games for the next month, grind up those tournament buy-ins. Come see us. Now let's see who's going to end up winning here. We got a big spade draw there with Harris. I'd like to see Harris get a win here.
Who's going to take it down here?
Diamonds? Who's got diamonds?
Someone has diamonds, right?
Rich Mike is showing a king something of diamonds, I think.
Does Daniel have it? I think Daniel has diamonds.
Rich Mike's got king something of diamonds, I think.
Oh, he's got it?
Can't
All
see
right.
his hand, though, but looks like he's got king X of diamonds, maybe.
Well, congratulations to Bridge Mike for taking down that PLO flip.
Thank y'all again for joining us.
Really appreciate everyone that's been tuning in for the past 6 hours. If you're just now hopped in, you're missing the stream, unfortunately, but we do record every single stream. So be sure to check that out in our highlight reel. We do have every past stream recorded and on there for y'all's enjoyment. Until next time, we'll see y'all this Saturday here, live for our final table of our 20K guarantee tournament.
Rock and roll.
All right. Thank y'all so much and appreciate